Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. It is Thursday, July 3rd. I'm 1 minute late, but we are still back and we are live. Today is going to be a half day in the market. It reminds me of when you were in high school or like middle school and you had a half day because of some random holiday or something going on. So tomorrow the markets are closed for July 4th. No market open or market close, but today we are going to end at around 1 p.m. Got a lot of stuff to talk about. Got a lot of numbers that came out this morning. Some of these numbers are kind of confusing in regards to how to think about the labor market, but nonetheless, the market does like it. We're going to get right started with non-farm payrolls, which yesterday we got 2 days ago, we got JOLTS. Yesterday we got ADP private payrolls. It looks like ADP, at least from today's data, is the outlier in terms of what we're seeing in regards to non-farm payrolls, given some of the market data we got today was the exact opposite. And so we're going to dive into it, try to understand it. Market loves it right now. TLDR, we added way more jobs than I think the market was expecting. The market was expecting 110. We added 147,000. S&P 500 hitting new all-time highs in the pre-market. 620, folks. There you go. And it's because of that data. So we're going to get into that, talk more about it, and we will keep going from there. I think we'll have Kris on at 10:30. We will talk about the stock that he's been, analyzing for the past couple of weeks, which is Webull. That was the secret stock that he's been thinking about. So at 10:30, he'll come on. So basically in about like an hour and a half, and he'll give us the pitch for Webull. That stock right here in the pre-markets, I think it's at 1450, 1464. That went up about 4.5%. Robinhood right here, 95.90. That's down a little bit in the pre-markets after hitting 100 yesterday. We'll talk more about Robinhood. Palantir right here, 133.50. That's up. Tessie, 317. That's up. Nvidia trying to go for maybe 159 again. That's up. AMD is up again. S&P all-time highs. SoFi 1825. Grab 494. Google 178. Reddit 158, and then Amazon 220 as well. So not a bad pre-market. Question becomes, how do we make sense of the non-farm payroll? So let's get right into that, folks. We got a big beat on the unemployment rate and the non-farm payrolls. 147,000 versus 110 expected. And then 4.1% unemployment rate versus 4.3. Now, I can understand why people are confused there. I can understand why people are confused. One of the reasons why people are confused is because, wait a second, JOLTS told us we had 400,000 more jobs than expected, but then private ADP payrolls yesterday told us that, wait a second, we lost 33,000 jobs. And if we lost 33,000 jobs versus the 99,000 jobs that were expected, then, why is it turning out to be the way that it's turning out in terms of just being much greater than ultimately it was? Here's a little bit of analysis here that might explain it, and it has to do with where the majority of these jobs came from. It feels like it wasn't in the private market. It feels like it was from the government, which is what's creating this much of an increase.
July, September, which was pretty much a foregone conclusion.
I think this is a very mixed report, Melissa. I have to point out, I don't even know if President Trump is going to like this report.
Why?
73,000 of the job gains were government. Now, it was -8 on the federal side, +40 on the state side, and I think it was plus 20 or 30 on the local side. So what you have is you have the weakest private sector growth since October of 2024. And it was bizarre to go down the table and you look at it, you see a lot of negatives, a lot of positives. It goes back and forth. I'm trying to find the diffusion index, which tells us what I don't see it here right away. It tells us the percentage of industries that were raising and lowering. You did have good job growth in the service sector, which is the opposite of what ADP thought. But private education, again, up 51, healthcare up 58, leisure and hospitality up 20. These were the same places we had job growth previously, so not much change there. But you do have to take account. What I think happened here is this anomalous hiring in the state and local government is what makes this so much higher than what the street was estimating. I think there was a feeling on the street that government would fall and the private sector would be weaker. So you would have 70 or 80 minus the federal government or minus government. Instead, it was 70 or 80 in the private sector plus. So it's a mixed report. It's good the unemployment rate fell. That's a good number right there. It's good that we're positive on job growth. I'm just not sure what's happening at the state and local level that's driven all of this employment. I would think it would be a very mixed feeling, and the Fed would say, okay, I need another month in this, especially because, as Rick pointed out, the claims number is healthy again. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that part of it.
Are you nitpicking, Steve? Are you? Because I mean, it was a good headline number. The rate was better than expected, and we had positive revisions and we've had negative revisions. I'm just wondering, if we're losing the forest from the trees here by focusing on where those ads were.
Focusing. Well, the rest of the panel will weigh in. I would say that generally focusing on the private sector is the best way to gauge the health of the economy here. I don't know. It might be that state and local is picking up jobs that were laid off from the federal government. I don't know what's happening there. But if half of your growth is from the federal government, you can't really step back and say, oh, the job market is very strong right now, especially because you believe that government hiring will have a lot of pressure against it. So I don't think 70,000 is nitpicking.
So this is the part where I think the market's kind of confused and trying to figure out what's happening here. I think Steve's right. I mean, if you look under the hood in the job data, half of it is the feds. So if half of it is federal, you can't meaningfully conclude, even though the market's like this, right now, S&P 500 all-time highs, that the labor market is super strong. However, it does, tell Jay Powell, wait a second, if I was even thinking for a second to cut in July, wow, probabilities, dude. Yeah, yesterday was 25%. It's 4% right now. Yesterday, we looked at it yesterday on the screen. It was 25% after the private payrolls. Now it's 4.7%. Yeah, state and local, not federal, state and local, but still government related, right? And so that percentage immediately went back down to probably where it was going to be at, because you can't cut if the labor market is going to be that hot, regardless of how the labor market is calculating those jobs. September still is a 74% chance. So September, it seems like it's possible. But July had 0.25% yesterday in terms of a chance. And now that went right back down. So, I mean, look, the stocks are up right now because the stock market loves it. Because if people have jobs, they can keep spending money. So markets don't really hate it. It's kind of good news is good news. But if you are betting on a rate cut, at least anytime soon in July, this labor market report makes it very difficult to see if we get there. The 10-year right here up a little bit. It was at 4.25 yesterday, up 4.3 right now. Still manageable, not literally below or not at those like 4.7, 4.8 levels that we saw early in the year. But it's one of those reports where it's like, all right, I guess private ADP payrolls were an outlier. Is that what we're going to say? Or you say it's not an outlier because, again, if half of these 147,000 jobs were government jobs, then theoretically only 70,000 jobs were private. And if private payroll ADP numbers said, well, we had negative jobs, then over the coming months of data, which honestly, this is the moment where you do need a couple more months to like kind of at least one more month to see what the data actually looks like from a private versus state and local perspective. That would probably give us a better understanding of what's going on. But markets seem to say, all right, you know what? If we are having plenty of jobs, people have money, they can spend. We have a position to go higher. So that's what you got from the job data. Also, initial jobless claims came out, and that was also really good. 233 versus 240 expected. Initial jobless claims for the past 3 weeks have been coming in lower than expected, which is, again, you need around 350 to 375,000 people applying for unemployment every week to meaningfully say we're even having a chance to get into a recession. And that's just not there. So 233 versus 237 on the expectation. Labor participation rate, 62.3 versus 62.3 expected. So that one was pretty good. And then unemployment rate, 4.1 versus 4.3. Unemployment rate so far is not really ticking that much higher yet, which again, just makes it tough for Jay Powell to be like, yeah, I definitely need to cut. And so that's what we got right now in the context of the labor market. Tesla, a couple updates on Tesla, and then we'll talk a little bit about some of the controversy that happened with Hoodie yesterday, because there was a lot of chatter in terms of some of the stuff going on. Tesla did have one thing come out this morning. Well, first of all, deliveries were great yesterday, 384 versus 389 expected. Didn't really see the brand damage. I know it's down 14% year over year, but still, the fact that the analysts thought the whisper number was like 350, that was nice to see that it was way better than that. And maybe that prices in earnings to be a lot better. In Germany, though, their new car sales are down 60% year over year. They sold 1,860 cars last month, 60% year over year. This is where you probably can point to brand damage to an extent. But yeah, Germany sales, not good. Sweden sales were not good. I mean, all the countries that we looked at over the past couple months, they were just not good for Tesla in Europe. However, the street or whoever's buying Tesla stock, the retail investors, the market participants, they just don't care anymore. Like I really like that number could have been 350 yesterday. Maybe Tesla would have seen a little bit of a dip, and it got to like 307 at one point. But I don't think people care anymore. I think people believe this is a car company, or this is a way more than a car company. And the automotive metrics, although they are relevant, they don't really matter that much. So that's what we got in the context of Tesla. That's the new news. And earnings are in a couple weeks for Tesla. And so I don't think earnings are going to be as bad anymore based on the delivery numbers. They will probably still get to $1 billion in free cash flow. I mean, the biggest concern was that they were going to go under $1 billion in free cash flow because they were so close to it last time. They did $400 million in profits. I think it's going to be relatively the same. It might not be that much better, but it probably is not going to be that much worse, given they were able to actually put out 384,000 cars into the world. And so I think Tesla will be okay, but who knows? Earnings in a couple of weeks, we're going to see ultimately how that one plays out. Okay, so I didn't read too much into their headlines of the delay in the robotics program. I saw a little bit of that headline. I didn't read too much into it. It is kind of bearish though if they're massively delaying their robotics program. I didn't have a lot of time yesterday to read into it, so I will go deeper into that today, and then we'll talk about it more later. I mean, it's bearish, but it's like also the street's not thinking of robotics, right? So who cares, right? So it's like none of the even Cathie Wood has not factored in Optimus into her valuation. So I think Optimus is a cherry on top. The story is FSD. The story is Robotaxi. So if there is a delay, no one really is buying Tesla for Optimus. I mean, that is one of my core investing theses, but the street doesn't care. Nonetheless, it's not good for that to be, meaningfully delayed. So I have to go deeper into that, and we'll talk more about, what implications that could have for Tesla long term. Shout out to Mr. Triple V in the chat. Thank you again for the $100 super chat. Bought 50,000 UNH yesterday. All right, so he bought the UNH dip, United Health 309. It fell from 325 to 309 yesterday. Not only did UNH fell, Oscar also fell. This bad boy got destroyed last night. It's up right now because the entire market's having a little bit of a pump, but Oscar got down 20% yesterday, and it had to do with the big, beautiful bill that did pass the Senate, and I believe it passed the House last night. I think they have to do one more vote, and then it goes to Trump's desk to sign. Thomas Massie ultimately flipped yes on the Republican side. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, convinced him to. And so I think Trump's going to sign it tomorrow. If I'm not wrong, I think Trump's going to sign it tomorrow, and they will get that big, beautiful bill passed by July 4th, which, is what Trump's been asking for a long time. But nonetheless, in the big, beautiful bill, there are some ramifications for the ACA and subsidies from the ACA, and that's why Oscar Health and United Health all took a little bit of a dip. Now, granted, United Health is just ridiculously undervalued, in my opinion. So, the Oscar is a little bit more of a smaller company. They have to kind of deal with some of the ramifications in a deeper way. But UNH, I think, can weather the storm. And so I think it's a fair value at this spot. I do think it's the case. How much is 50,000? Okay, so 50,000 shares. I'm going to assume he bought it at 310. It was about 15 million. All right, so well, 15 milli for Triple V into UNH. I made a purchase yesterday as well. Not 15 million, but if I had 15 million, I probably would have bought 15 million of it. But I made a little purchase as well yesterday that I'll talk about. But shout out to Triple V. Thank you for being here. And yeah, I think UNH will be fine. Again, simple valuation metric on UNH. If you assume 12 to 15% EPS growth by 2035 or by 2030, and you discount their PE by more than half, you go from a trailing 22, trailing 10-year PE of 22 to 10, you still get a $450 stock price because you get an EPS of 45 by 2030. So anything above that from a conservative valuation perspective, you get closer to 500, 600, which is where it was before it fell. It was the 15th most valuable company in the world before it had that 40% drop down. So the biggest risk is DOJ investigation. If that goes away, then I think, $22 billion in free cash flow, EPS growth, and overall deep value sentiment that could be getting a bid in case there's a little bit of a growth scare throughout the next couple of years. That could be very good for United Health. Okay, where was I yesterday? I know a lot of you guys have been asking. I was doing an interview in the Mecca of finance, New York City. A lot of you guys got it right. I did not confirm or deny when you had all the comments in the chat, but a decent amount of you guessed it right. We got to interview the man, Mr. Tom Lee. So we got to see him. He's even more bullish in person. Dude, I cannot say enough about how incredible this guy is. I mean, it was just the nicest person in the world. Genuinely, when you meet someone and You don't know what their actual personality is like because you've seen them on TV and all this stuff, but you don't know what they're actually like. When you talk about humble, when you talk about just someone who's like thanking you for making the trip out to New York City, when you talk about someone who's like super busy, he's getting phone calls left and right, journalists are talking yada yada, but he still takes 40 minutes to make sure that he can sit down and talk with you. I mean, it was just unbelievable guy. He literally is more bullish in person. I mean, I think the title of the podcast is going to be Tom Lee, Why Institutions Miss the Rally, because that was a significant part of the discussion. We talked about his Ethereum stuff. I'm not going to lie, bro. After I left that discussion, I'm getting a bit more bullish on Ethereum. And I think a lot of people will as well, just given how he broke it down. We talked about his day-to-day life, his favorite movies. Like you get to know a little bit more about Tom Lee. We talked about the responsibility that he has about influencing a voice of being a voice of a generation. I mean, he is the voice of the buy the dip generation, which is pretty much all of us. And, he talked about what the pressure of that feels like to be public and make public calls and deal with the implications of if you're going to be right or wrong. And then we talked about why institutions miss the rally. And I think you guys are going to enjoy it. It's going to be super fun. And his team was super awesome, bro. Like I came into the offices and I got set up. So we were waiting for about an hour and his assistant kept coming up. She's like, do you want anything to drink, anything to eat? I'm like, no, I'm good. She's like, do you want any water? I'm like, no, I'm fine. She's like, you want a LaCroix? I'm like, what the hell's a LaCroix? I'm like, sure, I'll take a LaCroix. And then she brings this LaCroix thing and I'm like, sparkling water? What is this thing? It's like LaCroix is not that good, by the way. I was like, what is LaCroix, bro? I was like, well, can I just get some regular water? Like, what's going on? So I was like, they were just so nice, bro. They were just so freaking nice. And yeah, it was awesome. It was really awesome. Yeah, there was no Saratoga water. It was LaCroix. It's like LaCroix. It's like lacrosse. No, I'm here to do an interview. What are we talking LaCroix? What the hell is LaCroix, bro? This is sparkling water. So yeah, it was awesome. I think you guys can enjoy it. Now, one thing that Tom Lee said about Tesla, we talked about Tesla for like 4 or 5 minutes. Honestly, bro, I will clip out what he said about Tesla. You'll see it in the chapters and when the podcast is out tomorrow. It'll be out tomorrow. He changed how I think about Tesla. And you're going to say it's glazing. You're going to say, admit, no one could say anything that revolutionary about Tesla. It's freaking Tesla. It's been around for 10 years. Everyone's analyzed it. I'm telling you, there was something he said about Tesla. And I don't want to ruin it. I want to let him explain it. That truly, and it can be applied to a Palantir. It can be applied to an NVIDIA. I mean, when you hear it, it was one of those things that makes you realize, man, like it makes sense why he said Tesla would lead the V-shaped rally, right? Because that's what he said. And that's what it did. Now, Tesla has underperformed in some of the names, but Tesla went from 220 to basically 350. It pretty much signaled the recovery across the entire market. And Tesla right here now at about 318. So it is bullish. It's very bullish what he said about Tesla. It can be applied to a lot of these companies that are outliers in their space. And the way he said it, I'm telling you, I've never heard an analyst say it the way he said it. And it really did unlock something for me yesterday. And I'm excited for you guys to hear it. Some of you guys might hear it and be like, oh, this is a very, basic thing to say. But I think the way he frames it, even if it's basic, it's an original spin on a basic idea. And sometimes that's, the power of communication. How can you get people to understand something in a different way, even if it's a same idea, but originally communicated? So I think you guys will enjoy it. I think you guys, I don't want to say it. I'm going to butcher it. It'll come out tomorrow. I think you guys will enjoy it. If you're a Tesla shareholder, you're going to love it, what he says. And if you're not a Tesla shareholder, if you're not as heavy into Tesla like myself, it might make you think, hey, maybe some of the concerns I have are not that big of a deal given the nature of the company itself. So I think you guys will like it. It was super fun, super awesome. I got to meet a lot of people in his team. I got to meet a lot of the people that he works with in the PR firms. So the lady that connected me, I knew her because when I interviewed Sham at Palantir with Arnie back at the DC Expo in May of 2024, she was working with Palantir. She was like consulting with Palantir on public relations. So she messaged me on Monday while I was doing the market open, and she said, hey, after I tweeted about Tom Lee and the whole Ethereum thing, the BMNR stuff, she was like, hey, do you want to interview him? And I was like, yeah. Like, I've been waiting for this for a minute. I was like, let's set it up. And so I met her, and she's an absolute sweetheart. And she's very well connected into the industry. So I think, hopefully we'll be able to get some more people onto the podcast. But she's, she's known Karp for years, and she's been in the industry for a while. And she has her own independent PR firm. She's known Tom Lee for years. So she's just one of those powerhouses, and she was awesome. It was great. So very, very grateful to Marcy. If Marcy's watching, shout out to you for getting this to get connected. So you guys will see it tomorrow. I'm excited for it. I'm excited. I think you guys will see it. BMNR, we did talk about it. He didn't literally speak about BMNR, the stock, but he talked about Ethereum treasuries as a concept. I mean, it was pretty damn convincing. Now, does it deserve to 10x in the past 48 hours? I don't know. I mean, that's up for the market to decide. The market has obviously decided that it does. But he laid out 5 reasons why Ethereum treasuries are going to be more valuable than Ethereum itself. And when you guys listen to it, I mean, there's some pretty damn good reasons. And ultimately, the underlying thesis around Ethereum right here is he thinks that stable coins are going to go from a $250 billion market to a $2 trillion market. And most of the fees that are associated with stable coins, the gas fees that enable the actual infrastructure of a stable coin being relevant, are happening on Ethereum. And that's the thesis. It's very simple. And Ethereum really hasn't run outside of all the other cryptos. Like Solana's gone from 9 to 200. Bitcoin's gone from 15,000 to 100,000. Bitcoin, by the way, back above 110, which has been really nice. Bitcoin right there, 109.3. Ethereum hasn't made the run, and his argument is that stablecoins are the ChatGPT of crypto. And then when Ethereums do make their run, or that when stablecoins really do become as massive as they become, Ethereum is going to be the direct beneficiary. And the Ethereum treasury is a way to get exposure to it that is uniquely differentiated than just the underlying asset. But nonetheless, he's pretty bullish on Ethereum. So, and it'll come out tomorrow. I still have to edit it. I was editing it last night. I got home late last night. I slept late, so it'll be edited tomorrow or by tonight, and then it'll be out tomorrow. No market open tomorrow, so you'll have something to watch tomorrow. Did Trump tell Powell should resign immediately? Yes. Trump tweeted last night. This was like near market close. That Powell should resign immediately. Also, the director of the Federal Housing Administration is now saying we should launch an investigation into Powell. And he put out like a formal thing asking Congress to start investigating Powell. Like they are really going after this guy. And after the Federal Housing Administration director put that out, I'm looking at this from Trump. Trump said too late, should resign immediately. And then he quoted a Bloomberg article, Fed chair should be investigated by Congress, federal housing head says. So obviously, the head of the Federal Housing Administration is working in tandem with Trump to kind of tag team on some of the, requests to get Powell to resign, or at least to get Powell to feel the pressure of wanting to cut. I don't think Powell's going to give in. I think it's not going to cut. I mean, I think we're not going to get a cut, especially not after these labor market numbers until August or until September minimum. And I don't know if I don't think Powell's the type of guy to resign. I don't think Powell's going to accept defeat like that, even if he's annoyed by everything going on. I also think the central bank's independence would come into question if he were to resign and Trump were to just replace him with some random guy that Trump likes. It might be good for the rate cut part of the market, but the sort of legitimacy part of the market might start feeling, hey, what's going on in the United States? And so I think we just got to be patient. We got to wait till August. For that cut. And then eventually, till May in 2026 when Powell does get replaced. But doing it prematurely just feels a little weird. Kris will be on at 10:30. He will give us the Webull thesis. I have not bought it yet. I am thinking of buying it, honestly, just for the fact that if this stupid thing goes to 30 and I don't buy it, Kris is going to be bragging forever. So this is one of those things where, as a friend, bro, when your friend like tells you about a stock and then you don't buy it and then it goes up and then you have to deal with the fact that your friend is like, oh, you don't trust me? And it's just like, all right, dude, I think I'm just going to buy 1,000 shares just for the hell of it. And I look, the thing about Webull is, and we'll talk more about it, is I just think like it's not as exciting as Robinhood, but I can't deny that Robinhood's a freaking $100 billion company at this point, almost. Webull's a $5 billion company. So the idea that Webull needs a little bit of juice to run, if we do get to like S&P 7,000, I mean, this is going to run, right? Like they have $1 billion in cash, $6.5 billion company. It'll obviously run if we get to like all-time highs on the S&P to like 6,700. Because trading volumes across the market should go up. Now, Robinhood should do well also, if that's the case. But I can't deny that Webull is a small company and that it should get some momentum. So I'm not like going super, super heavy in it. It's not like this like massive, massive position, but I'll probably buy 1,000 shares and I'll just keep it in the portfolio. So and I don't really see the bear case to Webull. I mean, like I'm not, when I read their Q1 earnings, I wasn't excited by the growth, but I didn't see any red flags. I was like, oh, this is weird. This shouldn't be happening. It's like, no, they're growing. They're not like growing like crazy, but they're growing. And it's a $7 billion company with $1 billion in cash. And ultimately the technicals look really good on this. I mean, the chart looks very similar to a lot of charts where it pumps super high and then it forms a base. Now, the thing is, this looks like Robinhood's chart, but Robinhood took 3 years after Robinhood got to 85 and then dumped all the way to 6. And then it took 3 years to get back to all-time highs. Does Webull need to take 3 years in this type of market? I don't think so. So, could Webull get back to 2030? Yeah, it's possible, especially if we're in a super bullish market. Questions just, if that ends up playing out. So we'll have Kris talk about it later, but I don't think it's the crazy thesis. NVIDIA right here, 158.32 on the day. That is also green. Peace, yes, thank you for the $100 super chat. One hood share, just as I promised. Also, PRM, the most obvious multi-bagger in the whole market. I will put PRM on the list. I have not looked at this one. It is a small cap. It's 2.25 billion. Global solutions for fire safety and specialty products. Okay, I'll put that on the list. PRM, I'll put that on my list right now, and we will see if there's anything to deep dive or look deeper into. In terms of Robinhood, I will be buying that one Robinhood share for you with that $100 super chat. So thank you for this. I also made a little bit of a purchase yesterday myself, and we got 100 shares in the $100 range for Robinhood. So we did it. We bought 100 shares at 100. It was for the culture. It was for the culture. We had to buy at 100. We had to do it. So 100 shares at $100 yesterday. By the way, P-Chess just bought your share. There you go. Got one at 95. And dude, we hit 100 yesterday. We hit 100. We hit freaking 100. We did not close at 100, but man, yesterday was wild. I was obviously busy throughout the entire day, but like it was just crazy to see it happen. We did have Tom Lee also. I asked him about Robinhood. Robinhood is now the #1 position in the Granny Shots ETF. It is like 4% of the ETF because of how much it grew yesterday. So Mr. Tom Lee had some very nice words to say about Robinhood. He also had some very nice words to say about Palantir. So you guys will be able to see that yesterday, or you'll be able to see that tomorrow as well. Now, speaking of Robinhood, we did have a little bit of controversy. So you know how Robinhood introduced the tokenized versions of OpenAI and SpaceX as like a giveaway to some of their European customers? OpenAI caused a bunch of controversy yesterday because they said these OpenAI tokens are not OpenAI equity. We did not partner with Robinhood. We are not involved in this. We do not endorse it. Any transfer of OpenAI equity requires our approval. We do not approve any transfer. Please be careful. Okay, so this was just incredibly stupid by OpenAI to put out yesterday, given that OpenAI, Sam Altman knows what's happening. They just didn't want to be associated with it, so they had to put it out there to be safe. But it's absolutely ridiculous because Sam Altman literally has his own crypto coin, WorldCoin. He knows what tokenization is. I think they just wanted to like disassociate from it, but they can't disassociate from the fact that the entire market, including private startups, are being tokenized. So what's actually going on right here? Robinhood established a token that tracks the valuation of OpenAI in the private markets. Just like when you're buying Robinhood or Palantir or NVIDIA in Europe right now, we saw Arnie post that video of him buying shares of Robinhood or tokens of Robinhood. It's similar to the tokens for all the other 200 public companies they offer. Robinhood did not go to Meta and Amazon and say, "Hey, like we're going to tokenize your." No, that's not how this works. Vlad on the chalkboard, and I watched it again yesterday to really understand it, explained that when you buy Amazon tokens, Robinhood in their backend is buying a share of Amazon stock. That is backed 1-to-1 with the token. And so there's a lot of back-end architecture to make that happen using crypto technology, which is why this is so exciting. But the end user gets exposure to the asset that is Amazon and the dividends. Amazon doesn't pay a dividend, but the dividends of whatever stock, by the way. And so it's not literally buying shares in those companies, but who cares about shares? They're just certificates. The digital representation of those assets is what matters, right? The exposure to the asset class is what matters. So in the future, thousands, probably millions, quite frankly, of decentralized exchanges will allow you to buy OpenAI, whether it's private or public, or Palantir, NVIDIA, Tesla, etc. There will be tons of liquidity. The spread on the bid and the ask will significantly narrow, just like it does on the New York Stock Exchange right now or the NASDAQ, and people will be able to trade it across the world. And OpenAI has no say in this, by the way. OpenAI can't do anything about this. Meta can't do anything about this. Google can't do anything about it. None of these companies can say you can't tokenize our assets. The only person that can do something about this is the head of the SEC, and we're going to watch a video in a second where the head of the SEC likes tokenization, Paul Atkins. He's a fan of this stuff. This is just the future. This is where the world is going. Robinhood is just one of the first companies to take that step. So then the inevitable question becomes for everyone, well, wait a second. If I'm buying an OpenAI token on Robinhood's private blockchain tokenized platform for private companies, then is there actually any equity? And the answer is yes, because Robinhood owns OpenAI. They put up this statement right here through a special purpose vehicle. A special purpose vehicle is just a mechanism to be able to get access to exposure on a startup. So Robinhood probably bought, I don't know, a couple $1 million worth of OpenAI stock from someone else via an SPV, so they can back up your token 1-to-1 with their own shares of OpenAI. Just like if you were to buy Amazon tokens, they would go through their back-end architecture to go to a market maker to buy those Amazon shares. So it's backed 1-to-1, then you custody it, yada, yada, then you give it back to the customer via the shape of a token. Same exact thing right here in the context of OpenAI. It's derivatives. That's all it is. It's derivatives. That's it. So OpenAI made this big, it's literally like ADRs. Yes, it's like, but everyone wanted to dunk on Robinhood because people still hate Robinhood so much because of GameStop. And so they took this as an opportunity to be like, look, Robinhood's messing up again, yada, yada. And it's like, that's just like, no, that's like not what's going on. So Vlad tweeted as well yesterday, at our recent crypto event, we announced a limited stock token giveaway for OpenAI and SpaceX to eligible European customers. While it is true that they aren't technically equity, you can see the precise dynamics in our terms for those interested. The tokens effectively give retail investors exposure to private assets, which is a good thing. Our giveaway plants a seed for something much bigger. And since our announcement, we've been hearing many private companies that are eager to join us in the tokenization revolution. Why? Because they get more liquidity. And OpenAI knows this, which is why it's so funny. And then he said, thank you. I think he should have said thank you for your attention to this matter, because that would have been freaking hilarious. I think that's basically what he wanted to say. That's why he had the capital thank you. But, Anduril is going to be tokenized. All these companies are going to be tokenized. And the funniest thing about this was last night. So Robinhood tokenized OpenAI and SpaceX. Elon, who's the CEO of SpaceX, the founder of SpaceX, he didn't give a shit that Robinhood tokenized SpaceX, but he did respond to OpenAI's message, and he said, "Your quote unquote equity is fake." That part had me dead. That part had me absolutely laughing, because even Elon was like, "Wait a second, you don't even have equity. Like, what are you talking about? You're the company that stole all the data on the internet, stole all the videos, all the articles to train your proprietary models. You became a profitable company when you were not supposed to be a for-profit. You were supposed to be a nonprofit. You gave Elon zero equity stake in this new thing that he funded." And he's like, "What are you talking about complaining about equity? You don't even have equity. Your equity is not even real." So that part was hilarious. That part was absolutely hilarious for me. So, yes, to confirm, those shares already belong to Hood, and they are tokenizing their stake to provide Robinhood users. Yes, I can understand people's frustration with this. I mean, even I'm still learning about it. So I think people, FTX, it feels like a scam, yada, yada. It really is just about understanding how the blockchain works. I literally invested in a startup, GTE. You guys met Matteo a couple weeks ago on the market close. He's building the exact same thing. And I sat with him and his co-founder for 2 hours, and they explained what's happening. Kraken is doing this. Coinbase is doing this. Weeble's probably going to do this. Robinhood's doing this. There will be thousands of brokerages across the world that will take US equity. BlackRock is trying to do this because it's really, we're going to watch a video in a second. It is really profitable to tokenize assets that can't be easily achieved, like Manhattan real estate, for example, commercial real estate, stuff that has high demand, Anduril, SpaceX, OpenAI. We all want to get exposure to it, but we can't because of these archaic ways of how you get exposure to asset classes and these accredited investor laws. Once you get rid of all that stuff and you bring it onto the blockchain, it increases massive amounts of liquidity. You have thousands of exchanges giving you the ability to access it. And ultimately, it's not a question of if you own the actual shares in a startup or a company. You just want exposure to the asset. That's it. It's like owning an ETF. You don't own literally every single share of that, like the gold ETF. Do you have indirect ownership of gold if you own GLD? Yeah, but it's an ETF that represents the price of gold at the end of the day. So all you want is the exposure to the upside or downside of gold, and that's why you're buying it. Here's Paul Atkins, SEC chair, talking about tokenization, why it matters so much, and ultimately what revolution this could create in the financial markets.
Tokenization is an innovation, and we at the SEC should be focused on how do we advance innovation.
So real quick, Farzad, thank you for the $20 super chat. Tokenization of private companies without public financials is a really bad idea. Look, here's my little pushback to that. The fact that people can buy the Trump meme coin right now with absolutely nothing that is relevant about the Trump meme. First of all, there's no financials because it's a freaking meme coin. Second of all, it's like, what are we talking about, right? We're literally just buying a meme coin that represents Trump. It's like, yeah, well, that's legal. No one has a problem with that. I don't think I need to know the financials of SpaceX or OpenAI to know that those companies will be better investments than the Trump meme coin over the long term, right? And I think that's what Vlad's point is. And that's what Paul Atkins, who's the head of the SEC, he's going to talk about right now. The point is, if we give people access to buy all this stupid shit in crypto, why can't we use the underlying technology, even if it's not perfect, to give the average American, the average everyday investor exposure to companies that are not going to zero, even if you can't see their free cash flow, right? So that would be my argument against it. You don't always need the financials for these like amazing companies. Now, if you do get like a random startup that goes public, yeah, there should be some disclosures to be able to see all that data. And maybe that'll be integrated through a Robinhood portal where you can actually like view the details. The data room is what they call it in startups that these companies have at their earlier stages. But mature companies like a SpaceX and an OpenAI, one could argue that even without the financials, they would still be good investments.
In the marketplace. And so I would argue here over the last several years, the SEC has been standing athwart efforts to innovate in the marketplace because things have been unclear. The rules have not been clear. We've had regulation through enforcement. That day is over. We are now, my whole goal is to make things transparent, from the regulatory aspect, and give people a firm foundation upon which to innovate and to come out with new products, and so that they know what they're doing.
I think there are two things to think about, Andrew, in the tokenization of U.S. stocks, which is one thing which could drive a lot of cost savings for all parties.
I'm not against tokenization. I'm saying
settlement
if you wanted to
reduce.
I'm talking about if you wanted to tokenize
tokenizing
SpaceX, which is a private company.
And then there's also an access to private credit, I think you were mentioning, which is a complete individual investor access to private credit, which is also another sort of tricky area, in that this is also, as you mentioned, it's not as much liquidity. Valuations are very difficult, particularly I would imagine for an individual investor. I mean, there are a lot of things that here that are new frontiers for investors. Where do you stand?
Now, if this was the old SEC, they would say, yup, these new hurdles are too much to handle, and we're just going to make it illegal. Paul Atkins is saying, let's try to figure it out. And I think that's why this SEC is going to be so embracing of crypto innovation. It's not going to be perfect, but they're trying, and the end result should be better products and services for consumers.
And on that.
Well, two questions. So as far as tokenization and other innovations in the marketplace to make trading and holding securities easier and with quick settlement, my predecessor pushed for what we call T+1, meaning a settlement and clearance the day after the trade, the trading day. And so tokenization and other aspects of doing that tokenization in the marketplace is yet the next step to have much more efficiency in the marketplace and certainty of having a trade settle.
So there's a lot more that he talked about, but essentially he's trying to figure out how do we get this stuff to be broadly embraced. And again, the biggest financial institutions in the world are figuring out that the archaic method of buying a stock or getting exposure to a private company via all the different special purpose vehicles, et cetera, to be able to just get access to the asset class itself is not that smart in a world in which people can buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Trump meme coin, fart coin, whatever, by swiping a button because of blockchain technology. So what if and Larry Fink's been talking about this for the past couple of years, but the technology wasn't up to date. And now I think the technology is starting to come to fruition. What if the technology on crypto, like we've been talking about crypto, like everyone says, like Bitcoin is cool, but what about the blockchain, right? For years, people have been saying, well, the blockchain is really what matters when it comes to crypto. This is the real world manifestation of that thesis, that the blockchain is actually what gives Bitcoin its value, or what gives crypto as an industry its value, being utilized in a way for investors to get exposure to asset classes. If you're in Nigeria and don't have the easiest way to buy a share of Palantir, but you can do it through a Coinbase account or through a Robinhood account because it's completely decentralized, and all you have to do is get access to the tokenized version of it, which is basically one-to-one backed by the actual share, but you might not have the sophistication of brokerages to be able to actually purchase that share like we do have in the United States. This is where you truly do get a democratized world of finance. Now, there's going to be some side effects of that we have to learn and figure out and try to navigate. But the point is the technology is there. The question is what companies are going to win in embracing that technology. And I think Robinhood's one of the first ones. And so we're going to see. We're going to see how this ultimately pays up. But it is exciting to kind of be in the front lines and seeing how Robinhood does this. But OpenAI did cause a lot of drama yesterday by posting this shit. I got tagged a lot of times. And as soon as I read this, bro, I was literally leaving the Tom Lee interview. And then I see this shit. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And then so I responded to it immediately. I was like, this is not a big deal. It's a token that tracks their valuation. Like OpenAI should know a lot about moving fast and breaking things. But I think this is going to happen for a lot of private companies, and private companies want that liquidity in the first place. So I think this will also be embraced. Now, in terms of last thing right here on Robinhood, we did not get into the S&P 500, folks. So remember that company I told you guys, Juniper, that got acquired yesterday by HP. So that left a spot for someone to get into the S&P 500 because they were in the S&P 500, and the committee picked Datadog. So Datadog right here is up in the pre-market by how much? By 10%, by 9.5%. It makes sense they didn't pick Robinhood because they were kind of replacing an IT company for an IT company. So like, I get it, but they did not pick Robinhood. It is what it is. Hopefully September. Kris will be on at 10:30. In an hour. He will give us the Webull pitch and we'll get his thoughts on this one. So we'll talk to him in a bit. Again, this is the stock that he's getting a bit more excited for. Roy is getting excited for it. Tevis is getting excited for it. Tanner is. I mean, like, this freaking guy has convinced everyone that Weeble's the next big thing. And so we'll see today how you guys feel about his Weeble thesis. Up about 4.93% right here. And we'll talk about that in about an hour. All right, 4 minutes until the market opens. Robinhood right here at 95.90. I think Robinhood's down 2% because it went up a lot yesterday. So, I mean, maybe it pumps as soon as the market opens. We did hit 100 yesterday. So, you know, naturally people are going to be taking some profits. I think that's fair. Robinhood right here at around 96. Palantir 134. Palantir actually getting some momentum today, up about 2%. Tassie 318 holding on after those deliveries. NVIDIA. Oh, we did have some NVIDIA news last night that was actually really important for the broader semiconductor markets. The United States took away some of the restrictions. Yeah, U.S. lifts chip software curbs on China amid trade truce. So as the trade deal gets finalized with China, that should be good for potential export controls that are going to be lifted from chips. And that's why AMD, NVIDIA, Broadcom, TSM, all those guys are up right now. So yeah, relatively bullish. NVIDIA pumping right here, 158. Hopefully that continues. This is a early market close today, 1 p.m. Eastern markets close, and then there's no market open tomorrow. So you might see some wonky stuff. You got a lot of options expiring today. You might have fund managers that are just going to sell some positions and go to sleep for the weekend, right, and not worry about it. S&P 500 right here, all-time highs. Google getting a little bit of a bid at 179. Google's been upgraded across the board. I was reading some reports last night. One of the best reports I read is from Deutsche Bank that said, hey, we did a lot of our checks and search growth is still going to be above expectations for second quarter. So it's probably not going to be year over year growing as much as it was last year at 13.8%, but it's still going to be decent. And as long as it's decent, then, you know, Google should be okay. And maybe Google is primed to finally break out and get to that 200 level. So yeah, I expect low volume as well today. There might just be some people who just don't care, right? And they're not going to be, trading as much today. I access reports by Twitter. If you go on Twitter and you search the ticker, there's plenty of accounts that post the equity research reports. So it's not literally the whole report. It's just like a summary of it. And that's pretty much all you need. You know, you don't need like literally 10 pages of it. But yeah, X has all the content for these reports. Meta, where is Meta in the pre-markets? 726, that's up about 1.8%. Grab, okay, so Grab was up yesterday because they increased fees in the Philippines, and that's why Grab got some momentum. Ended up getting sold off towards the end of the day. Again, Grab, I think earnings is going to be the real catalyst to get this above 5 and hold above 5, but volume has been really good the past couple of days. You're starting to see a little bit more interest in the name. Technicals look good. However, I think earnings is going to be the story here. Until we get really good earnings, you know, Grab's probably stuck in that $4.50 to $5 range. NVIDIA right here, 158. BMNR, Tom Lee's Ethereum company, that's down about 1.9%. Big Bear AI had a great day yesterday. That's up another 4%, 785, 750 is what the option traders were targeting. I mean, as a swing trade, if you got in this anytime last week at around the $5 range, you're probably pretty happy. So Big Bear, 786. That is green. Iren did buy some more GPUs today. Again, they are becoming one of those companies that is looked at as a hyperscaler AI play versus just a Bitcoin miner. So yeah, Iren did buy some more GPUs this morning. I think they now have 4,300 GPUs from NVIDIA. And that's also getting some people excited about, you know, their future and what could happen for them as a energy company more than just a Bitcoin mining company. All right, here we go, folks. 5 seconds until the market opens. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thursday, July 3rd, 9:30 a.m. The stock market is now open. Wake your ass up. Let's get into it. Robinhood, 95.35. Robinhood, 95.35 opens up on the day. Shout out to Fonzo Flow in the chat. My portfolio hits 20K for the first time, all-time highs. I know it's not a lot, but I'm proud. Fonzo Flow, congratulations. Most Americans don't even have $500 in an emergency savings account, so $20,000 is absolutely something to be proud of. Congratulations to you, and congratulations on an all-time high. Robinhood right here, 95.08, up down about 3% from where it was in the pre-market. Palantir right here, 134.45, that's up about 2%. Tesla, 316, that's flat on the day. NVIDIA, 158.80. Maybe she's going for 159, 158.78. That's up about 1%. AMD, 139. S&P 500, all-time high, folks. All-time high on the S&P 500, 622.95 on the S&P. I mean, labor market data today was relatively bullish. We added 30,000 more jobs than expected on non-farm payrolls. The market likes it. 623, all-time highs on the S&P. SoFi, 1837. Google, 179. Grab, 491. That's flat. Reddit, 159. That's also flat. Amazon, 223. That's up about 2%. Meta, 725. That's up about 1.7. Apple actually had some good China numbers today. We'll talk more about it. Apple flat right here, but it is green for the week. 212 on Apple. Bitcoin, close to 110. SMCI, that's up about 1.65%. AppLovin is at 332.89 on AppLovin. That's down about 1%. Circle right here, 182.97. Pinterest, 35.74. Robinhood down about 3.4%. 94.17. Palantir, 134. Nvidia again trying to break that 159 level, 158.2, and then Tesla right here 316. Where is ASTS? They did have some news this morning as well. We'll talk about. They're up 5%. They secured another $100 million in funding, so that's good for ASTS. Rocket Lab, 3604. That's up about 1%. IREN opens up 6.4%, 1667. IREN now up 50% for the month. IREN not doing bad. Nubank right here 1359. Big Bear AI opens green, $8. $8. Some of these names, bro, if you are in them as a swing, or even if you think there's a long-term thesis right here, they are absolutely performing. So Big Bear and IREN both getting a ton of momentum. Where's Webull? Webull, 1426. That was at 1450 pre-market. Still up 2%, but that one getting a little bit of a red candle right there. The rest of these names are relatively green right here. Google, 179. Grab, 491. SoFi, 1822. Nvidia, 158.48. Let me check resistance on Nvidia 159 and see what that is looking like. DoorDash right here 239, and then Nubank 1362. That is green. 159 for Nvidia is 159,000 shares. 159,000 shares. IREN 17. IREN 17. That's up 8%. IREN 17. Soundhound, where is that one? That one's 1134. That one's also up 1%. That one's also up 1%. Where is Himmy Hims? Hims is green. Flat, but green. So most of these names not really running like crazy outside of the real small caps like IREN, Big Bear, etc. Everything else relatively flat. S&P still green, 623. SoFi, 1833. AMD, 138. And then NVIDIA, 158.56. Trying to get again back to 159. Hims also is flat. Where's UNH? That one, 309. Up a little bit, basically flat. Oscar got really hit yesterday, down 20%. Oscar is up about 2.4. So it went from like 21 or 23 to 17 over the past week. So if you've been looking for your dip, I mean, that is your dip. The question is, does that get worse? But Oscar right here, right now at 17. D-Wave. Okay, so some analysts, I'm forgetting the name of the bank, but some analysts initiated a $20 price target on D-Wave yesterday. That's why this one's probably up. Dude, I think Skrelly is going to be wrong on this. Because even if he's right about quantum, which that is a whole nother question, like when you're getting these types of analysts to come out and say, hey, no, these like the quantum's a thing. I mean, maybe they're all full of shit, but if they're not, even by 1%, his short is not going to work, right? Like it's just like these stocks are not going to go to zero that easily. Circle right here up 5% as well. So I don't know. I don't know if he's going to get that one right. The thing about Circle also, when I talked to Tom Lee yesterday, he actually really likes Circle, like a lot. Not even just as like a stock, but as a company. And he said that this is the, like, when Wall Street thinks of like gold stablecoin companies that can like actually become the infrastructure for the blockchain that will enable stablecoins to become the multi-trillion-dollar industry that they can become, they think of Circle. Because the only other competitor is Tether, and Tether is, like you can't really trust Tether as much as you can trust Circle, given it's a public company. So he thinks he's a fan of Circle. I don't know if that justifies $50 billion market cap, but regardless, he thinks this is the name that matters when it comes to stablecoins. And if you're bullish stablecoins, you're probably bullish Circle for the long term. Dell right here, 123. That's up about a little bit. 0.24%. GameStop's flat on the day. CoreWeave, this one's lost momentum over the past week. That's up 2.3. Nebius was down 10% before. Nebius is now flat, 50.26. It was flat on, or it was down 10% 2 days ago. Oracle, wow, all-time highs on Oracle. All-time highs on Oracle. Cantor Fitzgerald, okay, that's what it is. Cantor Fitzgerald rated D-Wave to 20. So Cantor Fitzgerald has a $20 price target. Oracle, all-time highs is kind of crazy, bro. They announced that $30 billion partnership or client that was going to be giving them revenue starting fiscal year 2028. Market cap now is $654 billion. Larry Ellison, people forget, this guy owns about 40% of Oracle. He's worth $253 billion. He's the world's second richest man. And he was like number 15 on the list last year. But because he owns so much of Oracle, like it's very rare to have a founder still own 40% of the company after like 25 years. But he does. And it's just been a monster right here. So Oracle right here, $650 billion company. Street's loving it, 233. That one's just massively outperforming a lot of the other hyperscalers, up about 1.3% on the day. Tesla right here, 316. Palantir, 133. Robinhood, 94.46. So Robinhood taking a little bit of a breather. AMD, 138. And then NVIDIA right here, 158.45. Google, 179 on the day. Do you think SoFi can make the same run as Hood did this year? So how much is Hood up this year? Hood is up 140%. SoFi right now is up 29%. So that means, they would have to go up another, basically SoFi would have to get to the 50s to match that performance. I think this year would be kind of hard to get to the 50s by the end of this year. I think eventually, yeah, that will happen. But I think this year, 20 to 25, is not crazy, especially when we get the rate cuts, which we know are coming in September. So now, granted, when that happens, who knows, right? Maybe AWS, the fintech Galileo growth picks up in the next quarter. Maybe their loan platform starts getting a lot more love in terms of the lack of risk they have to take the balance sheet, but the operating leverage they have on growing top line revenue. So there might be an argument for SoFi really having a breakout. I think to 50 is a bit aggressive, but to 2025, I think is not asking for a lot. I really don't. So I think there's a shot. Where's Webull? Webull 1450. All right, I'm going to buy Webull. I'm doing it. I'm buying it. I'm doing 1,000 shares. Quite frankly, the reason I'm doing it is because if Kris is right about this, he's not going to, he's going to freaking make me upset every day when he mentions Webull. He'll just be in passing. He'll be like, so what do you think about Webull? I'm like, Kris, I get it. Freaking get it. So I'm buying it, quite frankly. I mean, look, I think it could be a mini Robinhood. Yes. And I think if we hit S&P 500 all-time highs, it'll do well. So I'm buying it. That's my investment thesis. But also, I kind of have to, because if Kris is right about this shit, I'm not going to live it down. All right. So we're buying it right there. Whatever price. Okay. 1,000 shares. 1459. We're in. 1459. We're in. I will increase this if I feel more conviction in terms of Kris's overall thesis. Right now, his thesis is it's just going to parrot Robinhood, which is not a bad thesis, quite frankly, because if we're going to be in a S&P 7,000 type of market or anywhere near that, Robinhood's going to get a ton of trading volumes, and so will Webull. And Webull's way smaller than Robinhood. So I get it. I understand the thesis, but as a long-term investment to they're not really a financial super house that even a SoFi is becoming, much less a Robinhood. But could it run? Yes, I think it can run. So there you go. Got some Webull. I ran. This one's running today. This one's also running 1842. Wow, this one's getting a pump, 17%. All right, this one's pumping, folks. This one's pumping. Webull is not ADR. Webull's people think it's a Chinese. It's not a Chinese company. I mean, it originated in China, but it's not like Alibaba where you're buying American depository receipts of no. It's on the Nasdaq. It's a real American stock, even if it originated potentially in China. I ran right here, 18%. 18%. So the reason I bought Webull and not Iran and Big Bear AI and all this stuff is because I can understand Webull's thesis of, a little bit better, just given, it's like a small Robinhood. B, it's freaking Kris. And it's one of those things you have to do when a friend recommends a stock. C, Iran and Big Bear AI are legit running. And I don't know when the music stops on these guys. I really don't. Big Bear AI, I mean, Webull really hasn't had a crazy run, right? Maybe from 10 to 14, you can call that a run, but this thing pumped to 80, went back down to 10. It is what it is. Big Bear already had a run and collapsed early in the year. If you look at the year-to-date chart, as you can see, got to 10, fell all the way to 2. I don't know what's changed from 2 to 8 right now. Maybe there's some fundamental stuff, but maybe there's nothing. Maybe it's just momentum. I have not really deep dived into this stuff. I know there's a lot of hype around this one, and that's why that's getting a lot of love. Same thing that happened with Oscar, right? Got a lot of hype. And ultimately that one took a nasty fall yesterday. So a lot of these, if you just don't fully understand the thesis, I think it's okay to just sit back and let it play out. Oscar right here, losing 17, 1680. But if you're in it, you got to ask yourself, are you in it for the next 10 years? Or are you in it because, hey, wait a second, if I can get 30, 40% in a week on this thing and I can get out before the music stops, then I'm going to go get out. And so I think that's the conflicting schools of thoughts here. But if you're making money, then you're making money. I would just, you have to figure out when you want to take profits and if you want to take profits. And so for some people saying Iran is the next 10x, it's going to be the next big thing, then you hold on, then you enjoy the ride. But don't complain if it comes back down to 10, right? Like at that point, you got a DCA. If Robinhood comes back to 70, I will not be complaining. I will be DCA, right? Because I actually want to hold this thing for a long time. But for it being a momentum play, you just have to remember momentum could stop, momentum could go even higher. And that is the philosophy around it. Robinhood 93. All right, Robinhood taking a breather. This is expected. I mean, like, dude, it pumped up to 100 yesterday. First of all, it was at 85 on Monday. Like, so to me, like this chilling out, breathing, relaxing, I think that's very fair. That's normal. And if it's because of the OpenAI stuff yesterday, that's a stupid reason for it to fall. So I don't, that would be not something that would be concerning to me. I think it's more so falling because people are taking profits, which is good because, it's up a lot. And if it's retail taking profits, they should be taking profits. It's not a bad thing to take profits right here. NVIDIA right here, 157.84. That is green as well. Is Enphase flying up? Enphase getting some love today. Enphase right here. That is up 5%. That is kind of weird because the act is the act from the big beautiful bill is going to be passing tomorrow. So I don't, or probably tomorrow. So I'm not sure why solar is getting any love right here. Maybe it got hit so badly that people are like, all right, it's already down 30, 40%. So we're going to buy it here. But the big beautiful bill is not going to be bullish for solar. And I don't think any of the amendments have changed from 2 weeks ago in terms of how they thought about solar. HIMS, by the way, down about 0.5%. Uber 93.60, basically at all-time highs. So not really sure why solar is getting too much of a bid if it is. Big Bear AI is deploying their technology at airports, which makes it easier for customs to process entry into the U.S. Also has tons of other government contracts, including military. Yeah, see, I just haven't looked into it that deeply. I really haven't. A lot of people are saying this is the next Palantir. I always get a little skeptical when people say that stuff. And, if I actually take the time to research it, maybe there's something there. But it really does feel like a lot of hype, bro. It does feel like a lot of people just buying in because it has AI in the ticker and it's $5-7. And that's fine, right? You can make money when that stuff happens. That is not a bad thing. It's just, what is your investment philosophy? Do you want to be part of that type of a thing? Or do you actually have a long-term thesis that requires you to hold for a and I'd rather buy more Palantir. And I'd sell calls against my Palantir. Like that's how I feel safer and knowing I have calls on Palantir versus I have Big Bear AI that I don't really understand that well. But the FOMO could get you to buy this thing because it's running, right? And I understand. That's when it comes down to, how you think of yourself ultimately as an investor. Microsoft right here, 493. That one also green on the day. It is down from 500. A couple of days ago. CCL, there you go. The cruise line's getting some love. This is really good just for the broader economy, bro. Carnival at 30. The fact that the cruise lines, the airlines are getting demand, this is something you want to see. Robinhood back to 94. NCLH as well. It means that people are traveling. They're spending money on vacations. They are going out. They're increasing tourism across the world. That's good for the global economy. So it's nice to see the cruise lines catching a bid here right now as well. Amit is so critical of stocks he doesn't own. I don't think that's the case, dude. I don't think that's the case. I think I don't think that's the right critique of like, I don't own PayPal, but PayPal is deeply undervalued. I'm not out here criticizing PayPal every day. I'm just like, objectively, can we acknowledge that this thing went from 2 to 10, went back to 2, and now it's at 7? And a lot of it is because of momentum, right? It's not being critical to say, hey, that's a lot of momentum right now. And that's not saying this is a garbage company, scam company. I'm not saying it's like FTX or anything. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to participate in that momentum. And that's okay. With Webull, I'm participating in the momentum. Partly because of Kris, because it's my boy, right? But for something else, if just a lot of people are talking about it. Like Oscar, honestly, I think I made the right choice not participating in that momentum because I would have bought it in the 20s when it was running after our deep dive. Literally, it was $20 the next day. And I'd be bag holding at 16.83 because I don't know anything about the ACA. That doesn't mean Oscar's a bad company. That's not critiquing Oscar. That's just me personally saying I don't know anything about healthcare that deeply enough to say I can analyze Oscar Health. I would be chasing. And, I drink my liquor straight now. So not that much of a chaser. Zeta, is that one running? Zeta, that one's up about 2%, 1584. Tesla goes red. All right, Tesla, 315. Slightly red on the day. But Tesla is red. BMNR, that one's running. Is that one running? Yes, 12%. That one's running. I think after you guys listen to Tom Lee speak about Ethereum, at least I understand a lot more why people are buying an Ethereum treasury. Do I think it's kind of ridiculous that it went from 4 to 65? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy. But I think I understand, we call it the Tom Lee effect, but it's also, there's an actual thesis around Ethereum treasuries that does matter. And so I think when you guys hear it tomorrow, it'll make a little bit more sense. Now, granted, I wouldn't buy this thing at 64 because, again, just like the philosophy is not rooted in chasing for me, but I can understand why people are buying it. I could understand that. Kris is not in Mexico. Kris is back. Kris is back from Mexico. Trump did not tweet anything yet. I don't think so. Trump, he did tweet. He said, what a great night it was. One of the most consequential bills ever. The USA is the hottest country in the world by far. And then he said, I'll be speaking to President Putin of Russia at 10 a.m. Thank you. Okay, so Trump's going to be speaking to Putin at 10 a.m. and he is ready to sign this big, beautiful bill. My sister yesterday, she picked me up from the train station coming from New York. She was like, what is this beautiful law that I keep hearing about? I was like, it's called a big, beautiful bill. She's like, yeah, so what is it about? I'm like, it's just like, it's like Trump's bill. She's like, what's it going to do? I was like, I was going to spend a lot of money. She's like, oh, okay. Like the average American, I don't think the average American knows what the big, beautiful bill is. She's like, what is this beautiful law I keep hearing about? Like, no one knows what the hell's going on. That's why Elon, like talking so much about it. It's like, dude, the average American does not care that we're spending this much money, that the deficit's going. They don't give a shit, bro. They don't care. It's Trump who cares because it's going to get a lot of things passed for him. But at the end of the day, it's, it's not the biggest thing for everyone else. Yeah, most people vote on vibes and not information. That's fair. It is a cringe name, bro. The big, beautiful bill. Granted, the Inflation Reduction Act was also pretty damn cringe because it did not reduce inflation. Literally got us to the worst inflation in freaking 40 years. But still, and not literally that Inflation Reduction Act caused all of that, because obviously we had a lot of underlying inflation. But the fact that they named it Inflation Reduction Act and then in 2022 we had to raise rates to 5.5%, that was kind of hilarious. 623 on the S&P 500, up about 0.5%. AMD 137, new all-time highs on the S&P. New all-time highs on the S&P. Intel did get an upgrade today to 24, I think by Oppenheimer, 2230. They were down 5% yesterday based on some articles around how they're going to be changing their go-to-market for their chip manufacturing business. But they did get an upgrade today, Intel 2230. That's up about 2% right now. All right, we got PMI. Do we have PMI? Did that just come out? So let me see. We had non-farm payrolls already in the morning. PMI, yes. Okay, so here we go. Global composite PMI, 52.9 versus 52.8. That's a beat. And then PMI final, 52.9 versus 53.1. That's a slight miss, but pretty insignificant. We get ISM services in 10 minutes. So one miss, one beat, pretty much nothing burgers given the expectations. But that's what we have on PMI. Archer, that one's flat. Palantir 133.91, Nvidia 158, S&P 623, Googs 177. Yeah, it does feel like Google's allergic to 180. One of you guys said in the chat. It does kind of feel like that. Well, it's going to eventually get there, I think, especially after earnings. That should be the catalyst. But who knows, dude? Maybe getting into earnings, the market gets a little bearish. I mean, I don't know. So it's one of those things where we're really going to have to see going into earnings. Now, granted, the earnings are in July, and July, the market tends to be good. So maybe that tailwind will help it as well. Amazon 222, that's getting some love. And then Meta 723. Alphabet here 130. Apple 213. A lot of these stocks have a lot of low volume today. I'm already seeing it right here. A lot of these names are just not getting the type of volume they usually get because, again, today's a half day. Robin at 94.51. So wouldn't be surprised to see some of these just not move that much. Nvidia's all-time high is 158.71. Oh, wow. We're very close, actually. We hit 158.99 already today. Oh, so we already hit all-time highs. We already hit all-time highs. All right, so 159 is the big number. We have not hit 159 ever. So that's the big one if we can get there. Bitcoin back above 110. Bitcoin back above 110 as well. U.S. trade deficit increased to 71.5 billion in May. Yeah, so we got some of that data this morning as well. Market's not really reacting negatively towards it. If anything, the markets are like, well, We're going higher, 623.8. See money getting deployed. S&P 500 about to hit 624. Tom Lee did talk yesterday also about the tariffs, and he kind of broke down why the tariffs are not that big of a deal, given that it's essentially a tax and it's offset with a lot of the revenue. And so his argument around the Fed is that, you know, they are being a little too nitpicky around how they think tariff inflation is going to manifest itself. So his belief is that the Fed probably should be cutting, especially when you look at the ECB. Question is when we're ultimately going to get that cut. Symbiotic, SIM, is that one moving? That one is moving up 8%. That one is moving. This is robotics, automation, technology, market cap $26 billion. I think these guys took over Walmart's robotics business a year ago. So that was one of the catalysts they had a while back. AMD right here, 137, S&P again 623, and then Robinhood 94 currently right now. That is what we got. Trump is tweeting a bunch of these clips from the job market. He's tweeting a bunch of these clips from like Bloomberg talking highly about the job market. So he is basically saying, hey guys, look at what I'm doing. I'm creating a great economy with jobs. So that's what he's tweeting. Where's Datadog? Datadog, that one got into the S&P 148, 10%. 148, 10%. Makes sense. Makes sense. No market close today. This one's just going to be a longer market open because the market closes at 1 p.m. So this will just be a longer show today, and it'll kind of wrap up the market open and market close. Okay, here's a question. Let's put this question in the chat. What is a stock this year, or let's limit it to like the past couple months, because really that's when we've been seeing some of this momentum, that you are chasing? Put in the chat, what is a stock that you are chasing? Which means if you put the name of the ticker in the chat, you're acknowledging you're chasing it. And if you're not, just say you're not chasing it, but you're using it as an investment. But is it Big Bear? Is it BMNR? Is it Webull? Like I just bought Webull right here, 1462. Is it any of the quantum stuff? Like put a name in the chat that you are chasing, even if it's just for fun, even if it's just with a little bit of your portfolio, right? Or if it's with a lot of your portfolio. Apple, by the way, goes green, baby. 213. Foldable phones. Tried to tell you guys. Tried to tell you, foldable phones in the future. I tried. No one believed me. No one believed me, but it's happening. Alpha right here, 130. PayPal 77. Salesforce 272 as well. Okay, let's see. Rigetti. We got some Rigettis in the chat. Oscar. We got some Oscars. Paul says IBIT, Bitcoin, which, yeah, I guess we could be chasing Bitcoin, but that one's not super momentum oriented in terms of a public company. But definitely going to be chasing some Bitcoin. Phil has Iran. I see a lot of Irans. I see some grabs. If you're chasing grab, though, grab's not going to get you the type of juice that a Big Bear can get you. But I see some grabs. Big Bear AI. I see some hymns right here. Some Weebles, Oscars, Wolf. I see Archer. What else? Grinder. Okay, it's probably joking. Grinder's been flat, dude. Grinder's not even moving. BlackBerry. Dude, BlackBerry had a great earnings, but this one kind of fell off after those earnings. 438. It is up from earnings, but it has come down a little bit since then. ABCL. Okay, so ABCL, I see a lot of people getting excited about this one. We're going to do a deep dive on it. My understanding of ABCL is that it's going to take them a very long time to become the company they want to become, unless they get a breakthrough soon. And for anyone chasing ABCL, I think you do have to ask yourself, are they going to get some drug breakthrough now? And maybe they already have, which is why I pumped from like $2 a month ago. I haven't looked into it, but this one, given it is basically a biotech, it's really rooted in, can they get that breakthrough sooner than later? And if they do, it might be a 20, 30, 40, it might be 100x, who knows? But that is the risk there with that one. Nebius, okay. Nebius pumped from 30 to 50. So that one's had some love right here. Neo, dude, we haven't looked at Neo in so long. Neo, this stock still at $3, bro. It's been at $3 for a while, bro. Wow. Year to date, it got up to 5. Now it's back at 3. So this one's been stuck there. Joby, this one's had a pretty good couple weeks. They had some great announcements. Joby right there, 1037, and then Archer as well, around that $10 range. Rivian, I actually don't hate this one. Rivian, if you're day trading, it's stuck in a range. I mean, it's been stuck between 12 and 13 for a while, so you can actually maneuver with it. Got a little bit up to the 17s back in May. They did have some of their data come out yesterday along with Tesla deliveries, and you know, relatively the same as Tesla, nothing short, a little bit short of street expectations, but nothing, you know, massive on the beat. So Rivian, you know, they are really a car company that doesn't have a lot of technology. They're just not profitable. But a lot of people are thinking, hey, you know, at a $15 billion market cap, if they can become profitable, could this see 30 billion, you know, in the next year and a half? I see Estee Ladar. I think that's fair. I wonder if Burry's out of this by now, dude. Burry doesn't stay into stocks that long. Burry got in the 60s. I kind of have a feeling Burry's done. I think he's out. We'll see in the next 13G, but I think he might be out. And I also see a lot of Googles as well. People chasing Googs. Googs right there at 178. Cypher, I've been seeing that name a lot more as well. Cypher Mining, that stock right here up about 6.25%. And that is also green. BMNR, that one is still running. People are betting on Ethereum treasuries. Wow, up 21%. It's obviously the Tom Lee effect, but it's also, I think, people believing that Ethereum is going to be the next asset class in crypto that gets a bid because of real utility, aka stablecoins. And, you know, if you want to pay $70 for it after it was $4 2 days ago, then people are bidding it up. People are bidding it up. It is still a small company, dude. 400 million, like, so it's not really, you know, a massive market cap. But you do have people that are getting excited about that overall thesis. It's acting like a super small float. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think a lot of people that have been waiting for Ethereum to have, it's like, you know, Bitcoin has Michael Saylor. People have been waiting for Ethereum's Michael Saylor. It might end up being Tom Lee. And if it is Tom Lee, then, you know, that's a hell of a guy to be advocating for an asset that actually might have some utility outside of Bitcoin, which is realistically just a store of value. So that could be what gets people excited. Robinhood right here, 94.90 on the day. Easy Media, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate everything you do for retail investors. Thanks, brother. Easy Media, thank you for being here. And thank you for being part of the channel. P-Chess, thanks for the $10 super chat. Vlad on the Odd Lots podcast 2 days ago said, this will allow someone in India or China to buy public or private US companies on chain without government oversight. So the world has changed. Yeah. I mean, the entire world is going to get access to a lot of public or private companies via blockchains. And, you know, this revolution is coming, dude. It's happening. And I'm learning about it in real time. I thought it was like 5 years away, dude. I didn't think it was going to be happening this quick, but it's happening. NVIDIA trying to get to 159. And if Robinhood can just be at the forefront of it happening, then it truly will, you know, get a lot more people in the world to have access to these asset classes. And if these asset classes are the best assets in the world, the SpaceXs, the OpenAIs, the NVIDIAs, more and more people should take part in that wealth creation process. And the fact that your country doesn't have a sophisticated brokerage infrastructure to allow you to get exposure to it is a ridiculous reason for you to not be invested in an NVIDIA. And I think that is the promise of blockchains. 159 resistance on NVIDIA still is 164,000 shares. So that would be all-time highs. That would be all-time highs if we break it. Robinhood did not get into the S&P 500. Datadog did. Datadog did. So Datadog got into the S&P 500. SoFi's moving. Are we moving? 1848. Let me check 19 resistance on SoFi. That'll be really nice to see if we can see 19 on SoFi and at least get through that milestone. 122,000 shares. 122,000 shares on SoFi. Trying to get to 19. Trying to get to 19. Why did Webull hit almost 80 in April? Pure hype. Pure hype on the IPO. There's nothing fundamental to create that. Same thing with like Robinhood. Robinhood got to 85 in 2021 off pure hype. But it took Robinhood, you know, 4 years to get back. Webull, I don't know if it has to take that long, but nonetheless, if it gets even anywhere close to that, it would be a great return from these levels. But they have to put up the earnings growth. And that's my only part where I'm like, well, will they actually be able to pull up the earnings growth that is necessary? Because Robinhood, you know, it's not hype. You look at their earnings. They're growing revenue at 100% year over year. EPS at 300%. Like, you can't say that's hype. You can disagree with the valuation all you want, but you can't say that the market's giving them a bid because of hype. It's like, no, they put the growth on the table, and now it's up to the market to decide what that growth is worth. But it's not like it's running without growth. And that's what Webull really has to do, I think, to catch a bid. Or if Webull doesn't do that and it catches a bid, then it's just pure momentum and meme stock stuff, and that's fine. You know, you can make money there. But if it's going to like really sustainably hold, then eventually that's put up the growth. And again, if you think we're in a massive bull market, like Webull should put up the growth. Why wouldn't they? Right? They're a brokerage that a lot of people use them. Maybe they're not used as much as a Robinhood, but that doesn't mean they can't put up the growth. NVIDIA, 7 cents away. All right, folks. We got 158.99. We got one, just like last time, we got 158.99. Let's see. We have never hit 159. This is 1 cent away to get there. Maybe we do. 3 cents away. There was an S&P rebalance yesterday because one company got acquired. That's why it got excluded yesterday. So it wasn't like a formal rebalancing. It was just when a company gets acquired, they have to include someone, and that's why they did it yesterday. Okay, I don't see it on mine. Some of you guys saw 159. I don't see it here. I still see 158.99, but I think if you guys have seen it, that means it's probably going to break through soon. This would be all-time highs for NVIDIA. I still don't see it yet on my screen. NVIDIA, 158.97. Yeah, you guys are seeing it. I'm not seeing it yet. It's not showing it to me yet. Even on Webull, I don't see it yet. Is it on Webull? On Legend, I don't see it. On Webull, NVIDIA. Yeah, I don't see it. Even Webull, 158.99. Not showing it yet. ISM just came out. Let me check real quick. ISM. So the street wanted 50.5. We came in at 50.8. All right. So nothing crazy. Street wanted 50.5. We came in at 50.8 on ISM services. 159. There she is. NVIDIA. $159. There we go. 159. We broke through. Someone bought up those 165,000 shares. It's better than 159. It's 169, but we got to wait till we get to 169. 160 has 933,000 shares. 933,000 shares. Okay, so if we all collectively buy at the dude, I mean, look, if the momentum's there and we see 160, that's gonna be really fun. But we gotta get through 1 million shares. What's the market cap of NVIDIA? 3.878 trillion. 3.878 trillion. Wow, dude, pretty damn excited. Pretty damn exciting. Is Webull pumping as well? Webull 1506. All right, Webull's up 8%. Cool. So Webull's getting a little bit of love right here as well. That one's going green. Tesla right here, 316. Palantir 134. Robinhood 94. S&P 624. S&P 624 all-time highs. Google 178. Grab 490. Reddit 159. And NVIDIA 159 as well as Reddit. But NVIDIA holding on to that 159. Dude, if we really see 200 end of year, that would be fun. Do you have NVIDIA, Mitt? Yes, I have NVIDIA. Really, I have NVIDIA thanks to Tanner. He really got me interested in it back in January. And although I started buying early in the 140s, DeepSeek gave me literally the opportunity of a lifetime. And they let us buy this thing at $90 because of a Chinese model that censored you every time you asked about Taiwan. I mean, what are we talking about here? But it gave us the momentum. BMNR, by the way, up 34%, basically all-time highs on Tom Lee's Ethereum Treasury Company. I think you guys will enjoy the podcast tomorrow because Tom Lee spent a good amount of time explaining why institutions missed the rally and why they were forced to sell NVIDIA, even though retail stepped in. And we talked a lot about the rise of the retail investor. And basically Tom Lee predicted the Robinhood generation before the Robinhood generation because he was working at JP Morgan for 30 years. And then in 2014, he started his own firm, Fundstrat. And their thesis in 2014 was in the next 10 years, people will care about stocks. That was their thesis. Because in 2014, no one cared about stocks. There was no retail investor. It was for the big boys. It was just this thing that no one really thought about investing as a hobby or anything like that. But by 2024, I mean, investing is part of the culture. So I think their prediction, you talk about Tom Lee being right on his market calls. He predicted that there would be a massive level of interest in stocks, and that would create the necessity for institutional level research to be given to the average investor, which is essentially what Tom Lee does through all of his content. And, it's led to a lot of retail changing their lives financially. So COVID obviously, made that even more possible because everyone was bored at home, and low rates pumped up assets, and people get interested when something's running 15% in an hour. So, but the point is, he predicted that would happen, and the fact that it happened, it really did lead to this revolution that we're seeing right here. 159.20. All right, so now NVIDIA is starting to break out a little bit. starting to get some love. The traders are hopping in. People are buying. It's crazy that it's happening on a day before a long weekend. But people are coming in and they're saying they want to get exposure. It would not surprise me if this gets sold off towards the end of the day because of the fact that we have a long weekend. But NVIDIA right here at 159.17. Yes, Robinhood does offer fractional tokens. So Arnie bought €5 of a Robinhood token, which would have cost him 94 euros in that video I showed 2 days ago. So it's same like fractional stocks. You can buy like $5 of a stock as well. BMNR, that thing, dude, continues to pump. $82, up 40% on the day. This thing was $4 freaking bucks on Monday. Absolutely incredible. Palantir right here, 134. Tesla 316. Big Bear AI 788, losing a little bit of its steam, down from $8, but still up about 4% of the day. SoFi 1850. S&P all-time highs. Google 178. Disney 123. Nubank 1361, and then Palantir again 134. 134.68 right here. Let's get an update on some of this manufacturing data from PMI and the jobs data. And then we will keep going from there.
Than expected, especially after ADP, the private sector read went negative yesterday on the month. And also some revisions to prior months were higher. So that was all pretty much good news. Another good news, 4.1% unemployment rate. That was a drop. But I will pick apart some of it just to show what's happening beneath the surface. If you look at where the jobs were added, where those gains happened, government, and a lot of that was local government, not the federal government, which actually subtracted, healthcare, social assistance. You add all those three up, and that's very government and government adjacent type jobs. If you look at where the private sector performed, I mean, there was a decline in jobs from manufacturing to trade to business services. That's where the administration has wanted to see the job growth, and where, you know, it doesn't necessarily read all clear on the economy if you're seeing job declines in those areas. However, you know, 4.1% unemployment rate, we'll take it. The only but there, Wilfred, is that we did see a drop in labor force participation rate, so fewer people out looking for work, which is what actually led to the lower unemployment rate.
But if this is a genuine change in direction in the unemployment rate after 4 or 5 months of ticking up in the wrong direction, I mean, that's very encouraging.
It's encouraging that it's not moving up at a time where, you know, all the surveys, right, it's moved down, but part of that is that fewer people are looking for work. But if the surveys showed everybody was so nervous and there was so much questions about business confidence, yes, we are not seeing. First of all, look at jobless claims. They also came out this week. It's a funky week because the market's closed tomorrow. But they also showed a decline last week in initial job. We're not seeing mass layoffs and mass firings, and we're still seeing job ads overall in this economy. It's a healthy picture, no doubt.
The thing that jumps out to me is obviously the print was better than expected, but not drastically so. And yet, if you look at the market's really responded to it. If you look at the VIX, exactly at that moment, you saw it fall. And as Rick was saying, stocks are up, yields are up, stocks obviously at highs. The VIX is now at a post-Liberation Day low. And the intraday chart shows how it responded so positive.
It is pretty incredible, dude. The VIX is at an intraday low. NVIDIA trying to go for 160, 159.39. But when you look at the VIX in comparison to the broader S&P, I mean, do you guys remember the day that Bessent was on Bloomberg and he said, I think the VIX has peaked? He was right. The VIX peaked at around 40 at the time. It got to 60 at one point. That's when NVIDIA got to like 80 and the S&P was at 4,800. And the VIX since then has been below 20 for a while. And it's not really had a reason to increase. I mean, like you've had some headlines around Trump. You've had the World War III stuff. But dude, could you believe that for the past 2 weeks, we were worried about Iran, Israel, World War III, and like that seems like it just didn't happen now. It seems like, oh, that was just in the past. Like we moved on. Like it's kind of crazy, bro. Moody's, bond auctions, World War III, tariffs, like all the volatility we dealt with this year. And now markets are just like forgetting about all of it because it ended up just creating amazing prices. NVIDIA right here, 159.65. And if you ever bought in any of that, then, you know, you're pretty happy. The question becomes, what's the balance between markets ignoring this and then frothiness? And that I don't know, because some of these names that are pumping obviously feels frothy, but it also feels like, well, it's a function of excess capital that needs to be deployed, you know, money that is still on the sidelines, and that might be creating some of this momentum as well. Dude, I think she wants 160. I think she wants it. Again, let me check resistance. I think it's 1 million shares. She's like, that's a big move from 159 to 159.80. This is 30 cents away, up about 2% on the day. 160 has 961,000 shares. 961,000. A decent amount, but it's possible. We are all desensitized to the drama at this point. Yeah, I agree. Now, granted, if we get like a 5% drop in the market, it's going to be annoying to see that. But I think also we should be desensitized to any downside because that is possible. For those that do want to wait for some dips, I mean, look, just naturally, August, September tends to be crappy for the markets. Like, it's just, it is what it is. July tends to be really good. August, September tends to suck. Who knows? Maybe we see Robinhood back to like 75 August, September. Who knows? Maybe we see Nvidia back to 130. Things can get a little aggressive down there. I wouldn't like wait just for that to happen, but it could happen. And we can't be surprised when that does happen. Because every year, historically, especially on the post-election year, August and September tends to be bad. Now, we end out all-time highs at the end of the year, just with the Santa Claus rally and given how it's historically looked. But that doesn't mean that we might not go through some pain to get there. Now, if we avoid that pain this time, it might be because earnings growth is so damn good, and you got the expectation of Fed rate cuts coming, and you got a labor market that's actually holding up based on the data we saw today, that creates a very differentiated situation from the historical past when it comes to August and September. And maybe we just keep going higher. But yeah, like last night, like, do we get a yen carry trade, right? And so if we don't, then I'm expecting a little bit of weakness in those 2 months, but there is earnings growth, there is good inflation data, good labor market data, and rate cuts expectations that could say we don't have to revisit any meaningful 5-10% dips, especially because we already had a massive 20% correction. Like every year on average since 1953, the S&P 500 falls 10% in the year, at least once. We had that happen in April and it was 20%. So maybe the market doesn't need that to happen again. Last year, it was the yen carry trade. Did I say historical past? Dude, I'm an expert at this stuff. I'm an expert at redundant phrasing. I'm an expert. 162 is what you need for 4 trillion. 162 is what you need for 4 trillion to get there. So $3 away from 4 trillion. Let's do that poll in the chat. Let's see what you guys think. So let's do this. August, September, 5% dip across the market. Yes or no? Do we actually see a crappy August and September? Like the historical past shows us could happen. Expert genius, dude. Oh my gosh. We just need to keep doing more of these now. Dude, Nvidia, she's trying. 15 cents away. All right, 70% of you guys say yes. All right, so if you think yes, then you hold on to your cash. You wait until you get that dip. In the historical past of yesterday night. That is correct. Speaking of Chad, we got a new video from Palantir that was uploaded yesterday. I will put it in the chat. You guys can check it out. It's a 30-minute video. It's a little bit of a long one. But for those that want to get a little bit more deeper into the technology of Palantir, this one is particularly around AIP evals. There it is right there. I'm putting in the chat. You guys can watch it on their Twitter. Chad, I'm not going to lie. I didn't tell you this, but I had the video on last night while I was playing Super Mario Brothers. So I took out my Nintendo DS and I was just like, I need some background noise. And I put on the AIP evals video. I was not looking at anything. I was just like, oh, this sounds interesting. And I'm like, it's me, Mario. And then Chad's like, so the architectural database on how we understand stuff. And I'm just like, it's just a great noise in the background. It's great noise in the background. But no, it was actually good stuff. And there was a new engineer that I've never seen before on there, a new forward deployed engineer who was with Chad as well. BMNR, that one continuing to run 50% on the day. My goodness, bro. My goodness. 87.79. That's up 50%. That's up 50%. Surprised you actually watch it. Dude, when you guys hear what Tom Lee said about Palantir, you guys, it's like, because sometimes fund managers, they know about a stock, but they don't really understand the stock. They can just like, Tom Lee's probably heard about Palantir a million times, right? But does he actually know Palantir? When I asked him about Palantir, bro, he actually knows Palantir. Like, he was actually explaining the uniqueness of their business model and why they added it to the Granny Shots ETF. And it was really cool to see him talk about it. So I think you guys will enjoy listening to Tom Lee tomorrow speaking about it. All right, folks, let's bring on Christopher Patel to get his thesis. If NVIDIA gets to 160, we will stop to just acknowledge seeing that get there. It does have 1 million shares waiting at 160, so it's going to be a little tough. But if it breaks through, then it breaks through. Let's get him onto the show and get some thoughts on some new names that he's interested in. Good morning, Mr. Christopher Patel. Never mind, he left. Okay, so he probably said he doesn't want to talk anymore. And I guess we don't hear from Christopher Patel. Anyway, NVIDIA at 157, 159, 73. No, he probably just had to exit out. He'll be back in a second. He's not in Mexico. He's back. He's back. I think he got back yesterday. 159.73. Yes, for those that are asking, yes, we interviewed Tom Lee yesterday. That was the interview in New York. Super fun, awesome guy. I think you guys will enjoy it. And he's a very, very humble and nice guy in person as well. Yeah, BMNR 20x in a week, bro. 20x in a week. Just wild. Absolutely wild. What do you think about Tesla pump or dump? I don't know, bro. Like, I think obsessing about the auto numbers at this point, like, I don't even know what we're doing anymore. Like, you either believe in it or you don't. Obviously, I think all of us want a good entry, and maybe a dip on a bad earnings would get us that good entry. But I don't know. Over the next 5 years, if the S&P is anywhere near 75,000, 7,500, 8,000, is Tesla stuck at 300? I would say no. But then again, over the past 5 years, Tesla has been relatively flat. So you would have to imagine the earnings growth is going to come from somewhere. And I would hope. Oh, one thing I did want to say about Tesla. Yes, I was going to say this. I was thinking about this last night. Okay, so I took an Uber into the city, and there was a lot of traffic. We had to get through tunnels, all this stuff. I did think about something when I was in that Uber. And what I thought about was, there is no way in hell a robotaxi would be able to manage this. Now, maybe I'm biased here because it's freaking New York and, you got drivers coming in left and right. All this, but I was just like, I don't care how good the AI is. There is no way right now, until this AI becomes FSD 20 versus FSD 13, that you're going to be able to manage this. Because what my driver had to do to swerve through those lanes and be able to navigate all this crazy traffic, like, there's just no way a robotaxi would be. Like, I would be scared to death if I was in a robotaxi, because I would be like hoping the computer can figure out what's going on. And I think eventually it will, but it kind of just hit me yesterday. I was just like, dude, this might take more time. This might take a lot more time than people are thinking. And right now it's in Austin. It's geofenced. There's 30 of them. Eventually it'll expand to other places. But, this is why when people think about it, it's going to come to Southeast Asia, it's like, good freaking luck, bro. That thing would not have survived in New York yesterday. This thing is not going to Thailand. Like, that's just not happening. Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. And so that is the one thing about Tesla earnings where it's like, dude, it might just take some time for the robotaxi to manifest itself in the real world to then come down to the bottom line for Tesla. And that's the question. Then the byproduct of that question is, well, do we get a dip that's substantial enough to get people an amazing entry? Or do people, still hold on to the stock and not sell it in the midst of this, like, kind of waiting time until robotaxi scales? And I think it's actually the latter versus the former. I think people hold on to the stock even if it doesn't massively appreciate, because of their belief in the potential of robotaxi. But it's going to take time, bro. It's going to take time. Like, I cannot imagine being in a robotaxi in New York yesterday. Like, there was just random people would cut us off, and I'm sure the AI eventually will be able to figure that out. But it's like, it was a little scary to think that, like, you didn't have a human that was just like understanding what was happening. So I think it'll take some time, but regardless, the belief of that is what gets people to be excited about NVIDIA. 159.93, folks, 5 cents away. 5 cents away for 160. We are close. Thailand traffic is way more chaotic than New York City. Yeah, dude. Like, it's just, people say it's a threat to Grab's business. I mean, look, Grab will have to embrace autonomy eventually, but it's not going to be in the next couple of years, bro. This is going to take a long time. I would say at least a decade for it to really manifest itself. First of all, in North America, to get it right here, and then eventually to expand across the rest of the world. And that's okay, right? These are big technologies that take some time to play out, but I do think expectations might have to be more chill around just how fast it's going to happen. Bitcoin 110. I like PayPal. I don't own it. I don't like their growth, but they're cheap. valuation-wise. Again, if you're buying PayPal, you're buying it because you just think the buybacks and the eventual growth is going to lead to that $90, $100 fair value for it, but it's not going to be based on, pure growth because they're growing like 5%. So, but I do think they are undervalued. There she goes, folks. There she goes. There she freaking goes. 160 on NVIDIA. She is here. 160 is happening. The day before July 4th, market cap is 3.9 trillion. She's a couple bucks away from being the world's first $4 trillion company. Congratulations to everybody. NVIDIA, 160. And now she wants 161. And now she wants 161. 161 resistance is 130,000 shares, which is not as much as the 160 resistance was. Dude, if we see 162 today, we're closing in on 4 trillion. We are freaking closing in on 4 trillion, bro. 3.907 trillion right now. My goodness. This is pretty awesome, bro. This is pretty freaking awesome. They let us buy this sucker under 100 because of DeepSeek. I mean, goodness. Palantir right here, 134.71. Robin at 94. Tessie 314. AMD 139. Googs at 178. AMD again almost 140. NVIDIA 160.4. Dude, nothing stops this trend. That's correct. Nothing stops it. This is the real deal, bro. It's the real deal. The earnings growth is there. The market opportunity is there. The TAM's there. If you're at all bullish AI, I think you have to be bullish NVIDIA. It's still cheap compared to freaking Netflix and Costco that are getting multiples by the street that one can't really understand from a pure valuation perspective, given NVIDIA's growth. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's really happening. I mean, NVIDIA's forward PE is 39. Netflix's forward PE is 51. It's like, so it's like, I think you're going to have fund managers look at NVIDIA as a blue chip and just say, this is the manifestation of what we think is happening when it comes to AI. And if you, dude, we didn't even talk about this because we've been so busy over the past couple of days, but Anthropic's revenue growth is absolute insanity. Anthropic is the company behind Claude, which is, like, from my understanding, the #1 coding LLM. And they hit $4 billion in annual revenue yesterday, or a $4 billion annual pace of revenue. They are growing 10x year over year, 1,000%. I mean, this is crazy, bro. This is freaking crazy. Like, and the reason they're growing this much is because there's this much demand for AI LLMs that uniquely, from Anthropic's perspective, are rooted in coding. And Palantir has a partnership with Anthropic that we talked about a while ago. So a lot of, if you ask questions in AIP or ask it to do like specific tasks, it can go into the backend and not just like give you a summary of text, but actually code it out and then give you an answer or an actual actionable deliverable that you can use with it. That demand's only going to be increasing in the enterprise. One could argue 100x over the next decade. They're going to need a lot of GPUs. They're going to need a lot of compute. And so this is NVIDIA's market. Google has a stake in Anthropic. Amazon has a stake. I think Amazon has the highest stake in Anthropic. But yeah, it's just like this is not slowing down. This is not freaking slowing down. Why don't you open up AIP and show us? I can't open up AIP and show you because, you know, I look at green candles and red candles all day. But still, if I did build an AIP, I would be able to show you. By the way, Arnie's freaking embarrassing me, bro. Arnie freaking got access to AIP in Italy. This freaking guy freaking started posting his AIP shit. Look at this. I built my first Palantir ontology. Look at this stuff, dude. He's had this thing for like freaking 2 days and he's building an ontology. I've had access to it for 1.5 years. And I've first of all, I've logged in. Okay. I've played with it. I've not really like built anything massive in it, but still, like, you know, I played with it. So it is what it is. Are we at 161? Are we at 160? Oh my gosh. Hold on. Did we touch it? I have 160.9. I have 160.9. Did you see 161? No, I got 160.96. 160.96. I don't have 161. I don't have 161 yet, but it's very close. It's very freaking close. Market cap 3.92 trillion. Literally $2 away, folks, from 4 trillion if she gets there. Literally $2 away from 4 trillion. It does look like some blue skies, bro. It does look like some blue skies here. 160.8. We got very close. 160.96. Maybe there's a shot. Maybe there's a shot. We see it. Is Costco pumping today as well? Costco's getting some love. Costco, yeah, 985. That's up. Hoodie 93. Palantir 134. ASTS, they are up about 1.3. Rocket Lab flat on the day. BMNR, Tom Lee's company, up 37%, all-time highs. Whereas Big Bear, that is 780, up 4%. And then D-Wave right here up about 1.72%. Oh, there it is, 161. Do we see it? 2 cents away. 2 cents away. 130,000 shares. That's it. Let's see. Let's see. 2 cents, bro. 2 cents. 160.98. Maybe there's a shot. Shout out to Bolu. It's their birthday today. Shout out to Bolu in the chat. It is their birthday. And they say NVIDIA is my favorite stock. Oh, I love it. NVIDIA is your favorite stock, and it's pumping on your birthday. Congratulations. Awesome stuff for NVIDIA, and happy birthday to Bolu. It's really nice, right? For it to be your birthday and for one of your largest holdings to pump. It's got to be a nice little birthday gift from the stock market for that to play out. 160.85. It's Ian's birthday too. Is Ian in the chat? All right. Happy birthday to Ian. I don't see Ian in the chat, but if they are there, Ian, happy birthday, man. Ian's been supporting the channel for 2-3 years at this point. So Ian, if you're there in the chat, thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the channel, and happy birthday, man. And if you're in NVIDIA, I think you're definitely having a fun. Oh, there he is, Ian. I love it. Ian, happy birthday, man. I think you're in the UK, right, Ian? If I'm not wrong. Happy birthday to you in the UK. We got Jose right here. I'm in a meeting right now, but wanted to say 160. There you go. I love it. Yeah, dude, Jose, you got us over 100 yesterday. If you had left in the middle of that run to 100, I don't know if it would have happened. So you got Robin to 100, and we got 163. He said it feels like my birthday. I love it. Happy birthday to Bolu. Happy birthday to Ian. Again, thank you all for being here, being part of the channel. 160.70 on NVIDIA. Incredible stuff. Let's bring on someone to give us his thesis on what's going on in the market. Mr. Christopher Patel.
Good morning, bro. Or should I say good evening, whatever. I'm still adjusting because I woke up in the morning yesterday, caught a flight, came back, and then I had to work last night. So I'm tired. So
when did you get home last night?
No, I got home around 2 o'clock, but then I had all this work I needed to catch up on. So it was just, yeah, post vacations are great, but then when you come back from vacation, you have all the work-life responsibilities. You got all the stuff that you need to catch up on. So, it is what it is.
Yeah. Before we talk about Webull, your general thoughts on NVIDIA getting these levels. I mean, any froth you're seeing in the market? S&P's at 625 all-time highs. What are your kind of broader thoughts about the market right now?
I mean, there's definitely areas of the market that are overbought, but some of these companies, if your vision is long-term, then overbought is not really a bad thing, right? And things will get higher. So will you see the occasional pullback? Sure, of course. But if the thesis around an industry is still valid and seems like AI is still a valid theme, it could be, things are going to run. And NVIDIA being the leader in that, where they provide all the picks and shovels to AI, they're clearly outperforming everything else. So that's good to see. I mean, NVIDIA is such an obvious play when it comes to AI that there's going to be big money that piles in. There's going to be medium money that piles in. There's going to be small money that piles in. So, yeah.
All right, so let's get into the conversation. Everyone's curious. Webull, give me the DD.
You know what? I'm gonna, before I do any DD on Webull, I'm gonna address a couple of things, and then I think after that we can do Webull, because I think, and it'll lead to it. So the first thing I'm gonna ask, and I'm gonna ask this to the chat, and this is something that you do, but everyone in the chat, can you post where you guys are from? Right now, where you're messaging from?
I hope that someone puts the country that I want to see so I can make the joke, but I'm not going to make the joke. I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah.
But if I see Ireland, I might have to. I might have to make the joke.
I like, believe it or not, I actually really like the Irish accent.
Oh,
like,
I love the Irish accent. I love it.
There was this movie, the new Brad Pitt movie, F1. I saw it in movie theaters. Man, the actress, I think Kate McKenna, bro, the entire time she was talking, I was like, that Irish accent. I don't know why I like it so much, you know.
Okay, so
all right. So one of the things is you can see how wide a variety of people are here, right? Like you can see people from not just here in the US, but you can see pretty much people around the world, right? And it's kind of crazy to see, like, wow, how many people are connected to basically you right now. And one of the bull cases that I have for Webull and basically retail trading in general is that this is the first generation in the history of time where the amount of barrier to entry into the stock market is so low. Okay. Like if you just think about it 10 years ago, there was no such thing as Robinhood. You know, there was literally like your traditional broker. You had to go, you had to pay your commissions, all this stuff. Robinhood kind of revolutionized that by saying, look, we're going to make everything very, very easy for everyone to get into. And if you think about it, a lot of the brokerages right now, you know, the arguments that they made about Robinhood in 2020 are the same arguments that are somewhat being made about Webull as well, which is, oh, you know, we already have Fidelity. Why do we need Robinhood? We already have Charles Schwab. Why do we need Robinhood? Right? So one of the things that before we talk about Webull is that the TAM for investing, especially for retail, is huge. All right. There's one chart I'll show you guys that I kind of showed to Tanner Tevis and I gotta stop calling him Crossroads. I think that's such a stupid name. Instead, just be Roy. World.
I think, you know, this is also one of the core parts of the thesis I had back in 2023 is like self-directed investing is becoming bigger and bigger. And it's hard to deny that. I mean, so many people across the world that are tuning into market open streams or just like they're on X, they're not going through the financial advisor, or maybe they have some of that there, but they have a portion of their portfolio that they're actually managing themselves.
Yeah. Show the chart that I'm posting right now. So if you look at this, right, 55% of the U.S. population.
Bring the gain on your mic down a little bit. It's a little bit.
That's all right. Someone's been in my office. It's my wife. All right. There you go. How does that sound? Is that better now?
Better. There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the first thing is if you look at this is the total, and this is from 2015, the total number of population in the United States that owns stock. It's about 55%. Canada is 49% and Australia is 37%. But look at all of this. Even some of the most, industrialized countries on the planet, you're barely cracking 10, 15%, right? The next generation of people, these are people that were born with phones in their pocket the entire time. They're looking at Twitter, they're looking at social media, and they're seeing people getting into the stock market, and they're going to be coming up. So look at that huge population here. I think a lot of people in these countries are also going to be eventually deploying money into the stock market. And the way that they're going to do it is through apps like Robinhood, through Webull and everything else. And so if you look at the total addressable market, you're talking about possibly the next Instagram kind of a situation with regards to some of these online brokerages, right? And I don't think this is a winner takes all scenario where, oh, Robinhood is the only one that's going to take every single retail investor around the planet. But if you looked at the presentation that Robinhood did, which was very important, which was, hey, we're expanding internationally, you know?
Yeah.
So the growth phase is still gigantic. You know, and a lot of these countries, they have traditional brokerages already. And I know that's one of the counter arguments that I hear too. What is Robinhood doing that's so special? We have a brokerage here in this country. We don't need Robinhood. Yeah, but guess what? Robinhood makes things very easy. All right. Webull, to a certain degree, makes things very easy. for retail investors to really get in, invest, and all this other stuff. So I think this concept that just because there's traditional brokerages out there means that, oh, no other entrants can get in, I think that's bad enough. The second is you don't need a significant amount of market share of people to make a whole lot of money in this business or this industry, right? Webull, one of the things I thought about, and it really hit home, and this is the thing, one of the things I was explaining, and there's all the other stuff that, you know, Tanner and Tevis will and what's his name, and Roy will explain on their YouTube, that I kind of like went over with them a little bit too. But the thing to remember here is that TAM is huge, and you're looking at something like Webull, which is only still between $5 and $6 billion of market cap. They have almost 5 million active users.
Yeah.
And 24 million people that actually use their platform, you know, for different services. So one of the things that you have to remember is, you know, what is the total addressable market around the planet? Well, it's in the billions. So if you're even able to capture 1 to 2 to 3% of that total, that's still a significant amount of people. And the one thing that's great about technology is that it's infinitely scalable. You're not building more and more and more products. It's literally, you build this product and you scale it out. And all you need is people to just basically get on there, sign up, and they've got the thing rolling. I met one of our followers this weekend. His name was Zach. He did really well for himself. He treated us to dinner. It was great. But one of the people that he brought with him was his fiance. And she was so interested in stocks. She was like, you know, showing me like, you know, her on her phone, like things. And she's a Mexican national, right? And if you look at that chart that I just had, Mexico in general has less than 2% of the population invest in the market. Only 1.5 million people in Mexico are invested in the stock market. Imagine the expansion potential there.
Okay,
You
so
know?
these are sort of general arguments you're making to kind of layer the thesis around investing.
So the first thing is just the growth of the retail investor, I think, is going to broaden out beyond just the United States. Okay.
Right.
So if your core focus is just the US, you're going to kind of miss the other part of it. So the first thing, before we even argue, hey, what is the case for Webull? I think the first case that we need to make is, what is the case for stock ownership, crypto ownership around the planet? Okay. And as those numbers increase over time, it's going to lead for more value creation. So I know some people are saying, well, Hood is going to top out at this point. I don't think so. I think Hood has a business model that's very profitable. They're going to be able to buy back a ton of shares. I mean, it definitely has points where it's going to be overvalued and points where it's going to be undervalued. So, you know, if your time horizon is long enough, $90 might seem like a gift. I mean, think about all the people that bought Mercado Libre when it was still, you know, $100, $200 stock, and now it's a $3,000 stock, right? Yeah. So the key is find businesses that are infinitely scalable, that have huge total addressable markets, right? And theoretically should have some moats. For Robinhood, their biggest moat is their ease of use. Okay. Webull, their moat is that, one, they have a loyal user base. That's like, if you look at their retention rates, they're almost like 98%. People love Webull. The people that actually use Webull, they love it. This company just went public via de-SPACing. It's still a very small company in that it's only between $5 and $6 billion. They're launching a lot of the same features that Robinhood had that made Robinhood a success. One of them being that now they offer a premium tier where literally users can pay, you know, I think it's like $4 or $5 a month and unlocks a lot of benefits that that Robinhood has right now. So there are people, and I know some people in the chat are, hey, I love Robinhood, but I also use Webull, right? I know a bunch of Twitter accounts on X that use Webull as well as their primary thing. Like, there's a lot of charting features that Webull has that up until Legend you were using.
Yeah, that's true.
And I personally think Webull has way better charts than Robinhood. Like, every time I see this ugly chart from you, Legend, because you're shilling for Robinhood and you're friends with Vlad, you know, I'm like, it's such a disappointment, because we actually got more value from watching the Webull one. But, you know, to each his own. Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's a much better thing, right?
Okay, so what is the okay? So you made the case for investing, but like, why is Webull going to be the one that wins in this race?
It's not. See, that's the thing. You don't need it to win.
Well,
just
you need
because
to take some market share.
No, I'm trying to tell you that the market share is gigantic. Even if they maintain their current market shares as to what they are, as the TAM grows, you are going to grow.
Well, but hold on. That's correct. I think someone said in the chat, though, there's some nuance to this. America has a culture of investing. Mexico doesn't. Right. So like the idea that culture is going to overnight expand the TAM to all these new people that would sign up for a Webull, like COVID is what got Robinhood 17 million customers. Like you needed those. So my question here is, I agree. Dude, I'm in Robinhood. I agree with your thesis here. But why does Webull get any part of that market that expands the value of the company over the next, I guess, 2 years if you're in this trade?
What do you mean? So you're thinking that, hey, you know what? Just because there's one culture, people are never going to change?
No, my argument is if Webull grows users 10%, which is what they're growing at right now year over year, why is the streak going to be like we got like Robinhood's growing at like 50%? So my question is, where is that explosive growth coming from for Webull?
Well, there's a couple of things. So first and foremost, let's just take a look at this right here. Once you look at their investor presentations, it'll make a lot more sense. So right now, Robinhood has captured a lot of retail following, but if you look around the planet, look at all the areas that Webull has expanded to: Singapore, Australia, Japan, UK, Mexico, Brazil, Canada, Malaysia, Thailand. So you see all of this, and they're all licensed to do all this stuff. Like they have trading services in Hong Kong. So a lot of what you're seeing right now is just this still very, very early in their growth phase. One of my followers on my Patreon, he actually posted a screenshot of the Webull ad over in, I think it was Malaysia or was it Singapore? I don't know. Like Sachin right now, I think is jumped in on Webull too because he sees it over there.
Yeah, Sachin's in it.
Yeah. So it just goes to show that we're in such an early phase of a growth cycle that even if these guys are able to capture small market shares beyond just the United States, it's going to be huge as a total addressable market, and that's one of the reasons why Vlad went to Europe and said, hey, we want to do tokenization and everything else so that this way we can make the barrier to entry for people to buy stocks very, very easy.
Okay, but my question still remains, why is Webull going to, like, are you saying they're just going to capture that market because they exist? Like are they hosting an event in Europe? That's like what are they doing to excite the market is my question.
Well, number one, they have to get into the market itself. And now they're in the process of actually developing those markets. There may not be as forward as Robinhood is, like in terms of like going out there and doing more outreach. But you got to remember, this company literally just de-SPAC'd 60 days ago.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that these guys are going to be focusing on in the next few years. One of the things, if you look at their roadmap, because I think let me just go down to it. Their roadmap is actually very important.
Before we do the roadmap real quick, can we handle this China stuff? Like, what is the China part?
All right. So one of the things that I know that some people are just anti-China to the degree that it's like, oh, if it's China, I'm not going to invest in it. Well, one, the founder of the company is Chinese. Okay. It was founded by a Chinese person. All right. They got backing from a couple of companies in China. So if that's your hesitation, like, hey, I don't want to be involved in it because there's a Chinese person who, created this application, founded this thing.
I think that the concern is, can the CCP shut them down at any moment?
No, they can't, because they're not owned by the Chinese.
Okay,
they're literally headquartered here in the US. If they're headquartered in China, it'd be a different story, right? Now, just because a founder is from China doesn't mean like, oh my God, like this guy is gonna, it's gonna be a problem. So they have an R&D center in China. They're in Hong Kong, Bangkok, but they're pretty much a globalized place. Their headquarters right now, they moved it to Florida. The one that right now, when you log in, you have that. You even have funds from around the world invest in them, like Co2, Lightspeed. Like Co2 is really big, right? Yeah. They're really big tech. Then you have Rothschild investing companies in there as well. So it's not as simple as, oh yeah, this is a Chinese company, and if you have apprehension to that, I'm sorry, then you need to get rid of your phone, because every phone that's here is probably made in China, You know, I think a lot of people have been convinced by some jingoism that if the name of the person or a person's affiliation is anything Chinese, that means that they're totally corrupted by the Chinese government. They're the CCP. Like, people need to stop that. Like, you know, unlike Alibaba and all these other countries that actually have Chinese headquarters, but then they have like Cayman Islands entities and then it gets forwarded. These guys are not that. They actually have presence here in the United States, that have headquarters in Florida. All right. So that's number one. But if you look at this presentation, it makes a lot of sense. If you look at the number of millennials, we have 92 million millennials, 78% of retail investors, 18 to 34, are here in the United States there. In the future, their goal is literally there's going to be 2.8 billion millennials. If you can even capture a small percentage of those 2.8 billion millennials that, like I said, have had a phone in their pocket since they could, you know, since they were in high school, the barrier to entry for them getting into the market is very low. And these guys are going to be focused on that. And if you look at Robinhood has 4.5 million ratings on there. These guys have 300,000.
It's a good app. It's absolutely a good product. I have zero concern about the product. My question is just how do they expand it? But the product is legit.
Yeah. One of the things I really liked about them was sometimes I look at the phone and it does get a little, like, unlike Robinhood is a very simplified app. Like, I feel like if it was Robinhood, I could teach someone in 5 minutes how to trade options on Robinhood.
Yeah.
I mean, I taught you how to trade. I mean, and you were kind of, you're kind of lost, right? I'm just kidding. But
no, in May of 2023, Kris and me were up at 3 a.m. and he was explaining how do I create a call debit spread, you know?
Yeah. And the thing is, sometimes when I look at the main the main Webull application, it does get a little complicated. But they have this little toggle feature. You just click on it and it's called Webull Lite. Bro, it turns it into like a Robinhood copycat. It's very interesting.
They might as well have named it Webull Stupid. That's what they did. That's basically what they're doing, bro.
Webull for beginners, basically. But there are a lot of features that are
okay. So let's get into the numbers. Let's do numbers. Yeah. Let's pull up the earnings Q1. Let's talk about that. I mean, everyone gets the thesis. Investing is growing. There's no denying that.
Okay.
Because when I read the Q1, I didn't like it, but I think you're seeing something different in their growth that's getting exciting.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, you have to look at some catalysts that might be up and coming for these guys, right? Once again, their main focus was just getting to that public phase. So I'll discuss a few things, but if you look at their total revenues are growing at 32%. I know Robinhood's doing 100%. Great for them. This is a company that's also starting to kind of work its way in there, but their operating expenses are pretty much controlled. The reason why that's important is because now that increases profitability, that profitability drops to the bottom line. So you as a shareholder get the benefits of that, right? And their strategic focus right now is a couple of things. In Q2, they're going to be launching corporate bonds on their platform and Latin America. And then in Q3 and Q4, which I think are probably going to be the bigger catalyst, is that they're relaunching crypto in the United States. They already relaunched it in Brazil. Remember that night when I called you, I was like, hey, listen, take a look at Webull. And you were like, okay, let me look. And this is the thing that really got caught my eye, because the margins on crypto trading are a lot more lucrative than just your traditional, order flow profits. Right. So crypto is going to be something that's coming back to the application. And they're going to have crypto around the planet, which is another thing that expands your ability to monetize. Another thing is their premium service that just launched, I think in March or April, and they already started to get traction. I think they have almost 40,000 people that signed up for it. And I'm sure that as they keep rolling that program, it's going to create a nice revenue that's going to be like services based, right? So basically you get all these premium features, people sign up, but you get this nice stream of reoccurring revenue. So if you look at the number of total users, Q4 of 2024, it was 20 million. Now it's about 24.1. Robinhood has 25 million funded accounts. These guys have been growing their funded accounts. So they went from 4.3 to 4.72. I think some of the reasons why they only grew their funded accounts by 400,000 is because they didn't have crypto during one of the largest crypto waves But I think that's one of the things that they're going to be working on going forward, on top of expanding to all these other markets, so that this way they can kind of expand this funded account growth number. But yes, year over year, they only grew about 10%. But on the other hand, their assets, their customer assets, that actually did grow, with the exception of Q1, because we had that downturn because of the whole, like Trump trade situation. And then you have the net deposit numbers. So you can see net deposits have been growing nicely as well. And we'll see how this thing works out year over year. Right. So this is net deposit. That means that this is money that's coming into the platform. Right. So this is something to watch out for as well. So you can see that volumes have been kind of growing.
This is my issue. Yeah. Equity volumes are up 15% year over year. Options are up 8%. That's where I was like, why is anyone excited about this? Like, this is not hyper growth at all. Like, everything else you're saying is great, but where is the growth here? Because in Q2, is that meaningfully, like, are they going to go 40, 50% volumes across their biggest transaction volumes with your options?
Well, that's the thing. It's going to depend on the kind of people that they get on their platform. Some people are going to be just like, hey, let me just hold my assets and, not look at it. I think that's something that, they're probably going to be working on going forward. Like I said, their key focus right now is going to be market expansion, and then on top of it, monetization. Okay, it's not just, hey, we want a bunch of people on our platform that are just going to be, day trading options all day or selling cash.
I agree, Kris, but you acknowledge as well, options and equities in one of the best bull markets we've seen in 2025, given all the volatility, is not impressive.
I mean, it depends on how you look at it, Ben. When I look at this,
15% growth is don't give me revenues. Who cares about revenues? Like the volumes, the activity that right, like that. This is the part where this thing could pump. Who knows what it pumps to for whatever, but this was not impressive at all.
Well, what you're saying is the reason why it's not impressive is because there's less people that are buying and selling options on there.
No, because if Robinhood is doing 40% option contract volumes and 150% equity volumes, and Weeble's doing, and again, I don't want to compare it to Robinhood. My point is, if they don't have that part of the market where people genuinely are buying that much on Weeble or trading that much on Weeble, it's like, what is the growth story that I'm buying in the stock is my question.
Well, first of all, it's a much smaller company, right? If you're buying, Robinhood clearly is right now the growth leader, right? Like there's no denying that they're growing hand over fist in terms of like total contract volume and total notional value as well. So I'm not saying that Robinhood by any means is not a good company. They're doing extremely well. For Weeble, they're a much, much smaller company. You're talking about a company that's like Robinhood's what right now? Like 80 billion, 90 billion?
Okay, so your argument is they don't need explosive growth because their market cap is small. I guess the pushback here is what would get, even if a market cap is small, you need a bid, right? You need like something to happen to get people excited.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. All the other opportunities that are out there, the catalysts that are out there, especially with crypto, especially with new markets, those are the things that I would say focus on going forward. See, you can't look at this and say, okay, yeah, I don't believe in this company because they're not growing right now. I mean, literally, I told you, they just went public. They're still $5 to $6 billion market cap, right? The total potential is what you're paying for right now with these guys. That's the key. And on top of it, revenue numbers are climbing and the operating expenses are staying the same. So this is just what I'm saying is fundamentally, this is the picture that you want. You want growth. It doesn't have to be hyper growth. It doesn't have to be, oh my God, these guys are growing 100% year over year. If they started growing, if they accelerate this number, this 32% year over year to let's say 40, 50, 60, by that time, the market's already going to recognize and this thing will be in the 50, 60 range, just like Robinhood, right? When Robinhood's revenues were, flattish, they weren't like, oh my God, let's go buy out Robinhood. I mean, that's when Robinhood was trading at what? The same price as nearly the amount of cash that was on their balance sheet.
Yeah, it's just, again, Robinhood did have that explosive growth. That was
right.
That was,
and you're telling me 32% year over year revenue growth is not impressive.
It's impressive, but then this is the May metrics on Robinhood. Options are 36% year over year. That's just in the month of May, not even the quarter. And then equities are 108% year over year just in the month of May.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have exposure to one of the largest markets on the planet when it comes to retail investing, right? So your vision has to go, at least for me, my vision for this is I'm looking at beyond just the United States. I'm looking at the other part of the planet and saying, look, there's all this opportunity that's out there, and Webull is looking to capture a meaningful part of that in the future. And if they're successful at doing that, then the total addressable market is so vast that these guys right now at a $5 and $6 billion market cap is going to seem like peanuts.
So you're thinking of it as an investment more than a trade.
Yeah. And even if you look at it like profitability wise, look at their profitability in Q1 2024, they did 2.3 million in profit. Now they did almost 28 million in profit. You annualize this out, that's almost like 120 million in profit going forward. And it's just going to keep accelerating as margins keep improving, as they keep adding more users, they keep adding more services. This number is what you need to focus on.
Well, I'm in it. I bought 1,000 shares. I cannot have the Kris I told you so a year from now. So I'm in it.
Yeah. For me, I'm more proud of like the names that I picked that are like Carnival Cruise Lines, Norwegian,
great.
Right? Great. I think what happens is a lot of people, they look at the big names that are sexy and they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to buy this. And you'll make good money on it. I always feel the stocks that I'm the most proud of picking are the ones that no one else wants to even remotely talk about. They get bored by it. The conversation's like, why would I want to buy a cruise line? Yeah, because they generate really good earnings and they use those earnings to pay down debt. And that debt pay down gets shareholder value, And when you find undervalued companies like that, you lean into them.
Yeah, look, there's a point. Someone's saying right here, if you're not in America, you can't use Robinhood. That's fair. Even if they're expanding, as of right now, Webull's a bit more international, right? So
yeah, I'm telling you, there's a lot of people when it comes to internationally that will get into options eventually. Options are something that I still think are very like American. It's something that over time people will get into. One of the things that you noticed you talking about the tokens, right? Like, yeah, Robinhood essentially what they did was they just think of those tokens as a contract that does not have an expiration date.
Yep,
that is exactly what it is. It's just, someone said it, a derivative. So if you have Apple, $150, you bought a share, you bought it as a token. The token is what gives you access to that one share of Apple, just like an options contract gives you a share, option to buy 100 shares of Apple. Right. The difference is that the contract has usually a time frame on when it expires. So if you think about the tokens, they're just unlimited date, things. The real question is, how is Robinhood actually going to monetize this thing? And I think the way that they're going to do it is, once again, they're going to custody these things and hold them, and they're going to be able to loan them out. And Robinhood could theoretically become a very powerful fintech player. If you think about all these retail investors, if they put their money and they buy all these tokens, quote unquote, that means Robinhood effectively has control over those shares. Do you know what that means when you get control over shares? That means you can elect people on board seats. All right. One of the reasons why you had this huge move in ESG, like with BlackRock, is because they own all these index funds that hold the underlying shares of a company, right? If Robinhood has to hold the underlying shares, who do you think gets to decide the board seat?
I don't think Robinhood's going to pick the boards of companies. I think that's...
Hey, listen, if you get enough retail to buy into a stock, Robinhood will get a seat at the table.
I don't know if that's the route they're going, Kris. I mean, maybe I can see
that's not the route that they want to go, but that's the route that they can go. And here's the other thing. Let's say you don't want to go that route. You could always lend your shares to other people.
And there's a lot of money in that as well. Yeah.
So remember when Disney had a fight with what's his name? The hedge fund guy from Treant, was it Treant Partners? But basically they wanted to oust the current CEO and the board over at Disney.
Nelson Peltz, right? Okay.
Nelson Peltz. Imagine right now an activist investor comes in and says, hey, Vlad, I need to borrow 1 million shares of this company so that I can elect a board that's going to be favorable to me, and I'll give you X, Y, and Z for it. It can happen. That's money that would come into Robinhood. you know? So these are things that, like I said, right now, BlackRock controls all of this stuff because they do it through their indexes. But if more and more people are buying individual shares, and if they're tokenized, then Robinhood is effectively going to have control over that. Like right now, you guys like that buy the shares, you guys have ownership over those shares, which means you're technically allowed to vote for whoever you want in your board. That's why they have those meetings, those annual meetings with shareholders. The thing is, most shareholders that are at least on the retail side, you guys don't vote. And because you don't vote, and because you don't vote, what happens is that the guys who do vote, which is usually the guys from BlackRock, because they're voting as a stack, they get to choose whoever they want.
What do you think about BMNR and this ETH treasury?
I have been very curious about, I told you, I'm trying to figure out ways, and I'm trying to figure out the players who are going to be able to make money using this ETH treasury situation. You know, I was researching a couple of days ago. So imagine right now you have Ethereum itself. People buy it, and I'm learning about how when you do transactions and everything else, some portion of the ETH gets burned.
Yes.
Right. So think of that burning process as a share buyback, right? Ethereum also issues shares, but it also burns those same things. So
by the way, it just got halted, guys, at 129. Got halted.
So if you look at like the total Ethereum out there, I think it's like 120 million tokens or whatever it's called. I don't know. So over time, there's going to be a process where more and more of that is supposed to get burned. And then on the other hand, all the gas fees and everything are like dividends. And I think this is where me and you will talk offline about what Tom Lee spoke to you about, because if that's the thesis that he's going for, then he's absolutely right in that the people who own the stake of it, you don't necessarily need Ethereum to skyrocket to make money.
That's exactly what he said yesterday. Exactly.
Yeah. So the question is, where do we go here? Do we want to hold the Ethereum, or do we want to hold the staking company that's going to get this reward for putting things up? And so the value of their ownership grows over time, and you as shareholders get the benefit of that. So that's something that'll be very interesting. And, you know, like I said, that's something that me and you will talk about offline. But with each story
we could have put 50 grand in BMNR, even at freaking 20 after it pumped from 4, and we would have.
But didn't I say this to you? Like, do you remember me? I had this conversation with you, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Remember? I was using that same exact thing. I was like, we need to find this thing with.
You were thinking of SBET. You were thinking of SBET, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of SBET. But I was thinking more like, how do we make money off of this move towards stable coins with ETH?
Well, when Tom Lee did his thing, bro, I think that was the signal. Now, obviously, I don't know if anyone expected a 20x, but like, the point is, like, you were right. There's something going on with ETH, and Tom Lee is becoming the Michael Saylor of ETH. That's what it feels like happening.
Yeah.
And he articulated a lot of reasons yesterday for why you'd rather buy a treasury over the asset itself.
I'm not the smartest guy on the planet when it comes to crypto. So I really, when it comes to me, take my word for a grain of salt. I haven't done nearly the amount of research that guys like Tom Lee have. But if Tom Lee sees some vision in this, I think it's not a bad idea to follow. You know, the guy obviously is a very smart person. He knows what he's talking about. He sees value. He looks at it from the stock perspective. He looks at it from a business perspective. He combines those two things together. I don't think otherwise, I don't think he would have signed up to be, what is it, the chairman of BitMine?
Agreed. But would you chase BMNR? That's the question. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable.
I don't understand the business yet. Other than, hey, this is an Ethereum treasury.
That's all it is. I mean, on the podcast, you'll hear more, but that's literally all it is. It's an ETH treasury.
Yeah.
And people are betting that Tom Lee's going to get more ETH per share for them from a yield, just like Saylor does with Bitcoin per share versus ETH itself.
I mean, you think about it, this was only a $200 million market cap. That is a very, very small market cap relative. And what's their NAV right now? Now their NAV is probably,
it's got to be upwards of 2x. I would think.
Someone said buy SBET, short BMNR. Hell no. Do not do some dumb do not short anything that's running like this. Like, you're asking for your account to get blown up. Do not do that. Like,
well,
the
that's
worst-
also the most attractive shorts though when it's running this crazy. That's
no, not like this, dude. You're gonna try to short a company that's like $800 million
yeah, that's
in one of
too
the
small.
no. I mean, look, there is probably some money to be made, but the amount of risk that you're taking on for this thing to accelerate to like 5 to 10 billion, like this is like saying, let me short MSTR when that shit was $100, you know, not 100, like $20. Like, don't do it. It's not worth it, you know.
No.
Yeah, because none of these things run on fundamentals. They all run on hype, and hype can get you screwed over. And the thing is, the market can stay way more irrational than you can stay solvent, and your portfolio is going to crash, and eventually you're going to run out of runway, and then your broker is going to start selling off your shit. I would not go that route, man. Not.
Circle up 4%, Microsoft up 1.2. Is there anything else you're looking in this market besides Webull?
Oracle. I think Oracle, like, it's in my main like bet thing with you. Oracle's just, they're performing, man. You know, I think a lot of people, they look at the big sexy names, but look at Oracle for the year. It's done amazing, and I think it keeps running like this. I think they're signing so many contracts, and yeah. Oracle's definitely the one to look at if you want to look at like one of the mega caps that's not necessarily a mega cap yet. I mean, 600 billion is still a mega cap. So
what do you think about Oscar down 20%?
I think the legislation part of it is what's causing them. But whenever I look at legislation and, you know, impacts of legislation that could come, strong businesses, they tend to do okay because they can figure out their way around those regulations, and the weaker hands, they fall apart. Right. So the question is Oscar better or United Health? I think United Health has just a lot more experience dealing with these these changes that tend to come around. And I think for that reason, I'm more invested in United than I am in Oscar. Oscar has some potential because of some of this stuff that they're doing in terms of like total growth. And they are really, really small relative to the bigger guys. So that's definitely something that could provide you as a shareholder a lot of value, you know, compared to United Health, which you could see maybe like a double. Whereas I think the total potential for Oscar is way higher, but the risk is also very high for Oscar as well.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Kris, I will let you get some sleep. I know you must be super tired.
Can I just share one screen real quick before I go? And it's a comment that was made on your stream yesterday. Like,
by the way, guys, Jose will be on in about 10 minutes, so he'll be on and we'll talk to him.
Yeah, it's like, do you ever talk about when to buy stocks or just chatting about how great your stocks are? And do you give advice on what stocks to buy and when to buy? I've been listening to a few long videos, and all I heard was you talking about the stocks you already own that you bought a long time ago. I do love your market news, but wish you would talk more about blah, 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 blah. I don't know what else it was. But okay, the point that I want to make with this is you just got to buy a good company and hold it. Like, so many people are chasing, like, oh, what's the next one? What's the next one? Well, how come my portfolio isn't moving up 30% today? Bro, just stop. Like, the reason why we keep talking about the stocks we own is because that's the thing. You find a good stock, you buy it and you hold it and you wait. You know, like I know there's other channels out there that do like breaking. This is the new hot stock for the week, because all they really care about, honestly, and this is no shade to any of them who do that, but their entire mantra is, I need more subscribers, I need more followers, and I need more views. Yeah. If Amit ever started doing some clickbait shit like that, bro, I'd be the first one to say, nah, I'm good. I don't want to be in it. I don't want to be with him anymore. You know, I'm not going to listen. What's the point?
And a lot of those channels, I've seen the progression. They went from like Mullen, that random EV auto company, to like they started from Nikola, if you go back to their history, and then they go to Mullen, and then they go to and now they're on Big Bear AI. Like, they just start chasing everything, and then when it's dumped, they move on to something else, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think the stream is valuable for market commentary and analysis of the macro. And then obviously a lot of us have been on a journey on two very special names like Palantir and Robinhood, and those have done very well. So, you know, we enjoy them. And I think we talk about a lot of names. Like we've talked, maybe with you, Steve, Kris, like Matt, like there's so many people that bring names to the community. I look at new names that people suggest, but buying them and chasing in this market to me is just a little scary.
Yeah.
And that's why it's not like going all in on Big Bear AI or SBET or whatever, you know?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, we look for potential that's out there, but we try to high quality it up whenever we can, you know? So I think some people are looking for, I want to be ahead of everyone. I want to look for that next big trade. And the next big trade is invent a time machine, go back 5 years and buy.
Well, the problem is people are thinking that stock picking is easy. And it's not. Like it feels a little easy when Big Bear is up 40% in a week, but it's not. Like we know it's not. And that's why when you find one that really works, like a Hood or a Palantir or a Carnival Cruise for you, or a Oracle, like Steve mentioned a couple months ago, like you kind of analyze it as much as you can, because it's so hard to find the next one. Everyone's like, what's the next one? It's like, the next one's really hard to find. And if you find it really easy, that means it might be a little hyped up for the moment, which means you can make some money, but it might not be just like the right way to invest at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, the other thing also is that when to buy and when to sell and all these things. Look, most analysts on Wall Street can't even give you a clear answer on that one. Like whether you buy a 10, 20, 30, I mean, it all depends on your personal situation, your time horizon. Like we don't know who you guys are. We can't give you generalized information and just say, hey, look, you should buy this stock at 20 and sell at 30. Like, I don't know what your personal goals are. Are you a long-term investor who can hold for the next 5, 10, 15 years? Or are you just looking, you know, for the next couple of months that you need some gain so you can finance a car? We don't know that. So I think the way that we do things is just, we look at companies, we look at the fundamentals and say, hey, this is something that's worth looking at. And if you want to buy it, you buy it. If you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. You know.
I also think we've had a lot of new, and if the critique is we don't have a lot of new ideas, I think UNH, that's been a great idea, even if it's not had a monster move. I mean, this thing is like a solid fundamental company. ASTS has been awesome for you. Rocket Lab, you know, Matt and his thesis on that for a while. Steve has like literally every Friday, Steve has a new Seeking Alpha article on a stock we did. ELF, DocuSign from a couple months ago, Oracle. I mean, there's a lot of new ideas. That doesn't mean you buy every idea though. Yeah. But it is, you know, something that Webull today, that's a new idea, but it's something for people to look at. Nick says, we're not always right. Nick says, I think these crypto treasury companies are the SPACs of this cycle. It could be the thing that eventually blows everything up. I'm saying this as an MSTR shareholder. Would you agree with that, Kris? Could they be the SPACs of the cycle?
100%. This could exactly be what's happening in the market right now. People are bidding things up they don't understand. Like I have no position in SBET. Okay, I think SBET is, from trading perspective, is doing really well, but I don't understand it, and I'm still in the phase where I'm trying to learn this stuff, because as an investor, your main job is learn, you know? So that's what I'm trying to do right now. Before I say, yeah, go out there, I'm going to go buy a whole bunch of SBET, or I'm going to buy a bunch of Ethereum crypto, you know, treasuries, whatever. No, I'm in the learning process. And that's why I actually love Amit's channel. It's because he freaking got an interview with Tom Lee, who does know what he's talking about. So I want to hear from Tom Lee. And if you guys, and I'm sure everyone in the chat right now, how many other YouTubers you know got to talk with Alex Carr, got to talk with Vlad, and now get to talk with Tom Lee and Dan Ives, you know, even though I think he's a weirdo for wearing those colorful shirts, but I think he gives great insight into tech that other people can't give. So I think that's the part that I say that I'm proud to be associated with Amit, in that he's been able to develop a community that's broad, but he's also now getting access to people who actually can help educate retail about certain industries, about certain new concepts that they may not be thinking about. And I think that's a lot of value there. So
yeah, and Tom's a nice guy, bro. He was so nice. Like,
yeah, I would expect
he's the nicest guy ever, bro. He was great.
Dude, I'd love to get a beer with Tom, you know? The one thing that I've noticed about CNBC, if there's like really a string of down days, they start parading Tom around.
Oh,
you notice that?
Yeah, because they want to use him as the guy to make fun of and everything.
Yeah. They're usually just like, hey Tom, come on, you got to give the bulls a little bit of meat, a fresh meat.
Well, he talked about the haters yesterday, because he talked about how on Twitter he gets like a lot of people that just like throw mean shit at him. And
Meet Kevin. You remember that bullshit? me and Kevin was coming after Tom Lee for like, I was like, damn, Kev, relax. It's not like your portfolio's done that well.
Well, the saddest thing is Tom Lee has 1.5 billion in assets on his ETF. Me, Kevin, had to close down his ETF. And that is when someone uses Twitter, if their stock is up a little bit on the day or someone else's stock is a little bit down on the day, and then tries to dunk on you, which is what Meet Kevin did with Tom Lee back in 2023. It is a sign of narcissism and a sign of someone who's trying to demean and delegitimize someone else's brand by using toxicity. You got to cut those people the fuck out immediately. Immediately. No remorse, no apologies. Get the hell out, because those people don't change. They don't change.
Yeah, someone told me a long time ago, there's like there's two types of people that get ahead in life. One is they're just really good and they're going to make it and they're going to do really well. And two, their entire mission is I'm going to look good by making everyone else around me look bad. And the thing is, if you associate with the latter, you're typically going to be, you're not going to do well, you know. And don't be that second guy. Be number one. Figure shit out, learn, share ideas, and monetize like Paywall Patel, right? By the way, I just want to say I am considering cutting my hours at work and seeing if I can go part-time because of all the people that have helped me with the Patreon and got me to the point where I can actually take some time away from doing 9 to 5 work. I mean, right now I work 12 to 8. It's a really hard shift to be on. And eventually I want to get away from it, but I couldn't have that financial freedom to get away from it by just doing my investing. You know, the Patreon helps because it provides me a little bit of monthly cushion to go do stuff. Like I'm in the process of buying a house. My wife eventually wants to go per diem. We're trying to have kids. So could I just sell everything and, like do that? Yeah, I could, but I'd be probably like in a state where it's not as comfortable, you know?
Look, here's my thing. The Discord Patreon culture in the financial world is very toxic and bad, and it's filled with bullshit. You are someone who is genuinely, whether you're right or wrong, and you've been way more right than wrong on many, many names over the past 2.5 years, put in the time, put in the research. If anyone's ever read Kris's Patreon, it's like literally 20 pages of a thesis, and that's only part one of a stock. And you interact with your Discord and your community every single day. So, and for $5-10 a month, that's not asking for a lot. And if that gets you to go full time and be an equity research analyst for your Patreon members and quit the 9 to 5, that's reasonable. But you got a lot of other people charging $500 a month for bullshit, you know?
Yeah. The one thing I don't do, I don't teach like, oh, you know what, this is the concept that you should learn. I don't do that because one, there's so many other people that are doing that already that you can just go to YouTube and type in, like, someone asked me, Kris, can you teach me options? But just go online, type in Tasty Trades. They go over every single thing that you could possibly need to learn, right? Unless you're like a close personal friend that I actually want to mentor a little bit, like I did with Amit. I don't have the patience for it, nor do I want to get into that. You don't have
the time or the bandwidth for that too, bro. Right. I asked you a lot of questions to figure this stuff out. You can't do that with 1,000 people, you know?
Yeah. So that's one thing. And, also, I don't know. I personally like just having interaction with people, just saying like, hey, this is the due diligence that I have. This is why I think it's good. This is why I think it's bad. And then do that. I don't have a personal YouTube channel. I don't do any like additional things, not because I don't want to. It's because I can't do what you're doing. I think a lot of people, dude, you are a very unique individual in that you can talk to a camera for 3 hours and still interact with a chat and do all this stuff. I can't do it. I tried it. I did it for like 30 days and I hated it. I really didn't like it. I'd rather just like, cause I feel like I could talk to you. I feel like, like it's a one-to-one conversation. That's why I'm doing the Cash Flow Chronicles with Matt and I'm doing the Hidden Edge with Sam.
We got to find the video. When Kris started making YouTube videos by himself in 2022, he uploaded this one video, dude. It was the funniest video ever because there was a moment where he was trying to talk to the camera. He was speaking. He lost his train of thought. He's staring at the camera and he's like, fuck this. And he turns away for 2 seconds. Then he starts talking again, but he forgot to edit it. And oh my God, it was the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah, I was like, because the thing is, I felt stupid for talking to like the camera, because I mean, that's what you have to do. It's like pre-recorded, right? So I'm like talking and I'm looking at the camera. I'm just like talking to an inanimate object right now. And I feel so dumb.
But when someone's asking you questions, it's more natural, right? You can get your thoughts.
Yeah. You know, that's why a lot of these people, they come on CNBC, and that's what I like doing. I like being a contributor to other people's platforms.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
And I think long term, I think that is probably going to be the thing that I'm going to lean into, which is, hey, listen, if you want to hear my thoughts and you have a channel, by all means, reach out and we can have a conversation. And if it's something that, you know, interests you and you want to explore a thesis, we can do it together. And, you know, and however I can monetize that, I will. And that's usually through a third party system like Patreon. You know, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I need $1,000 for a guest appearance fee. Like, bro, whatever. I'm not nearly important for that. So yeah.
Kris, I love it. There's his Twitter right there. We will talk to you next week. Enjoy 4th of July. Are you doing anything for the weekend?
No, man. I just got back from, I think my brother-in-law, yeah, they're doing a 4th of July party. So I think we're going to do that. But other than that, not much. You know, I'm just enjoying. I'm actually going back to Mexico with the wife in 3 weeks. So,
all right.
Yeah. Might actually, dude, next time come with us to freaking Cancun. You would have a freaking great time, man.
Maybe next time I will. Next time we got to do it on like a long weekend, so there's no market open, market closes. It's got to be like 3-4 days where the market's closed, and then I'll come. I'll do it.
Yep. All right, guys. Have a great one. Take care.
All right, Kris. Thank you. Later.
Bye.
All right. So I don't pay Kris to be a contributor on this show, but I do make the guy who's about to be on the show pay to be on the show, as he just said in the chat, in our private chat. This guy's hilarious. Jose, what's up?
What's going on, brother? How's everything?
Everything's good. Jose does not pay me to be on the show. We should be paying him to be on the show. Now we can actually talk for 15 minutes because we don't have anything crazy happening with Hoodie. Who knows, though? Maybe something does. But your beloved NVIDIA did have a milestone 160, dude. Congrats.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I was pretty excited. I was in a quick business meeting. I was doing a live stream for another content creation that I do I was like, I got to see what's going on in the chat, because I know a lot of people also come here and discuss NVIDIA and some other semiconductor stocks. So it's just fun seeing what's happening in the community.
All right, so let's go back to the discussion we were having yesterday, and then we'll keep going from there. I think we'll start off with AMD, because that's where we left off. They introduced a lot of new stuff. I looked at a new price target today from 120 to 150.
50, yeah.
I guess the broader question is this just going to catch up to NVIDIA, and is everyone still thinking they're the second best, but they should be thinking of them more as like a real fierce competitor that deserves a bid?
You know, I'm a shareholder of both, right? So I still believe NVIDIA is the king. I don't think, even with what AMD announced, is coming at the throat for NVIDIA in forms of market share, but AMD is starting at such a small base. I mean, last year they did about $5 billion in AI revenue. Markets and analysts are expecting about 7 to 8 billion, depending on how well the MI355 does. But for them, that's 50, 60, 70% growth. If they do a little bit better than that, if they do 10 billion, that's almost 100% year-over-year growth on just some of those, not exact numbers, but just showcases that extra 5 billion a year is a big line for AMD in forms of revenue, in forms of earnings per share. Where for NVIDIA, losing 5 billion, you would barely see it. The great thing about this market is it's an evolving market. It's continuing to grow. So you can even have the same market share that you did a year ago, but your revenue could still be growing at some massive levels just because the overall TAM is growing. And I think that's how you should see AMD. I don't think you should see it as a NVIDIA competitor or gonna eat the share. If you can just keep the same share, grab even an extra pair or two, a percentage of shares, you're gonna be a great winner for AMD. And their MI400 is extremely well. It's going to be a full rack solution, something that AMD has kind of been lacking. NVIDIA, one of the great things is you don't call them for a chip. You call NVIDIA and say, look, I'm building a data center. You're not going to build that data center for me, but you're so in and out with the supply chain. Jensen can easily call all his homies and be like, look, this person needs a $100 billion data center. Let's do it right away. How can we do that? The partnership in the supply chain is pretty amazing. Right. AMD is still kind of getting to that. Eventually, I do believe there's going to be some strength behind there. And I think that alone is a vast opportunity where you don't need to be a true threat. You just need to be a nice second option. And AMD, I mean, we saw Sam Altman, CEO, come into their MI400 event and talk to Lisa and say, look, we're very excited for the MI400. So huge growth market opportunity here. AMD is still less than, I think, $300-400 billion. Even if it 2-3x's, it's still not even $1 trillion player. So I see vast opportunity here for AMD, but I would not want to get an angry call for Jensen saying that I'm talking bad about the GOAT right now.
Do you think the run from 90 to 130 was justified for AMD?
Oh, yes, for sure. For sure. I mean, I think 90 and a lot of these lows that we saw in during this April crash were just ridiculous. I mean, this is what, less than $300 billion in market cap. I think forward PE ratio is still kind of like in the low 20s. I believe, and remember, forward PE ratios are all based on analyst expectations. From the channels that I follow and kind of like the information that I digest, I believe a lot of these analysts are underestimating that. So in theory, coming out a year from now, I think the PE ratio would be a lot lower than what these expectations are. And that's what I like to see. I like when analysts are completely wrong on the market opportunity, because that's what creates, right? A lot of the stock at the end of the day is forward-looking, and most stocks are forward-looking, and forward-looking are all based on expectations. Now, my job is, the way that I invest is, where do I see in the market where, when you say Wall Street is wrong, you're pretty much saying where analysts are misrepresenting the actual growth. And I think that's the case here for AMD.
NVIDIA hitting 160. Why do you think the street's bidding it up right now?
I mean, yes, we talked about it yesterday, I think, a little bit before the hood stuff. Oracle announced that one customer was going to be $30 billion, right, in fiscal year of 2028. We got confirmations yesterday after our stream that it is the Stargate project. It is the extension to the Stargate project. Now, what I think is, well, one customer, $40 billion annually on cloud revenue. Do you know how much Google Cloud did in revenue this year? Or last year, for fiscal year of 2024, so the year that just passed. Can you guess how much they did in cloud revenue?
I think it's about like 35.
They close. It was around 40 billion. 42, I believe, was the actual number for their fiscal year of 2024. That's with a lot of AI companies. So you're telling me now that by fiscal year of 2028, one customer is almost going to do the same type of revenue that Google did in the whole cloud basis on this year?
It's kind
how
of
are you not how are you not bullish in that in kind of the AI market? And obviously Oracle has Stargate, which is partnerships with some, mainly NVIDIA, but Oracle does buy a lot of AMD. If Oracle, the number 4 player in the cloud space, is seeing this type of growth, what type of growth are we going to expect from Amazon, from Google, from Microsoft in forms of the cloud space? So I don't know. I think it's the AI space is getting me so excited.
We did get some more news yesterday. I think you probably saw this, right? OpenAI and Oracle strike major agreement to expand Stargate. Agreement will span across multiple U.S. states, with OpenAI looking to secure 4.5 gigawatts of power from Oracle data centers. Could that be another reason why Oracle is like just going to be a central player in this game?
Yeah, I mean, so it is also important to remember that the Stargate the margins is definitely different from Oracle, but Oracle definitely wins a lot of here from OpenAI. And remember, OpenAI is one of the many AI companies. I don't believe 3 years from now, OpenAI is going to be the only player. You're still going to have Gemini. You're still going to have XAI. So if one of the leading players is looking at this type of demand, what are the other leading players looking in forms of demand? I mean, we saw Meta just announced that they were spending billions of dollars on hiring teams just so they can continue to grow. So they're also expecting this type of demand. They're just not sharing it to us. And it's like, if Oracle is seeing it, why wouldn't Google Cloud, Microsoft, and Amazon see this type of cloud demand? And if OpenAI is expected to use this type of money spending on AI compute, why would you not think that XAI, that Gemini, that Perplexity, that Anthropic are not going to be using that same type of compute as well?
I would agree. It seems like this is only going to keep continuing. Can we talk about what the hell Zucks is doing? Like, why are they poaching all these people from OpenAI? Number 1. 2, why are all these people leaving OpenAI? 3, are you kind of worried Zucks is just being reckless with the spend here?
I mean, first, number 2, why are they leaving? If you were to offer anybody hundreds of millions of a paycheck, I would gladly take it. If someone, I'm in the wrong field because I didn't get requested to join any AI team here and get paid hundreds of millions of dollars. Alexander Wang is probably what many are saying is one of the greatest CEOs of our generations in form of age. I mean, I believe the guy is not even 28 and is already worth multi-billions of dollars. Yeah. And Mark is also pretty young, but not to the age of Alexander. So he does see a future of how this individual can reshape the AI ecosystem. The great thing about Alexander Wang and kind of Scale AI is he used to work with a lot of other AI companies as well. He used to work with like Microsoft, with Google and stuff like that. So he had kind of like the ins and out with other engineers. I also believe him poaching Alexander was for a great CEO, but he had the connection with all these other scientists in all these different companies that allowed Meta to kind of poach him. I think this just signifies that the AI ecosystem the race is a lot closer, not a lot closer, but the maybe end goal is, or this excitement of super intelligence or AGI is a lot closer than most people think. And what's the difference? I heard it from Dylan Patel yesterday, a massive semi-analysis person that I follow. It's like, what's the difference of buying a company just for talent or just paying them hundreds of millions of dollars for that talent as well? It's the same thing. So they're just hiring for talent. And it just kind of showcases the bullish case that even if you miss out, Llama 4 was a bust. But this market is so evolving that Llama 5 could be the greatest thing, and no one would care about Llama 4. I mean, Bard.
When you say it's a bust, what do you mean by that?
It sucked. It sucked. You kind of you don't hear about it anymore. It has very low ratings. They had about 3 models, only 2 of them released. It seemed like they did the wrong things to create this model. And it's not necessarily game over because Google Bard happened, right? Most people forgot about Bard, that horrible AI solution that they first introduced. But now Gemini 2.5, like a year or 2 years later, is one of the GOATs in the AI ecosystem. Even though most people don't think about it, it definitely is. So even if Meta messed up with Llama 4, hiring this AI talent can definitely accelerate them being successful in Llama 5 and whatever they move on to from there, be it their smart glasses, AI glasses, or whatever type of product we move into.
Yeah, I just think it's incredible, dude. If they're spending hundreds of millions on individual people to research AI, like I think people really have to step back and be like, either Zucks is an idiot and he's doing the metaverse stuff again, which granted that stuff didn't work out, or this is not only the opportunity of a generation, it's the opportunity of multiple generations to capitalize on this. And if Meta even wins 10% of that opportunity, this is going to be a multi-trillion dollar company. And I think that's why they're paying hundreds of millions right now. So
I agree. And I wouldn't bet against Mark right now. He's had, even though the metaverse sucked, the investments that the metaverse happened were pretty much all AI servers. So he was able to quickly turn that ship around. Like, look, we were investing in the metaverse, but the metaverse is just a lot of AI high compute solutions, which is just AI servers. Yeah, we invested in all this capacity already. We're extremely bullish here.
Okay, some rapid fire. Iran, they're buying a bunch of GPUs. Any thoughts on this one?
I mean, definitely growth opportunities here in these, as again, we just see compute is intense. It's just not my type of investment. Yeah, you know, I stuff like this, I feel like are extremely volatile. And it's just not in my risk to reward ratio. Yeah, I don't chase. Exactly.
NVTS. Any thoughts on this?
Navitas, I mean, I was a little bit more bearish on them originally when they kind of announced that NVIDIA deal because I felt like they didn't have a true moat. I would recommend any Navitas shareholder. They had a presentation, I think less than a month ago, that really kind of showcases their strength. I'm not entirely bullish on it now, but I am a lot less bearish on this one. I do believe I see why there's excitement for Navitas. So recommend checking out their presentation.
Applied Digital, anything here with their CoreWeave partnership?
I mean, I'm surprised the stock, this one hasn't run up more. Applied Digital market cap of what? Less than, let me just, what's the market cap? I'm pretty sure it's there, but I don't know
2.3
where I would see it. 2.3. They announced a massive, a deal that would be kind of like a yearly contract of 400 billion with CoreWeave, 400 million per year. And if you kind of distribute it evenly, just one contract being a quarter or so of your market cap, I actually I don't own it, but I don't see why this hasn't run up even more.
So Micron, amazing earnings, wasn't able to pump. Do you think this is just price for perfection right now?
I think the market is just really looking for the AI story, but right now they have kind of some headwinds in the consumer space and some of the other markets that is hiding a little bit of the AI story. So massive tailwinds here. I don't know if it's price for perfection, but the market is expecting more from the consumer space. It doesn't matter who wins in these AI GPU cluster builds out, either AMD or NVIDIA, both end up using Micron. So I can see the excitement. Again, I don't own it though.
Marvell, they had their AI Investor Day. I think you were impressed by that, I would imagine.
Yeah, Marvell, super bullish on them. I mean, obviously the ASIC market is questioning because if NVIDIA is generating amazing chips every year, how can a custom solution be a threat? But they showcase some great announcements. They have some great contracts with big hyperscalers. With this, a market cap of about $60 billion or so, I like it for the risk to reward opportunity.
Arista, anything you see there? ANET.
Arista, I mean, provides networking solutions, big customers from Microsoft and Meta. Obviously, if we continue to build out this AI infrastructure, just those two customers, so there could be a massive tailwind. The big risk is, again, that customer concentration. If any of those slow down, it could create some negative pressure for Arista. I don't own, but definitely see the bullish here.
Okay, and then Nebius, I imagine same thesis here with CoreWeave. It's just, it got expensive and, you know, they're growing, but it's hyped up.
Yeah, I think this was a little less expensive than CoreWeave. If I was, I have CoreWeave. I got CoreWeave luckily in the 40s. This is one that if I was to start over at these price points of CoreWeave at 150 and Nebius at this price point, not because of the actual price itself, but if you look at metrics and valuations, I think Nebius looks a lot more attractive than a CoreWeave right now. But this is a very low flow IPO, very low amount of shares were given during IPO process. And I do believe that's one of the main reasons that's really helping this stock pump. Obviously, great partnership with NVIDIA, and I'm really excited of my position, obviously, but it's one that I've been trimming out of.
Broadcom hit all-time highs. I mean, is this something we're not paying enough attention to?
I mean, their biggest customer in their AI GPU ASIC solutions is Google. Google designs the TPUs, and that's made through the partnership of Broadcom. If we continue to see these partnerships, if AI continues to be built like we see, Google's going to buy more. It's going to make more TPUs. They have a lot of other partnerships as well with some other cloud service providers. Growth opportunity here. My real thing here is like, why own Broadcom when I can own NVIDIA already? It's already my exposed to it. So maybe you might not own NVIDIA.
Can you explain why someone would buy Broadcom over NVIDIA? Like, is there like a risk to reward that's better or something?
One of the big things is obviously NVIDIA is completely dependent on data center GPUs, right? So if that slows down, you can know it's a big red flag for pretty much the whole AI market, but I think NVIDIA would be the biggest downfall. With Broadcom, you do have their AI chips, but you also have some other form of networking solutions that it's like, okay, you're not completely dependent on one product. I guess that's the risk to reward ratio behind it. You still have vast amount of growth opportunities in different avenues. And that might be seemingly like a bit of a diversification within a company. So I think that's could be one of they have a lot of software solutions as well, a lot of clouding solutions. So I think that diversification might be one of the reasons you might be excited about Broadcom. But like Broadcom, $1 trillion, I don't think it's the next NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA dominates this market.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, every time I think of it as well, I just think of more NVIDIA. A couple more questions for you, Jose, but real quick, guys, what the chip happened? That is Jose's newsletter. I know a lot of you guys subscribe to it, but you can subscribe right there. Jose, what do they get if they subscribe to this?
Yeah, so it's newsletter about the semiconductor industry. Yesterday, for example, I was here. I talked about the big, beautiful bill, how it affected the semiconductor industry. I talked about Intel. I talked about, I think Oracle was yesterday's newsletter. I'm trying to check what is happening. So it's pretty much digest of what happens in the semiconductor market. I try not to just flood you with random information. It has to be topics that matter. For example, today we are getting reports that there are some export restrictions easing out of China. So that's going to be a topic there. And I still, usually it's about 2 to 3 tidbits of topics, all in about 5 minutes that you can digest. And I just have to find great topics before I send out. So sometimes is daily every week on a weekly basis. Sometimes there's not a lot of information. I don't want to bore you with random thoughts. I respect your time. So I'm only going to send out when there's information that needs to be read.
I love it. Yeah, and the reason I'm subscribed is because, you know, when a lot of this stuff is not original news, it's the compiling of the news and
what it means to investors.
Exactly. And you need someone who actually understands the industry to compile that news in the first place. SMCI, any updated thoughts on that?
I mean, I'm gonna sound like broken.
Well, I think your baby's crying in the background as soon as it said SMCI.
SMCI, yeah, that's a short right there. I think it's a short right there. AI compute is needed. Supermicro has done really well at expanding this market. My biggest thing is Supermicro, obviously, prior issues with regulatory stuff. The other thing is last quarter, they mentioned they had to write off a lot of inventory because no one was theoretically buying the Hopper platform and everybody was just moving to NVIDIA's Blackwell platform. It maybe showcased that the Supermicro might need a little bit better ways of handling its inventory and it overbought too much supply and now can't do too much with it, that it had to write down a lot of inventory. And that tells me that management is not guiding correctly. And I don't like that, even in the market that you can continue to grow. So just not a big fan of management. But again, I can see why investors would be excited about this growth.
There's a name that has not run all year, but I feel like maybe it's time. Qualcomm. Any thoughts on this one?
So Qualcomm's pretty much dependent on the phone business. They make chips that go into a lot of the Android stuff. They also make the chips that go into like the AR glasses and VR glasses from Meta. So they are very consumer centric. There hasn't been much of an upgrade needed in your smartphones. I don't think many people are out there buying new smartphones right now. So that's been kind of a massive tailwind. Based on Micron earnings, it does kind of give us an indication that that market is a little bit picking up. So that could be bullish here. But this is one that the biggest growth opportunity is that AR glasses and VR glasses from both Meta and Google. I don't know if you checked out the Google I/O event, but they kind of showcased those glasses. A lot of those chips behind them are Qualcomm. So if that opportunity becomes massive or that market explodes like no tomorrow, that's the growth rate of Qualcomm. Things like Internet of Things. But sometimes it takes a little bit longer for that market to go. So it usually trades at a weak PE ratio. I mean, you can see PE trailing 12 months, 16.6.
Yeah.
Cheapest of all them all, but it's very consumer centric, at least right now.
Are you touching Intel at all?
No, definitely not. I mean, if it turns around, this is definitely a multi-bagger. It has the opportunity to do, but I mean, it takes longer for technology to really transform or have a turnaround story than maybe some investors think. So I think there's still opportunity for this to give us opportunities later on. Opportunity for opportunity.
All right, Jose, NVIDIA, all-time highs. It's got to be pretty exciting for you.
Yeah, I mean, nice long weekend. Have time with some fun times with friends today, this week, and just looking at my portfolio, being pretty excited.
That's got to make July 4th better, right? Looking at the portfolio. I love it. Jose, thank you. Enjoy with your family. We'll talk to you next time.
Thank you. Enjoy. Take care.
Take care. All right, folks. That is it. Again, Jose's Twitter. I'll put in the chat. You guys can follow him there. That's it for us, dude. We are done for the week. Tom Lee interview will be out tomorrow. I think you guys will enjoy it. Market's closing in about an hour. I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy from what we're looking at right now. S&P all-time highs. NVIDIA, we got that nice 160 today, which was fun. S&P 626, bro. S&P's up 1%. So a couple more percents. We're at 65 hundo. We're there. And then I don't know what happens in August, September, but maybe a little bit of a pullback. Maybe we inch higher, but looks like even on a day where the market's really not moving that much, still seeing some momentum. I'm not popping fireworks. Yeah, I'm not doing anything too crazy. I used to when I was younger, but I'm going to take tomorrow to relax. That's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. I've like barely slept this week. Yesterday was hectic going to New York and, you know, just going back and forth. And so it's just, I'm going to just relax a little bit. I think July 4th in general, as an American, always just feels good to reflect on the fact that, you know, it's one of the greatest countries in the world based on the freedoms that other people died for in order for us to have. So one of those things. And I appreciate it a lot more now that I'm older, you know, did not appreciate it when I was younger. I I didn't really understand why July 4th mattered outside of fireworks, but I do care a lot more about it. Miami updates probably next week. Definitely August 23rd. I'm talking with like 3 or 4 different people right now on locations. So most likely next week, you guys will get some details. But August 23rd will most likely be the day. I mean, like almost 99% sure that's Saturday we're doing it. It's just the location. So if you are thinking of coming through, keep that weekend open. And yeah, probably by next week, end of next week, you will have the location confirmed. Let me put the form right here. Again, to get the details, just make sure you sign up to this form. And you guys will be put into a Telegram group probably in a week. Your emails will get all the data as well. Then yeah, we're going to end out the summer in Miami. It's kind of crazy, bro. It's only July 3rd. We have 2 months left of the year, or not of the year, of the summer. Well, technically it's summer ends September 21st, but you get my point, right? And then we get into my favorite part of the year, which is fall, September through December. Like, that's good, dude. September, October, November, December are some of the most fun parts of the year, in my opinion. It's like, it's better than the summer, better than winter. It's like, got Christmas, Halloween, Thanksgiving. That's my birthday in October. A lot of birthdays in October. So, yeah, but we're going to be done with the summer pretty damn soon. Pretty freaking soon. For anyone who says they can help, yeah, please message me on X. If you can help, just message me on X. And I would love anyone's inputs or thoughts. I'm already talking to a bunch of people that reached out, but if you have any ideas or thoughts or locations, please message me on X. If not on X, then you can email me. I'll put my Daily Pound Tier email, amit@dailypoundtier.com. That email, you can send me anything that you want to use to help. But yeah, also message me on Twitter. That good. When we can talk. You did? Okay, cool. So I'll go through my DMs. I'll see them. I'll go through my DMs and see. I think Miami will be fun. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun way to end out August. Mookaby, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thanks, Smith, for your content. Military vet here. How many vets in the chat? Thank you all. Shout out to you. Thank you for your service. Chris is a veteran as well. And so on a day like July 4th, deep appreciation for myself, for the veterans and the sacrifices you made for this country. And again, I think sometimes you got to get a little bit older to like actually understand that freedom is not free. People have to risk their lives to even have a chance at having a country that has the opportunities that it provides. And so, as I've got older, it's just a deep appreciation. It's quite emotional to an extent because, you ask you're like, what did I do for my country outside of pay taxes? And when you think of someone who put their life on the line, it makes you think that, there's just a different level of gratitude you have when people actually fought for your country, So very grateful. Thank you for being in the chat. Thank you for keeping up with the content. And thank you for being part of the community. Can I message you on Grindr? That is a fun one. Where's Grindr? Is it moving today? Is it doing it? It's been stuck, bro, at this like 22 range. 22.55. Yeah, it's not done anything. I'm not on Grindr. I don't have an account on Grindr, so you can't message me there. Contrary to popular belief. But regardless. We need an encore to the Toronto meetup. We will do Toronto again. I loved it. I love T-Dot. It was a great city. It was Canada Day the other day, and I was seeing a bunch of like Snapchats of people having fun and celebrating Canada Day. So we'll be back to T-Dot definitely next year, and it should be fun. Thoughts on Hood selling off? It's normal. It should be selling off. I mean, I doubt it's because of the OpenAI stuff. That's just not that serious, in my opinion. But dude, this thing is up 125% year to date. It was up 140% yesterday. I mean, like, it's taking a breather. That is totally fine. And I think long term, bro, the thesis is there. S&P inclusion is on the horizon. There's a lot more catalysts. But look, I mean, it's up a lot. If it chills out for the next couple of weeks, next couple of months, I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's crazy at all. So not wild for me to see that could happen. Intel right here up about 2.8. Nvidia, are we still at 160, 159.68 on Nvidia? We're going to do Texas 2026 as well. We will do that in 2026. I just got to figure it out, but we will do Texas there. I don't know where, Houston, Dallas. I don't know. I got to figure it out. Maybe somewhere in the middle, but we will do it. Tom Lee one will be out tomorrow. It'll be out tomorrow. Probably like 12 p.m. tomorrow. 12 p.m. tomorrow. It'll be out. I just got to finish editing it. But it was fun, dude. He's awesome. He's just like, he's just a nice guy. He's a nice freaking guy. And his team was awesome meeting with him. The guy's like, dude, every second he's running around. He has meetings. He's doing this. He's in Zoom calls, all this stuff. He's busy, bro. He's working. He's freaking working. So it was really nice of him to take the time. And it was very natural. It was a very natural podcast. It wasn't like a formal interview or anything, because we kind of know each other from Twitter, because he's been seeing my posts and stuff. So it was just like two guys talking about the markets. But when you hear Tom Lee talk about it, there's some people that when they speak, you just listen. You really just listen, and the way he can break things down and articulate, and he has all this data, but he also has a lot of creativity when he's thinking about it. You can understand why he has 10,000 clients, right? Like, people will pay a lot of money just to listen to what he has to say. So I think you guys will enjoy it. It'll be fun. And dude, the lady this is where connections just happen and you have to go with the momentum. The lady that connected me to Tom Lee, she is connected to so many people in tech and business. And I was talking about it earlier, but she wants all of them to get more exposure. So she was like, hey, would you mind having more guests on your show? I was like, yeah. Some of the names she was throwing out there, I was like, yeah, like, you can get me that person. She's like, yeah, of course. I've been known him for 10 years. I was like, okay, like, let's do it. So sometimes these connections, the whole point of moving out also was to start a legit podcast. And part of the reason I got a 2-bedroom was to have one of those bedrooms be a podcast studio. And this is another reason why I wanted to stay in New York, bro. Like, if I'm in Miami, I can't do this with Tom Lee. If I'm in Austin, which, yes, Austin's great for podcasting, but it does not have the Tom Lee. He's not going to Austin. He doesn't care about he's in New York. This is the mecca of finance, bro. And I can't afford living in New York yet, but 20 minutes away is like, I think, close enough. And so I think we'll hopefully be able to get some pretty good content soon. Is your mother freaking out about you moving out? No, she's not freaking out. She just makes jokes every day. She's like, so this is the last time you're going to be able to do the dishes for the rest of your life, right? I'm like, no, Mom, this is not. I mean, technically, yeah, I'm not going to be doing the dishes that much if I move out. But no, dude, my mom's really supportive. I mean, we're going shopping on Saturday for the furniture. And yeah, because it's July now. At this point, it's a month away. So it hasn't really hit me yet, though. I mean, I think when I actually move out, it's going to hit me that I'm like, not living with my parents every day. But yeah, I'm also excited. It's time, I'm excited. Got to embrace the next step of the journey. It's been a good 5 years at home trying to, get my life together. And, now we're here, and I just think we can keep taking it to the next level. Again, very close to New York. There's lots of opportunities there. I love being in New York yesterday. I love being in New York, but not living in New York. Like, it was nice to see New York, and then it's nice to come back home. So eventually I will want to live in New York, but yeah, that city's magic. And when you go there and you see you're surrounded by all these buildings and stuff, it's like, it's always nice to just be part of that, especially because that is where finance happens. We are not rich enough for a private jet. That is not happening. Currently, right now, podcast. Yeah, maybe that's what we call it, bro. Maybe that's what we call it. We definitely will do Singapore. Singapore is happening in 2026. It's going to happen. And it'll be fun. It'll be really, really fun. We met up at Tom's office. So Fundstrat has an office inside of one of, like, most of the New York offices, like, there's massive buildings, right? So you usually own a floor on that building. And yeah, their company is big enough to own a floor on that building. And it was fun, man. It was really, really fun. It was cool. I had LaCroix for the first time in like, I don't know if I've ever had LaCroix before. I mean, maybe like years ago, but like I had this like blackberry, raspberry type of water. I was like, dude, this is fancy, bro. This is a different type of, this is like tech company type of snacks. And you're like, LaCroix, bro. I thought she was asking if I want to play lacrosse. I was like, what are you saying, bro? But LaCroix. That's what it is. So it was fun, dude. It was fun. It was exciting. I think you guys will enjoy it. LA, again, September. We'll get those details soon. I don't know if it's going to be Laguna Beach or Orange County or West Hollywood. We're going to figure that out, but probably closer to August. We will think of what we're going to do for LA. Yeah, LaCroix, the sparkling water. She like kept insisting I should drink some. I'm like, okay, like it was so fancy, bro. It was so fancy. I was like, all right, I'll have some LaCroix. Yeah, Germany should be in the meta plans. Germany should definitely be happening. There's just a lot to plan out for next year, but part of the reason I'm moving out is, you just have a little bit more flexibility to like travel. And so I do think this will happen. I got to sit down towards the end of the year and figure out how to map it all out, and the visa situation across all these things and the budgeting. I mean, stuff's going to be expensive, international. So I got to plan that out. But yeah, it should be fun. Market is closing early today. Market's closing at about 1 p.m. So in about another hour. Probably not going to do San Diego instead of LA. Everyone's in LA. I mean, more people, even if it's East LA or West LA, can make the trip versus San Diego, which is just way farther. So I think LA would be easier to get the majority of people. The sticker is not off the TV. The sticker is not off the TV. You guys saying Bessent's live? Is he live? Let me see. Is Mr. Bessent live? Yeah, he is live. All right. We got to listen to Bessent. He's live, folks. We got to listen to him. Oh, he's been live for like 5-6 minutes now. All right, hold on. Let me pull him up. Let me pull it up. All right, here we go. Here's Bessent. Let's listen to Mr. Bessent.
During President Trump's first term, then the debt disappears. The other thing too is, are we growing the GDP faster than we're growing the debt, which I am sure we will happen over the remainder of the president's term.
We've been talking to economists about the GDP, because I know that's what you're saying, is that they're underplaying how much this could add to economic growth, and therefore that'll help with the debt picture. We've been asking economists about it. Hard to see a 3% number on most Wall Street forecasts right now. How do you get there? Because I get deregulation is going to help, and I get there's some stimulus here, and the clarity will be helpful. But then there's also tariffs, which could hurt.
Then let's think about this. You can't have it both ways. If tariffs going to hurt the economy, then we're going to pick up, according to CBO. If you want to take CBO scoring over the 10-year window, we pick up 2.8 trillion in revenue. And what we've seen so far is that tariffs haven't hurt. The dog that didn't bark was that tariffs going to hurt the economy. We're going to hurt the markets. Market had the fastest recovery ever from the low in April, from a 15% decline, and we're at new highs in the market. So I've made my career on listening to the market, not Wall Street economists. So I'm going to stick with what the market's telling me.
Mr. Secretary, it's great to be with you today. And as you're saying, the market's at all-time highs, and perhaps even more insightfully, the bond market's very, very calm as we sit here now. Does that not even indicate to you that you could push the deficit more if you wanted to? I mean, America's probably the only country in the world that could be talking about a 5 or 6 or 7%, even if it's only in the short-term deficit, and see bond markets as calm as they are.
Well, unlike the previous administration, we don't see the need to do that, because we think that we can get private sector growth going. And President Trump's agenda, as I've said many times, is a three-legged stool. So it's trade, it's tax. So we're going to complete the tax today when the House votes, and then the president will sign it tomorrow. And I think the permanence and the stimulus from that, and then an important part is deregulation. That is slower moving, and I think those are going to kick in the third and fourth quarter. So we want to bring down the deficit to GDP. We don't need these huge amounts of government spending to keep the economy going. We want the private sector to do it like it did in President Trump's first term.
So is Elon Musk completely wrong? Have you called him to tell him that he's campaigning on the wrong issue on this bill?
As I've said in the past, I have great respect for Elon on rockets. I will leave that to him. He can leave the finances to me.
Okay. Well, you mentioned the other leg of the stool, which is trade, very much in focus now. On the framework that President Trump announced on Vietnam yesterday. I'm curious if you could tell us a little bit more about that. Has Vietnam agreed to it? And
bro, Scotty B freaking hates Elon. Absolutely despises this guy. And this whole rockets versus finance thing is his subtle way of describing how much he hates him. But yeah, he's not a fan. Now, I am curious if he gives us any details on this Vietnam deal.
Those 20% tariffs, where they send it over to us, is that on top of the 10% tariffs that we already have? How does it work?
It's not stacked on top of the 10%. That's the reciprocal rate.
Right. So this would just be 20% tariffs, that with goods coming from Vietnam into the U.S. as part of this deal?
Yes.
And is the deal finalized?
I haven't spoke to Jamison Greer, who's heading the team. My understanding is that it's finalized in principle.
I guess the question is so far we've had some responses from retail, from the Footwear Association. I mean, they manufacture a lot in Vietnam, in part because the last Trump administration got them to shift out of China into Vietnam. That's going to be a higher cost of doing business for them to bring that product into the U.S.
Well, look, we've seen that a huge amount of the trade that comes from Vietnam is what's called transshipment from China. So we'll see what happens with the transshipment, and the businesses have already adjusted to a 10% tariff. So we'll see what happens with the additional 10. But thus far, we haven't seen any inflation from tariffs. And again, I would say that tariffs are not inflationary. You could get a one-time price bump, but in terms of a generalized economic inflation, I don't think that tariffs cause that.
But it has to come from somewhere. I mean, are you expecting to see it then in their margins, margin pressure on U.S. corporates, especially retailers that import all this stuff?
Well, why couldn't it come from the producers in Vietnam who want to keep market share?
So you think that's what's happening? They're negotiating with their suppliers.
I think they're negotiating with their suppliers. I think many of the apparel companies, their margins became abnormally high during COVID. So maybe one thought is we'll see a normalization there.
What about other trade deals, Mr. Secretary? Because we're getting close to that July 9th deadline on Wednesday. Are we going to see more of these type of deals between now and then?
We are. Of course, everyone waits till the last minute. They think that they can get the best deal. And as I've warned when I've done other media, these countries should be careful because their rate could boomerang back to their April 2nd rate.
On that note, Mr. Secretary, the EU Commissioner-in-Chief Ursula von der Leyen tweeted earlier saying that we're ready for a deal. Should we expect the EU deal to get over the line by Wednesday?
We'll see. Again, I'm not going to get out in front of the president. It'll be his decision. I did meet with my EU trade counterpart this morning. Ambassador Greer will be working diligently over the weekend. So we'll see what we can do with the European Union.
So it sounds like that's suggesting that one's in a better place than, say, Japan. We all obviously followed the president's posts on Japan over the course of the last few days.
Look, Japan are great allies, and they are in a tough spot right now. They have an upper house election on July 20th, which I think gives them a lot of domestic constraints in terms of doing a deal. So we'll see where the Japanese deal goes.
I just want to follow up on something you just said. You said that otherwise it'll revert back to the Liberation Day tariffs, which were very high. So is that what's going to happen if there aren't trade deals in place? I think previously you've said that as long as they're negotiating in good faith, the 10% sort of will carry over. You'll extend that kind of deadline. What's your latest thinking here?
My latest thing is we're going to do what the president wants, and he'll be the one to determine whether they're negotiating in good faith. So I'm not going to give people a 10% extension on national TV when they should try to get it across the finish line.
On international TV, no less. And
global TV.
Exactly, and no doubt being watched in EU capitals, in Asian capitals, because the deadline's looming. I'm really interested on the baseline and what people might expect long term if everything goes to plan over the next 2 weeks. Obviously, we've got two numbers we can focus on: 20% Vietnam, 10% that you did with the UK. Is the UK only got 10% because they were early, because they came with love and friendship? What is the EU or Japan, if they agree to all the terms, is it more likely to be splitting the difference between those two numbers, or what?
Again, I'm not going to talk about the deals on intergalactic television, but the UK came to the front.
Hold on. The Scotty B's funny. That is funny, bro. That is hilarious. He said, "I'm not." He said, "Intergalactic." Dude, this guy's funny. You can't deny that was a good one.
The terms, is it more likely to be splitting the difference between those two numbers, or what?
Again, I'm not going to talk about the deals on intergalactic television, but the UK.
If I was hosting on CNBC, I would have burst out laughing, bro. I would not have been able to hold it.
Came to the front of the line. Very, very good deals. I'll tell you, they negotiated very, very well for the British people, and I think both sides thought that it was an excellent deal.
Let's talk about the jobs report, because we got a pretty positive report, at least on the headline number. Unemployment rate goes down to 4.1%. You have been flagging the wages for blue collar workers. You know, a lot of people didn't expect to see that at this time in the cycle, with the Fed being restrictive, with the tariffs in place. What do you think is leading to the resilience in the job market? And do you have any concern about what's under the surface there as far as where those jobs were created?
Well, a lot of the jobs were created by state and local government. And again, in my previous life, part of my team's job was to take apart the economic data. And I can tell you, any 1 month is very noisy. I thought overall it was a good number, but a lot of the numbers like this can depend on when were teachers hired, when did they come off the payrolls. So, but I would say the overall trend is good. But what I'm really focused on is once the president signs the one big beautiful bill tomorrow, the acceleration that I think we're going to see right out of the gate here in terms of the private sector. When I go around the country, or CEOs come into Treasury to see me, they've all been held captive by a lack of certainty on this tax bill. And now that they know that they can have 100% full expensing on equipment and for factories, I think we are going to see things take off between now and Labor Day.
So in the job market in particular?
Well, I think in the CapEx market, which leads to the job market. So it'll initially be construction jobs, and then that we will see the workers come in to fill those new plants.
You know, the market is taking it as reduced likelihood that the Federal Reserve would cut interest rates as soon as July, looking more toward the fall, because, you know, the feeling is that the economy is in good shape, jobs are still in a healthy place. Why don't they wait to see whether the tariffs are going to be inflationary this summer? Why is that not a prudent approach for the Fed?
I just look at the Fed's previous models, and based on their previous models, they would have already cut. So we'll see if they want to make a mistake here and not cut, then that's fine. We are at very high real rates here, but again, you know, it's their decision, and I just think if they don't cut, then perhaps the cut in September will be bigger.
Mr. Secretary, it's really interesting that you say if they want to make a mistake, your framing of it, that's fine. I guess it shows a different scale of view towards commenting on Fed policy between you and the president, in that you're kind of leaving it up to them. You think it's fine, it's up to them. Do you ever regret the extent of Mr. President, of the president's commentary towards Jay Powell?
Not at all. The president is the most economically sophisticated president, certainly for 100 years, perhaps in history. And he has been quite right in his commentary on the Fed during the previous 4 years. And again, I think that the statement that Chair Powell made from the conference in Europe, where he said, well, we would have cut if it weren't for tariffs, that I'm not sure why Team Transitory thought that the gigantic fiscal spend coupled with added regulation would not cause inflation, and somehow that tariffs, which haven't caused inflation, and if they were to cause a one-time price adjustment, nothing's more transitory than that. But again, as I've said, I'm going to try to stick to mistakes they've made in the past, which in 2022 was huge. And as I've said before, medical studies have shown people who fall down tend to look at their feet. You look at your feet, you fall down more often. And I got a feeling they're still looking at their feet from 2022.
Yeah, fighting the last war, as we've seen with regulators. So do you think that they're being political? Do you think that Fed Chair Powell is political?
I think that it's a vote of the FOMC, the voting members. So we'll see. There seems to be a big dispersion in the so-called dot plot, the summary of economic projections between the Trump appointees and the non-Trump appointees. I'll let you read into that what you want.
No, I pointed it out before. Waller and Bowman pushing for a July cut. So, your name gets floated out there. You have some odds on Polymarket of being the next Fed chair. Can you be a Fed chair and a Treasury secretary at the same time?
Well, I think it hasn't been done since 1930 something, and I'm very happy in my job here. I think we have lots of good candidates for Fed chair. We will start working on that in the fall. We've been busy. The president's been doing peace deals, trade deals, tax deals, and we are landing the plane on all of those. So we're going to have more bandwidth after Labor Day.
That was not a no. I just want to point out on the double job. Very interesting. Secretary Bessent, thank you.
Bessent, look at Bessent's face. He's just like, thank you for pointing out that I didn't say no. He's like, yeah, obviously I didn't say no. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you for the time today.
Good to see you.
And happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th, yeah. What looks to be a historic one. That is Treasury Secretary.
Dual jobs are possible.
All right, there you go. That's Bessent. Dude, this camera's being blurry. Hold on, let me fix this. It's being so weird, bro. Is that even more blurry? No, that's better. I fixed it. Okay, cool. We're better. It was blurry before. It's better. All right, so Bessent basically said, "Hey, we're going to fill out this bill or sign this bill tomorrow." So it is going to happen July 4th. It looks like it's happening. It got past the House last night after Thomas Massie flipped. And then Trump signs it, and then big beautiful bill is in law. Deregulation, Invest America, lots of different things around the border. I mean, a bunch of Trump's agenda through reconciliation is going to get passed tomorrow, and theoretically should be super pro business growth, which means, I mean, that could be one of the reasons the market's pumping right here, even before July 4th. Markets just know the bill's going to get past 625.98. The biggest concern about the markets, I think, was the deficit spending stuff, right? That we're going to spend a ton of money. But I think markets have kind of concluded, all right, we're going to spend money, but we're going to grow. And so we're going to be able to pay for our debt. And even if we expand the deficit, the growth of GDP will be good enough to deal with that. And it might not be the worst thing in the world. So that's what you got, dude. Intergalactic, hell of a word. I want to start incorporating that word in my vocabulary. That was hilarious because he said, I'm not gonna say it on national TV. They're like, actually, it's global TV. And then the next, you got to have a little charisma for the next answer to be like, well, on intergalactic TV, I'm like, you got to have some charisma there. And that charisma, I think, is what Scotty B has. I like him, dude. I like him as our Treasury Secretary. I don't know if you can do that and Fed chair at the same time. I don't think they will, but It would be wild if that would be the case. What made Massey flip? I don't know, dude. I read about it in the morning. I mean, I saw some headlines. I didn't really read that deep in what Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, like convinced him to flip. I don't know what made him flip, but probably there's a lot of pressure to go with the Republicans and ultimately do it. I think Elon's probably mad that he flipped though, because Elon was happy that Massey was holding his vote, but he flipped, and so now this is going to be passed. Interstellar is one of his favorite movies. Interstellar is legit. It's top 5 all time. I don't care if you guys think I don't know enough about movies. Interstellar is top 5 all time. It's just that simple. It is top 5 all time. All right, guys, what do? Do we yap for the next 40 minutes until the market closes, or do we just end it out here? We can just yap for the next 40 minutes and just talk, and then we'll ring the bell at 1 p.m. Or we could close it out early. And that's it for us. That's it for the week. What is everyone doing on July 4th? Are you guys going anywhere? Or doing barbecues or anything? Watching fireworks? I am doing nothing. But Saturday, I am going with my mom, and we're doing a lot of, at least preliminary shopping for the apartment, and trying to see what vibe we want to decorate this place for. But outside of that, nothing else. Oh yeah, the ETFs. Okay, so let me go to the ETFs. So ETFs, let's look at that. Okay, Matt's at 10.3. I'm at 3.1. Tanner's at 8.2. Steve's at 3.08. Kris is at 2.9. So Kris is last, but he's very close to me and Steve. Basically, less than 0.5% separating us. So it's Matt, Tanner, Amit, Steve, and Kris. Chris's biggest winner is Oracle. Chris's biggest loser is Novo. Matt's biggest winner is Rocket Lab. His biggest loser is Bros. My biggest winner is Hoodie. My biggest loser is Duolingo. Steve's biggest winner is Broadcom. His biggest loser is Hims. Tanner's biggest winner is Coinbase. But TSM also up 10%. That's great for Tanner. Biggest loser is AppLovin. And obviously, Tanner also has NVIDIA. That's up 10%. Nubank up 9%. Tanner's doing pretty well. Tanner's actually, I mean, Matt's ahead, but only by 2%. So, I mean, obviously, we've got a year left. We've got a lot more time, but everyone is in the green. And we'll keep updating it every single day. Is Elon going to launch the new party tomorrow? Well, tomorrow we're going to find out, right? He said new party once the big, beautiful bill is passed. I mean, if he does, that could be a headwind for Tesla if he actually goes through with it. Maybe he was just joking and is not doing it that seriously. But if he is, then I think that could be an issue. But again, even that, might just be more short term. Intergalactic yapping, exactly. Intergalactic yapping. A Kremlin aide said Putin told Trump that Russia will not step back from its goals in Ukraine. Dude, Russia's got to chill the hell out, bro. This is just getting old at this point, and it's getting annoying. Like, it's just, they got nukes though. So like, what is Trump gonna do? He can't do what he did in Iran with Russia. Like, I don't know. I don't know how he brokers a peace deal between them, bro. I really don't. Markets have kind of priced it out, though. Markets don't care about it anymore. But if we did get a peace deal, I think markets would be happy about that. I should watch Wedding Crashers. Yeah, you guys did say to watch that one. Okay, maybe we do that tomorrow. Maybe I actually watch a movie tomorrow, and that's what we do. Everyone's saying yap it up, bro. You don't gotta tell me twice to yap it up. You don't gotta tell me. Oh my gosh, bro. Call TJ. We missed him. We got to get TJ on again. The thing about TJ, guys, is when he was doing our segment on the show, it was very beginner friendly intro to options. TJ, if you've been keeping up with his channel, he has moved on from the beginner stuff. TJ doesn't do basic cash card puts or covered calls anymore. TJ's like doing short strangles and straddles, and he's doing a lot of naked calls and naked puts, which is very, very advanced. And quite frankly, I don't think he wants to, show thousands of people that, because it's also risky, bro. It's like when you're shorting a stock, when you're shorting a call against a stock and you don't have the underlying shares, you have to really manage that position. And Robinhood doesn't even allow you to do that, which is why that's one of the reasons he went to Tasty Trade, right? And so it's just more risky stuff. So like our segment was meant for people to get into option selling, which is very basic stuff, which I think we had like 20 episodes and people got to learn about it. But the stuff he's doing now is just way too advanced. Like, and some of you guys I'm sure could handle that stuff. I personally can't. I can't do that shit. So, those strategies more so he talks about on his channel now as well. Steve is on the lake with his milkman. Steve, I was talking to Steve last night. Steve had a bunch of things he had going on this week, so he'll probably be on maybe Sunday. Yeah, market's still open on Monday, so Sunday futures. But yeah, I tried to get Steve to see Tom Lee yesterday, but I tried to get him into the city, but he was too busy. Otherwise, it would have been awesome for him to come. But it was fun, bro. It was really fun yesterday. It was really, really fun. And yeah, dude, Tom Lee he was just a nice guy. He was just a freaking nice guy. He's one of the most genuine, down-to-earth people. Like, again, you think you know a version of someone based on what you see in the media, but then like you actually meet them in person and they're actually really nice and really cool. And that's what a lot of you guys said about me. I remember at the Toronto meetup, because I'm just running around talking to everybody. One guy stopped me. He was like, bro, like, where does this energy come from? It's like your energy in the morning and out at the meetup, you're running around, all this stuff. I'm like, dude, this is me. I'm energetic. This is how we do the market open every day, market close. You gotta have the energy. The energy is what keeps it fun and exciting, What are your honest predictions for bull? I have no idea, bro. I'm trusting Kris on this. I think he's right about the thesis. I just don't know if they're going to put up the growth. Again, the thesis is investing is growing. That's what Robinhood also had a tailwind on. But they then put up the numbers that got everyone to be like, oh, this is an opportunity. Will Webull put up the numbers? Maybe in a year, maybe in 2 years, maybe in 3 years, maybe in the next quarter. I don't know. So I don't have any expectations for Webull other than, yeah, it's a smaller brokerage of Robinhood. I don't have any problem with that. It's just, can they get that growth curve to like go exponential? Or can it turn into a meme stock? Who knows, bro? Maybe it turns into a meme stock. I mean, it turned into a meme stock when it IPO'd, but then it fell all the way back down. Now from 10 to 14, that's not really meme-ish. If this thing gets anywhere near 30, 40, 50 with no fundamentals, that's a meme-ish. Maybe it gets there. But if I'm buying it as a pure investment, then I think that they'll grow with all the other brokerages. It's just if they can grow a little bit better in some certain parts, maybe that's what gets the street to be excited. Talk about Grab a little will give me more confidence. Sachin actually just posted a good photo about Grab. Again, if you're in for something that's going to run 20% in a day, do not buy Grab. You're just not going to get that. This is one of those things where you buy and legit, I think, can hold for the next 10 years and can outperform. This right here is Grab's total revenues and their free cash flow. They are gaining massive operating leverage. And the beautiful thing here is that when you have operating leverage, you have better margins, EPS growth, valuation expansion. A Big Bear AI is running on whatever it's running on. Same thing with BMNR. Like Grab it's going to be one of those things where the thesis has to play out and it's not going to be as exciting. It just won't. But to me, it just feels a bit more safer. BMNR, by the way, down from 130. It was out there in the morning, now at 116, but still up 98% on the day. RGC is up 136% again. I don't know why it's up 136%. Yeah, it's pumping. Against some of these names, they do have the momentum behind them, which is helping them. NVIDIA right here, 159.59. Robinhood trying to get back to 95. NVIDIA, 159 below that 160 level. Dude, every time people bring up the outstanding shares on Grab, I don't get the argument because we just saw Grab yesterday go from 480 to 516 on a news headline around increasing their prices in the Philippines. And then it got sold off. But like, what does that have to do with the outstanding shares? Like, obviously it's not a small cap with like 100 million shares and, they could just like squeeze like crazy. But that's also because it's a mature company and it's a company that I think is undervalued at 20 billion with 8 billion in cash, but eventually could become a $100 billion company. But it's not like the stock can't move because there's a lot of shares. We saw it go up 8% yesterday off a headline. That was the stock moving. Now, eventually the stock got sold off because people just didn't care enough, but Grab went up from 330 to 570 in 2 months in 2024 from September to November because they had a massive earnings beat. Like the money in the stock market, from my understanding, will find the undervalued names and the opportunities once it becomes evident, which means if you get in before that money comes in, right, that's where the gains can become monumental, regardless of the amount of outstanding shares, right? Now, does that play a factor? Yes, because like when you have something that has only 10 million shares, like and everyone's chasing it, it can run up like crazy. But that also doesn't mean that something can't run just because they have a lot of shares. Like liquidity will easily find something that's undervalued because it's very hard to find things that are undervalued and more importantly, growing. And you know, when those things do grow, then you're going to see that momentum. Fear and greed, by the way, 77. Wow. No, extreme greed. We're in extreme greed, folks. Wasn't this like 64 yesterday? Whoa. Why did we go to 78 today? Is that because of S&P all-time highs? Is that because Robinhood hit 100? Is that why? Like, extreme greed and Google's flat, dude. Goodness gracious. Is that NVIDIA all-time highs causing fear and greed? I mean, look, when you see this tends to be the time to, if not take profits, at least slow down on the deploying of capital. That's just historically, that's what it means when you get to extreme greed. And it lines up, right? August, September, like that's coming up. Like it kind of makes sense. If you got a ton of cash on the side, maybe you get very conservative with your cash card puts, right? Pick some aggressive, non-aggressive strikes. So instead of doing like a $85 strike on hood, maybe you do a 75, right? And maybe you just kind of sit on the cash for a little bit before you get in. But that is extreme greed. Where's the dollar? The dollar is at $97. Up today a little bit. All right, so the dollar is up. All right, that's what we got. That is what we got. I think the interview will be out tomorrow, like 12 p.m. I'll finish. I already started editing a decent chunk of it last night, and so it should be done in like an hour or two, and then it'll be posted. And yeah, I think you guys will like it. It should be good. Should be good. And hopefully we can get more, bro. Hopefully we can get more people. Hopefully we can get a lot more people. I think if we can just build out the studio and really develop the ecosystem, then you know we should be able to get more people. Because I think the pitch to a lot of these bigger names is like, hey, the audience is there. Like we have an audience on Twitter and YouTube. The question is, do they want to sit down? Do they, you know, enjoy the opportunity to talk to someone new, right? Do they know me personally? Maybe they've seen some of my stuff. And so like, oh, we're going to have someone on the show. We're going to have Devin Ryan. So Devin Ryan was the chief analyst at JMP Securities. He reached out to me. He'll be on the show the day after Robinhood earnings, which is July 30th. So he'll be on August 1st. And he was analyzing Robinhood when it was at $8. So he was one of the only guys on Wall Street that actually cared about Robinhood when it was $8. And so he'll be on the show August 1st. BitMine trying to get back at 130. Wow, it hit 132. Holy crap. Wasn't it just at 112? It was really just at 112. Trying to get back to 130. But yeah, we'll have him on the show on August 1st as well. My favorite cuisine, I think my top 3 are Indian, Italian, and then honestly, bro, I think sushi. Japanese, right? Like I think, and I haven't had a lot of Japanese food, but I do love sushi. But Indian and Italian are up there. Indian and Italian are absolutely up there. So those are my favorites. I sold my BMNR at 16. Well, you probably bought it at like 10, right? So you made some money. It's just this thing ended up going for 130. But it's kind of wild. Now, I do love American food too. I mean, I love a good, burger, and 131 now in BitMine. Wow. 134. Oh my goodness, dude. This is kind of crazy, bro. Holy crap. She's off to the races. The micro strategy of Ethereum. We are looking at it, folks. We are looking at it. But yeah, I like American food as well. It's just Indian and Italian, I think, are really my favorites. She's about to break 140, bro. Goodness gracious. This has been one of the best pumps I've seen in the market, right? Like I don't think we've seen something go up From 4 to 130, how much is that? That's 35x. 140 there. Like, come on, bro. That's, and it's Tom Lee, so it's like, I'm happy for him. You know, it's not like some random thing. It's Tom Lee, but just incredible seeing this momentum. And part of the reason why it's doing it is because it's Tom Lee. People believe in Tom Lee. They like Tom Lee. Meanwhile, Ethereum is flat. That's the part that gets me scared, bro. That's the part that gets me to be like, okay, well, how much are people going to keep bidding this up while the underlying asset is not doing much? But I don't know. Is this crypto money coming into the stock market? Yeah, I mean, you know, again, I was talking about this yesterday, that crypto Twitter is bigger than finance Twitter. Like, some of the biggest finance Twitter accounts maybe have 300,000-400,000 followers. The crypto guys have millions of followers. Like, crypto Twitter is way bigger than finance Twitter. And if they're seeing a public equity that gives them exposure to ETH that's running, and ETH's not running, I mean, there's a big Ethereum community, and they've been taking a lot of shit for the past year because Bitcoin's been outpacing them. Maybe this is their moment to solidify that Ethereum is a real thing. You know, that could be a thing. Lulu, thank you for the $10 super chat. I hope you become the Joe Rogan of finance and encourage young people around the world to invest and have a hope of escaping poverty. Lulu, appreciate you, man. Thank you for being part of the channel. Yeah, I mean, even that person in the morning who said they just hit all-time highs in their portfolio, 20,000, dude. Again, it's true. Like, not a lot of people, especially in America, everyone knows the stat. Most Americans don't have $500 in their emergency savings account. So to even have 20,000, to have 10,000, let alone 6 figures, let alone 7 figures, like a lot of you, like it is a special thing, and everyone in this country can participate in it. Literally everyone. There's no reason anyone can't participate in it. But so many people just don't know about it. They just don't know. This goes back to the whole school conversation, right? They just don't know. And we really don't do a good job teaching them. I studied business management in college. Business management in college. Bitmine 138, Tessie 316, Pouncer 134, S&P basically still at all-time highs at 625.84. Yes, bearish Duolingo, dude. Bearish freaking Duolingo. Have you used your degree? Well, I'm managing a business, so I guess so. Business management, right? Now, it's like, I've said this before, but the degree was the social experience I got at college, the network I got, the experiences, that's what mattered, not really the degree. But some degrees, like if you're going to be a doctor, you need a degree, right? To be a lawyer, you actually need to go through law school. Business, I just think anyone who thinks you need a degree in business is like, I don't know what they're saying. Like, you just don't. It's business. You buy low, sell high. You take that philosophy and apply it to every type of business, it applies. You just got to figure it out. You got to go out there and find a way to figure it out, but I don't think you need a degree. Thomas says, just hit portfolio all-time high, $4,000. I know it's not much, but my journey is just getting started. Thank you for all you do, Amit. Thomas, congrats, man. Again, it's part of the journey. It is part of the journey, and seeing those all-time highs at those levels, I mean, it's what keeps it going. And that 4,000 will be 40,000. One day it will be 400,000. And it's just, I think all of us have had to deal with it, right? All of us have seen our portfolios pretty much, I'm assuming this week, a lot of you, especially if you were heavy in Hood or NVIDIA, you've been seeing all-time highs or close to that. You just get used to a new number. Like at 100,000, I was like, all right, there's 100,000. Then you see the 2, you get used to the 2. Then it goes back down to the 180. You're like, can we get back to the 2? Then you see the 3. The 3 looks really nice. Then you see the 4. Like 4 looks really, then it goes back to the 2s, 290s. Like, can we get back to the 4s? And then, to 5, 6, 7, and then eventually you see the 1, and there's 3 commas. And you're like, oh, this. And then it goes back down from a million. Like, it is all part of a journey. And the autonomy that it provides everyone in that journey. Don said, I saw 830K this morning. Yeah, it's like, it's freedom. It's part of a thing that makes you feel you have a bit more of a chance to get to freedom. Yeah, this market is buy high, sell higher. That's what this market is. Buy high, sell higher. Oh, 3 commas is 7 figures? No, 3 commas. Hold on. Oh yeah, you guys are right. 3. Okay. I do not have 3 commas, bro. I do not have 3 commas. 3 commas. I meant to say 2 commas, not 3. Yeah, 3 is 10 million. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. 3 commas is aggressive, bro. I was talking to Derek last night. So I gotta tell you guys. So Derek is working on his startup. He gave me a demo of it last night. I'm an investor in a startup, and it's freaking crazy. And I think wait, 3 commas is $1 billion? Dude, am I crazy? 1,000,000. Oh shit, you're right. It's $1 billion. Okay, we're definitely not at 3 commas. Oh yeah, that's true, because 2 commas, but increasing the digit doesn't mean you increase another comma. So you can still have 10 million with 2. Okay. So now you know for sure. 3 commas is $1 billion. That's, yeah, actually I have 4 commas. I have 4 commas. No, but I was talking with Jay. He gave me the demo last night of his startup. It's freaking crazy, bro. It's freaking crazy. You guys are not going to believe me, but I really do think it can hit 100 billion. Like what I looked at last night, it really does seem like this thing. I don't know if it's going to get there, but it's a company that's meant to go public. It really is, based on just the TAM, the opportunity, all that stuff. It's in the commerce space. They're using AI. They have some of the best AI researchers that left some of the biggest companies in the world to work with him. And he's going on this journey. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because he is now getting ready to explore embracing social media. So it's going to be really cool. I think in the next month, I'm going to be helping him out with this, of just like building his brand, right? Like, how do you build a brand? How do you, like, Derek to me is the Silicon Valley's great, best kept secret. He's one of the greatest entrepreneurs on this planet, but no one knows about him. And so even he's realizing, hey, if, you know, I want to build a $100 billion company, it's a lot easier if people know who I am. And so he's like now more seriously thinking, wow, BMNR 154. Holy freaking crap, dude. Oh my goodness. Tom Lee must be looking at this stock right now going crazy. This is wild, bro. It got halted. Yeah, got halted at 159.30. Got freaking halted. 156. Okay, it got halted first. No, maybe it didn't get, or if that was halted, that was a quick halt. But it's in that 150s. Anyway, he's trying to build his brand on social media, and I'm going to be helping him with that. And so we were talking about like, what content could he put out that people would care about? And the cool thing about this is I'm like, dude, you're like I talk with him every week, and in that hour, like the gems that he drops about investing in life, because he's been through shit. You know, he's 55 years old. He's had many startups go up and down, investing, all this stuff. Like I think there's just so much content he as an individual could speak about. And so we're gonna really try to build his brand and, you know, see how that plays out. Because again, I think the company can succeed, but just having an audience really helps, because, you know, being well known helps get you more connections and network and people. He wants people to actually know what the company is, and the best way to know about the company is to like know about the founder. And so I think it'll be really cool. BMNR 159.98, bro. 160. There you go. 160. Who's buying right now? Be honest. Who in the chat's buying? Who in the chat is FOMOing into this? What's your take on Misty? I like it. I have 500 shares. We're getting a dividend tomorrow, 123. $1.23. It's lower than the 147 last time, but I like it, and I'm holding it. Manveer said, I got in at 131. I'm out at 151. All right. So now it's falling. 145 from 160. GK bought 15 shares at 145. I mean, obviously, I'm assuming everyone's feeling the FOMO, but yeah, I'm not chasing this thing. Goodness gracious, bro. Albert bought 1,000 at 50. That means they're up like 100 grand, right? That's not bad. I mean, it's not crazy. Torben bought 197. Addison just bought $50 for the hell of it. Doug says, I sold my hood $25 cover calls, 127s today. Good time to convert to shares at Extreme Greed. I don't hate that either. I mean, that makes sense. Definitely makes sense to get back into shares. Why not DCA? Well, if this thing collapses back down to 20, no DCA is going to help. But then again, is that going to happen? I mean, like, is it really going to? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't have options. Not yet. I think eventually it will. This is extreme greed, though. Yes, 100%. like, this is definitely extreme greed, what we're looking at, bro. This is people getting greedy and wanting more out of something that already 20x'd. 10 shares at 16. Well, that's a nice little percentage return you got. You bought it this morning at 64. My goodness, dude. It was a 64 this morning. Where's Big Bear right now? Big Bear. Okay, so Big Bear lost. It was up like 10% at one point. Now it was up 17% today. Now it's up 1%. So that one came back down. CYN, that one's down 10%. Or so that one kind of died out. Google flat. Robin at 94.55. Tesla 316. Nvidia 159. Robin is normalizing 90s, folks. At least for this week. I know it's only been a couple days, but we haven't seen below 90 since the event. Maybe we can hold on and expand from the 90s. Tesla right here at 316, Nvidia 159, and then Hoodie 94.15. Again, Google right here 179, BMNR. That one chilling out a little bit at 148. I have a good feeling that Hood will go to 250 a year from now. The problem is, dude, the problem is going to be, is 2026 going to be a bull market? I don't know, bro. I want to say yes because rate cuts and all the other arguments, earnings growth, AI expanding, yada, yada. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, outside of Liberation Day, we haven't, in the past couple of years, we haven't really had that moment where things collapse. And again, the deeper I research into just the structure of the taxonomy structure of the stock market, you realize there's always a bidder. Like there's someone ready to buy. A lot of that is because of retail, but it's also because of CTAs and obviously hedge funds that go long and short. Like there's just people that, like, if there's a thematic, if there's multiple themes that form a thematic bull market, AI, crypto, space, etc., that then galvanize massive amounts of people to believe that equities are better than bonds or fixed income or money market funds, you're going to have a bidder always. Always. Yeah, we have had multiple 15% drops, but they didn't last. That's my point. Like 2022 lasted the whole year, bro. 19% for the whole year. Every time we came up a little bit for breath, we just went back underwater. We haven't had that 2022 type of year in basically 3 years. And the closest we got was Liberation Day, which didn't last. The yen carry trade didn't last. I mean, it's just one of those things, right? It's like saying bullish has made a lot more sense. Amit, my wife and I are 80,000 away from our first million. Thank you for your help, dude. That's amazing. That first million, right? Like it's for, especially, for anyone across the world, but definitely in the United States, it's like seeing that is very special. And, it's one of those things where 10 years from now, who knows if like a million is even as relevant as it is today, but that just means there's going to be a lot more money in the ecosystem, probably a little bit more inflation. And it means the goals are going to increase. And that equivocates to market caps as well, right? $1 trillion. I don't know if in 10 years, $1 trillion is that big of a deal anymore. And as the expectations grow, people's portfolios will grow with it. And so it's just going to be incredible to see all that play out. But if you had 3 commas, you would have $1 billion, so dude, I really said 3 commas. That's incredible though, man. Congrats. 80,000 away from that first million. What stocks helped you get there? Let me know if it's the Hoods, the Nvidias, the Palantirs, or if it was any other direction, but let me know what stocks got you to that 920,000. I'm not worried about July 9th. And even if Trump does implement some tariffs, they're going to be taken away very quickly. I mean, I think he's going to delay them. He's going to extend them. After we get the big, beautiful bill, we'll probably get a trade deal, hopefully with India, and then he'll use that as a justification to extend the July 9th deadlines. But I really doubt July 9th is going to be that big of a deal. First company to reach 10 trillion. All right, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. First company to reach 10 trillion. I think the obvious answer is NVIDIA, right? I mean, like, that's the easy one. It's NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA has the growth to actually get there. It's not Google. It's not Grab, unfortunately. It's not Amazon. Amazon. Well, no, I don't know if it's Amazon, bro. I don't know if it's Amazon. I don't know if Amazon can actually grow like NVIDIA grows over the next decade to get to 10 trillion. They will eventually get to 10 trillion, but it's not going to, I don't know if it's Tesla, bro. Tesla does not have the growth yet. If Optimus was up and running, maybe, but I don't think Tesla's going to have it before NVIDIA. NVIDIA, yes, NVIDIA has the free cash flow to get there. I mean, NVIDIA right now, if I'm not wrong, NVIDIA is doing, call it, give or take 5%, but they're doing $30 billion of free cash flow every quarter. That's $120 billion a year. I mean, they expand that to close to $70 billion a quarter over the next decade. You'll get close to that 10 trillion. It'll happen. The street will take it there. So I love Palantir, but I don't think it's Palantir. Palantir just to piss Steve. Could you imagine if Palantir was 10 trillion before NVIDIA? I think Steve, I don't know what he would do, bro. I don't know what he would do. Okay, even if Palantir doesn't get to 10 trillion, guys, we got Palantir to freaking, like, sometimes I just look at this, like, we got it to 300 billion. This thing was stuck at $6. And as a community, collectively, we manifested this thing happen. Like, we were not going to rest until Palantir did a 20x, minimum a 10x. And it freaking happened, bro. It freaking happened. Like, 2024 sometimes feels like a blur to me when it, just being a part of that whole thing happening all at once. But it happened. And then, we didn't get to 100, we didn't get to 300 billion with Robinhood, but we did get a 10, and we got to see Robinhood do the same thing with a 10x. Not a 20x yet, but still, it's been incredible. It's just so wild to be part of it. And all you OG Tesla folks, you got to see this happen in 2019. I got to see it happen too, except I sold my Tesla very early when I was a senior in college. But you guys got to see it literally 20x throughout COVID. No, I'm not saying the run is over. I'm just saying it's just like the easy money in that initial move has been made. And so now to get to 10 trillion in any of these stocks, like NVIDIA, I think does that. NVIDIA is less than a 3x to get there at this point, right? So that's why I feel like it's the easiest, but some of these other names are still going to take some time. I don't know if TSM gets to 10 trillion. Well, that's why I think the question about Broadcom with Jose was important. Is like, Broadcom, I like it, but like, why would I buy that over NVIDIA when if NVIDIA has a bad quarter, Broadcom's going to shit? Like, if NVIDIA has anything wrong happen with it, none of the semis are safe. None of them. None of them. Just from a perception perspective, all of them rely on NVIDIA. But then if NVIDIA actually has some bad numbers, everyone knows that Micron's numbers are going to suck. ASML's numbers are going to suck. All of them are going to suck. So I feel like the answer just means you buy NVIDIA. You have to bet that NVIDIA works. And you can buy the other ones as complements, but if NVIDIA fails, the rest of them fail too. Which is why I feel like NVIDIA probably gets to 10 trillion first. It will be a quantum computer company. Yeah, that might happen too. Grinder to 10 trillion based off of its business alone. Maybe. MicroStrategy. I don't think MicroStrategy is going to 10 trillion unless Bitcoin gets to 13 million or whatever, or even a million a coin. But I don't know, dude. I mean, like, yeah, I think Bitcoin will get there over time, but I think from a pure cash flow basis, pure numbers, pure growth, it's going to be NVIDIA. But eventually, I mean, Bitcoin's market cap is 2 trillion, right? MicroStrategy is at 100 billion. So I feel like Bitcoin needs to get to at least 5 to 10 trillion to even think of MicroStrategy getting to 10 trillion. But from an actual numbers perspective on growth, I think it's NVIDIA. I don't think it's Meta, dude. At the end of the day, I love Meta, and I respect Zucks a lot. But Meta still, like, they did, I think, $42 billion of revenue last quarter. 41 billion literally is advertising, and that's a great business. It's not going anywhere. Advertising is going to be around. It's just ads. Like that's the business. They have not diversified outside of ads until glasses or Reality Labs or anything actually. And Llama, as Jose talked about, really has not been that big of it. It's just ads. And they'll keep growing on the ads, but like at the end of the day, it's advertising. And I feel like the growth opportunities are still going to be more vast in other areas of the market as well. Ads are some of the most profitable thing ever. That is correct. It's just, does ads take Meta to 10 trillion, bro? They would have to 5x from here. Again, NVIDIA has the easiest route. They only have to like 2.2x from these levels. So basically, we're talking about, let's just do 2.5 to be safe. They got to get to 400 a share. 400 a share on NVIDIA gets you your 10 trillion. I don't know. It's not crazy. It's not crazy. Robinhood did not get into the S&P 500. Datadog got in. Datadog got in today. Maybe in September, but Datadog got in. Oh, here's the other reason NVIDIA gets to 10 trillion. Robots. Humanoids. I mean, this is where NVIDIA doesn't have the Tesla risk. Tesla has to actually execute, but there is lots of companies besides Tesla working on robots. And if any of them execute better than Tesla, you need NVIDIA GPUs. So that's why I think Jensen's been talking a lot more about robots. Same thing with self-driving. I mean, I think Tesla's obviously going to win there, but all the other companies that want to get into it, you need the Cosmos platform and you need synthetic data trained by the NVIDIA GPUs. A lot of companies like a GM, Toyota, whatever, they're going to be paying a lot of money for that. Tev says Palantir, Amazon, NVIDIA, Hood, and S&P got us here. I love it, dude. I love it. I love it. Congrats, man. Close to 1 million it's very special. It's very special seeing those 17 commas on your portfolio. You know, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It's 2 commas. 2 commas, not 3. Eventually 3. But Palantir, Amazon, NVIDIA, Hood. That's why, you know, that I saw that comment last night that Kris also showed as well. It's like, you don't need a lot of them. You only need I only own like 7 or 8 stocks. You only need a couple of winners to change your life. And I know things are running like crazy and people are like, oh, let me do this. Let me get into this. Let me get into CoreWeave for a little bit, then get out. CoreWeave right here up 9%, by the way. Like, I get it from a chasing perspective, a trading perspective. Like it's very exciting when some of these things are going up and down. But realistically, I think you only need a couple of names if you're going to pick stocks that need to work. I mean, people have changed their life with Palantir. Like, they only needed 1 name. For me, Palantir and Hood have, been the 2 names. But like, you only, NVIDIA's done well this year, but you only need, I think, 4 to 5 names realistically, along with the S&P to be safe. And that's it. If those 4 names work, then, you could be set. A lot of people, even though Tesla's been, crappy the past couple of years, a lot of people, all they needed was Tesla back in 2019, and they're set, bro. They are set. I mean, think about someone like Elaine who bought thousands of shares at $10 for Palantir, and she's making like $10,000 a week selling covered calls. She does. I mean, Palantir's not going back to $10, right? So like, she does it like she's set, bro. Eventually, if she wants those shares to get called away, they'll get called away. If she wants to just keep holding on, she can keep holding on. But like, she literally does not have to worry unless something catastrophic happens. But even if Palantir fell 50%, all right, $60, she's still up 7x. Like, it's just, when you get in that early, you get to sit back and let the beauty of compounding just compound. And you let the next generation buy your bags. You let the next generation buy your bags, which is the fun part about the stock market. We got 7 minutes, dude. Where did the time grow? Where did the time grow? We got 7 minutes until market close. Have I really been yapping for 40 minutes? That was some intergalactic yapping for 40 minutes. Intergalactic yapping. Grab is next. Look, I hope it is, but again, I'm just not expecting a 10x out of Grab. I'm expecting $10. That is it. We get $10. Honestly, if we see 10 in my time frame, which is a year and a half on Grab. Oh, isn't Tom Lee on? Hold on. Tom Lee's supposed to be on CNBC. Hold on. Let's see if we can pull him up. Let me see. He's supposed to be on today. He tweeted he was going to be on today. Let's see if is he on right now. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if he was on. Was he on? Let me see. Let's see. Let's see if we can get some Tom Lee. What I was saying is, if we can see $10 on Grab, I would just be so happy because, like, the third one so far has been the hardest one. And just getting that right to me would be, I don't know, for me, it would be a big deal. Getting that third one is a big deal. So $10, that's what we're looking for. All right, Mr. Tom Lee, here we go. Let's listen to Tom Lee as we get into the market close.
And industrials. Consumer cyclicals have kind of hung in there, right? So the stock market is not as if, it hasn't really been leaning in the direction of we're headed for weakness in the economy.
Yes.
So what growth do you feel as if is now kind of baked into the market?
That's a great question because you're right. I'd rather see industrials flat on their backs because the ISM's been below 50 for now 29 months. It's the longest stretch of being below 50 in its history of the survey. So I think there is pent-up spending, but the stocks have moved.
Yeah.
Consumer confidence is flat on its back. Now in 2009, it was flat on its back. And we did a study back at JP Morgan that showed the best time to own consumer cyclicals is when consumer confidence is negative. So I'd say there's less upside for both industrials and consumer cyclicals, probably more for financials and small caps. But there is this relief from businesses as we move back above 50. And I think getting this bill passed and getting the tariff behind us will push the ISM back up, and it should lead to earnings growth.
Now, I mean, the case for small caps, I mean, I feel like we kind of keep going through this anticipation cycle of when things might line up for it. You know, they've moved again. Russell 2000 hasn't been above this level except for a brief period in the fourth quarter, and then you go back to like late 2021. So what pushes it over the line?
Well, I won't blame any investor who says, fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times, like I'm not P.T. Barnum or whatever. But I do think it really depends on the Fed being committed to continuing its easing cycle. That's the setup we had before. And you know, I don't blame investors for being really reluctant. But the good news is since the April lows, small caps have been outperforming and have the banks. That's kind of the participation you want to see.
Sure. And Keith, you know, I feel like it's interesting that we're all kind of in agreement here that there's still.
All right. So that's what we got from Mr. Tom Lee. Is there anything else there? Oh, that's pretty much it. That was Tom Lee's take. Yeah, I did get a little bit of a longer interview than CNBC. Yeah, I mean, pretty much the same stuff he's been saying for a while in terms of how he thinks about this rally. He also thinks, obviously, this is one of the more hated V-shaped rallies. And he's right, dude. I mean, we talked about that a lot yesterday. The institutions hate that this has happened, but they kind of, what are you going to do, man? S&P 662 hundo. Like, you can't, it was at 4,800. You didn't buy. 5,000 didn't buy. 5,500 didn't buy. 5,800 didn't buy. 5,900 didn't buy. 6,200. Do you really say, all right, I'm going to keep waiting? And maybe the right thing to do is just chill out. But if it's not, at some point you have to buy. One thing Tom Lee also said yesterday about Circle is he said Circle made some fund managers years because some of them got in on the IPO. And he said, literally, this was one of the most important IPOs in the market because so many fund managers were underperforming all year because they missed the rally, but they got into Circle. And because this thing 6x'd, that made their year. Like they can justify to their clients that they should keep paying them a percentage of their assets because they got into Circle. So he said, so what my takeaway from that, it was that a lot of Wall Street has an incentive to keep Circle afloat because like a lot of their performance, and you guys will hear it tomorrow when he talks about it, was helped because of freaking Circle. Like they missed so many names, but that Circle was able to like get them from 31 to 200, right? Like that's a hell of a year on much less one stock if you're able to do it on a new IPO. And so I think that could be a reason why Circle doesn't like collapse as some people are predicting, even if the valuation's up there, because you got too many people on the street that want this thing to, you know, to stay afloat given it has justified their yearly performance. BMNR 136 got halted. 160 to 136 halted. 135% up on the day. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, I think BMNR, obviously, it's a small float company, small cap company as well. So, you know, you got a lot of people chasing shares that there's not that many shares out there. So a lot less supply, a lot more demand. And you got people trying to get exposure, which is why it's had as much of a run as you had today. They may be trying the strategy with other IPOs. I agree. I think like Stripe, Discord, I think these fund managers that missed out on a 30% move in the S&P from April to now, they're probably going to try to make that performance back somewhere else. And that might end up being through some of these IPOs. So that is one thing to watch out for as we get into the end of the year. Okay, here we go. How many seconds? We have about 40 seconds until we close out the market. Market open, market close all day long. Thank you again for being here every single day. Absolutely means the world to me that you guys take the time to be here. I think that the Tom Lee interview you guys will really enjoy tomorrow. Should be something fun to watch on July 4th as the markets are closed. And then we'll be back Sunday night to get into the futures and keep going from there. All right, folks, here we go. Thursday, July 3rd. Thank you, everybody, for being here. The stock market is now closed. There you go. We're done for the week. We are done for the week. Robin Hoodie, what a freaking week on Robin Hoodie. 94.18 on the week. Palantir 134.32. Tessie 315. Nvidia hit all-time highs today, 159.25. S&P 500 new all-time highs, 625. AMD 137. SoFi 1858. Google 179. Grab 489. Reddit 157. Amazon 223. Meta 719. Salesforce 272. PayPal 76. SMCI 48.50. Rocket Lab, not a bad week at 35.60. You had Disney right here at 124. MicroStrategy got back into that 400 range. And then Microsoft did hit 500, currently right now 498. But not a bad week for the broader market. S&P at 625. There you go. We are done. We are done. And happy 4th of July to everyone who celebrates in the States. It's one of those days, again, to be thankful for the fact that we even have the opportunity to make money in one of the world's greatest countries and world's greatest stock markets. But it's just been awesome, dude. It's been an awesome, incredible journey. And it's been amazing. Long man, thank you for the $99.99 super chat. It's very generous. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for everything, Amit. I get all my market info from you, and I've really gotten into trading and options due to your videos. I wouldn't have gotten past 1 million before 30. Wow. Congratulations. Without you, I'm up 150% for my Robinhood portfolio over the past year. I appreciate all that you do. Dude, congrats. 1 million before 30 is not easy. And yeah, thanks for being part of the stream. Thanks for being part of the community. Again, I think the value of the stream is just hopefully using a lot of data to try to come to conclusions around the market that directionally tends to be in the right direction, which for the past couple of years has been bullish. We got a bunch of names that have done really well, and breaking down the day-to-day and being there in real time when crazy stuff is happening as a community, whether it's up or down, is the benefit to what we built. So thank you, man. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for being here. All right, that's it. That's it. We are done, folks. We are done. First week of July is over for the stock market. We'll be back for week 2 starting Monday. Well, starting Sunday night for futures for Q3. In a month, we're moving out. So we got that. We got a lot of stuff coming up. Tom Lee interview will be out tomorrow. Got a lot of things to do for the rest of summer. But overall, it's been a very fun year. Very, very blessed to be in this position, be in this opportunity. And yeah, it's cool, man. It's been really cool. And it's just, having everyone here every day is what makes it really cool as well. And again, the meetups, I think, have been a big part of it this entire year. And I'm really excited for Miami because getting to see everybody in person is just it's the best part of it. So we'll keep it going. We will keep it going. Word of the day. We didn't do it yesterday. Yesterday's word of the day was hoodie. Today's word of the day, mundify. Mundify. To cleanse or purify. The cabin retreat allowed them to mundify their minds from digital overload. A cold plunge in the glacial stream was said to mundify the spirit. Well, I guess some of the bears have yet to be mundified, but the stock market still doesn't care. S&P 500 all-time highs. Absolutely incredible to see some of this momentum. Miami meetup August 23rd. I'll have more details soon, but Miami meetup August 23rd, and we'll get more details. All right, I think that's it. I think we're done. Yes, we will do a house tour video. We'll do all that stuff. You guys will be able to see everything. It'll be fun. And yeah, dude, it'll be cool. It'll be a new chapter for the Market Open Market. It'll be a brand new chapter. It'll be really cool. Again, I can't say enough about just being part of this community and having this journey to share with all you guys. I mean, it really does. It feels like we're all moving out, right? Like we're all moving out here. So I just, it's cool, dude. It's really, it's like, I just, it's hard to describe it. It's really, really hard to describe it. I think the thing that keeps this so special and keeps this going and keeps people coming back every day and keeps new people coming into the community because everyone's looking for togetherness to an extent, right? Life is really boring when you're going through it by yourself. So being part of something, even if it's just being in the chat in a live stream, and given that we're all chasing financial freedom and actually being able to literally move closer to that goal every single day together, it's incredible, dude. It's just, and then when you have some winners like what Hood has been able to do this week, it's, it just makes it a very special journey. All right, that's it. Love you all. Appreciate you all. Happy July 4th. We are done for the day. And I think we actually will have Palantir weekend. No, I think we'll have Palantir weekly this weekend. So I think we will still have Palantir weekly. And then if not, which we might not be able to have because of some scheduling stuff, we will definitely have the Sunday Future show and we'll be back on Sunday. So if no Palantir weekly, then we'll have Sunday Futures and we'll keep going from there. But I think tomorrow night we should have Palantir weekly. And if not, then we'll be back on Sunday. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Enjoy July 4th. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the stock market being closed as well. Hopefully everyone gets to rest, relax. And yeah, we will be back on Sunday. Tom Lee interview out tomorrow. I think you guys will like it. It'll be a fun one. And I just a big thank you from myself to all of you guys. There would be no Tom Lee interview without the audience, right? The reason they wanted to do the interview is because there's an audience here. And there's an audience because you guys actually care about consuming the content. And I can only do the best that I can do to remain authentic to the content to make sure that you guys continue to want to consume it. But I didn't get the Tom Lee interview. We got the Tom Lee interview because there would be no me without we. So that was so gay. Goodness. But I appreciate you guys. Love you all. Thank you, everybody. It did rhyme, though. I told you guys I was trying to be a rapper when I was young. So anyway, I'm out. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow on Sunday. Bye, everybody.